Chapter 163, Broken Promise. One of the guards, who were guarding Alna in the hangar, suddenly frowned and said, "Toralt got killed." All the other guards near him could not help but react to that. "He's dead. It's Toralt we're talking about here. Are you sure? Are you sure you didn't just lose connection because of jamming smoke or something else?" The person who said that Toralt was dead shook his head. "His vital sign has flatlined. Judging from the last information sent across, although it's only just a guess, he might have gotten his head crushed. The vital sign check is done through the augmented suit and is also sent through it. I wonder if he took on a warhead head-on or something. Was it a surprise attack? No, he's too smart to get caught off guard. It should be near impossible to launch a sneak attack on him. And if he was in a pretty bad situation, he should have run, or at least called for help. Yeah, that's exactly why we sent him alone. But to think that he got killed even before he could call for help like this." Their faces turned pale. Although they could not go as far as to say for sure that Akira was the one who killed Toralt, most of them thought that was the case. Then the guy who was responsible for leading them said, "We have no other choice here. I'll ask the boss for help. You guys are okay with that, right?" No one there objected. On the other side of the mansion, the guy who was responsible for watching Katsuya called Rogolt. "Yes, boss, it's me. Yes, this brat is pretty useful. Those small fries are no match for him. So, I just need to take him to the hangar, right? No? The other way. Ah, I see. Roger that." That guy closed the call with Rogolt and yelled at Katsuya. "Hey! Don't just stand there. Let's go to the next place." Did something happen in the hangar? Katsuya casually tried to gather more information, but the guy raised his voice even higher. "It's none of your business. You just need to do what I say, all right." Katsuya replied without even trying to hide his displeasure and followed that man. The battle inside the mansion was still going on. The interior of the mansion was already scattered with corpses. The difference of the skill, equipment, and luck between the people who were fighting there led them to two different outcomes. Those who had worse equipment, or lacked skill, or did not have enough luck were all turned into cold corpses scattered around inside the mansion. The ones who were still left alive inside the mansion were those who had survived that natural selection. As such, even Katsuya had a hard time fighting against them. The guy who was responsible for keeping Katsuya under his watch kept yelling at Katsuya. "Put your back into it. If you don't work hard enough, there's no meaning in keeping that girl hostage, you know?" Katsuya still had his displeased face on him as he put himself out a bit more, but the more he moved forward, the more dangerous his position was. But thanks to that, he could take out his enemies faster. Seeing that, the other guy relaxed and said to him, "You should have done that right from the start. You damn brat." Katsuya had a pained look on his face as he listened to the other guy yelling at him. But even so, he still gave his best fighting there. One of his enemies suddenly contacted someone from behind who sent a warhead straight at Katsuya. Katsuya was able to evade it as it flew past behind him and blew up next to the guy who was keeping watch on him. Although it only injured him lightly, it really scared him. He then sacredly and flusteredly ordered Katsuya. Hey! Come back here. We're retreating for a bit." That guy was telling Katsuya to return to be his shield. Seeing how Katsuya hurriedly returned back to him, his only thoughts were that he would be safe since he had someone strong next to him and became careless in being wary of Katsuya. But Katsuya suddenly aimed his rifle at that guy's head. Of course, that guy was so dumbfounded, but the bullet that landed on his face right at the next moment turned his face into an unrecognizable mess. Katsuya then shot some bullets to suppress the enemies that he was having a hard time fighting against just now and hurriedly left that place. Judging from the disruption in my information gathering device after that warhead exploded, it must have some kind of jamming smoke inside it too. With this, no signal should be able to reach this place. I can use this opportunity to make them think that he was killed by the enemies. Or at least, it should buy me some time before someone notices. After he left that place, Katsuya ran as fast as he could towards the hangar. Judging from that conversation, although it's only my guess, Alna must be in the hangar. And she must be under attack too. If I don't go and rescue her now, I might be too late. Katsuya only obeyed Rogalt's men, thinking that by doing so he would eventually find a window that he could use to rescue Alna. And he believed that this was his only chance. Katsuya already knew where the hangar was. Back then when he asked the other guys with him about Rogalt's powered suit, they happily told him all kinds of information about that powered suit, including the hangar where it was stationed. He originally asked that question trying to figure out the weakness of that powered suit, but it turned out that it was also useful for something else too. Just wait there. I'll definitely save you. Katsuya used the full power of his augmented suit to run as fast as he could. When he guessed who might be attacking Alna, he could not help but worry. Akira was also running towards the hangar, but at that time, he was still outside the mansion. He was frowning because of the fatigue. Alpha, who was floating next to him, noticed it and asked him. Akira, the hangar is just ahead, but, are you okay? My both arms still feel a bit weird, other than that, I'm also having a slight headache. Leaving your arms aside, that headache must be because you overused the time compression. Try your best not to faint, okay? Akira smiled bitterly. I know. If I faint, it'll cut off your support, right? But still, my arms are okay, huh? I thought that I don't feel any pain because of the painkillers and they're actually still injured right now while the medicines that I took are trying to fix them. Is that the reason why I'm feeling this weird sensation? Alpha lightly smiled. For your arms, well, even if they get torn off, I can still move them by controlling your augmented suit, so it should be alright. That's why it's not that important right now. Yikes, that doesn't sound okay at all. Can we take a short rest? Akira was joking when he said that, but Alpha just smiled and stared back at him without saying anything. So he said while smiling bitterly. I get it already, you want to tell me that if I'm going to complain, I might as well withdraw from this place, right? But with all that I've faced until now, and since you can control my augmented suit to some extent, it would be a waste to leave now. So help me out, I'll give my best to finish this as soon as possible and I'll go straight back home after that. In that case, let's hurry up. It'll put your body in some stress though, so endure it, okay? Alright. Alpha controlled Akira's augmented suit to force him to run faster. Akira could feel slight pain coming from both of his arms. With the current stress, his arms were trapped in the cycle of healing from the medicines and damage from the stress as he was blazing through the wasteland. She did not tell Akira to stop nor to take a rest at all, it was all for the sake of encouraging him to withdraw from that place instead of going for Alna. Although they had different motivations, both Akira and Alpha had the same goal, to kill Alna as fast as possible. The guards inside the hangar quickly noticed Akira with the help of their information-gathering devices. Oh, here he comes. This signal must be from that brat. Get into your post. Don't worry about ammo. We need to hold out until the boss is here. The guards inside the hangar started setting up their portable walls. They bunkered themselves between the portable walls and the hangar's walls in anticipation of the enemy's attack. The one with the heavy augmented suit stood guard outside the walls, while the rest were taking cover inside the walls, all of them readied their weapons in the direction of the incoming signal. They were only able to get the rough location of Akira. The mini information gathering device that they used had a small range, not to mention, they spread those around to avoid a surprise attack. How long before the boss arrives? He said that he'll come once he's done with the tanks and the other powered suits. Why the heck is even Horia's here too? Do they always have that much money to spend? Hell if I know. Their conversation was suddenly cut short by a huge explosion that left a big hole in the hangar's wall. It was blown off by countless grenades that came from the outside. All of the guards inside the hangar immediately turned toward the direction of that explosion. The guy with the heavy augmented suit did not spend any second, he quickly released a barrage in that direction with his minigun. while the other guys who were hiding behind the walls kept shooting the incoming grenades down through the gaps between the walls. Explosions and gunshot immediately filled the hangar. That frenzied shooting happened for about 10 seconds. The bullets and the explosions only served to widen the hole on the wall until they stopped. Now that they had calmed down, the guards inside the hangar started to nervously check for the location of their enemy. But they did not find any corpse around the hole nor in the direction of the hole. Right at the next moment, a loud explosion echoed through the hangar. The guy with the heavy augmented suit found his minigun blown off to pieces. He shuddered and could not help but to lower his guard for a sec there. But Akira did not let that slide. He used that small opening to jump in through the hole. He used his CWH anti-material rifle on his right hand to snipe the guy in the heavy augmented suit and his DVTS minigun on his left hand to suppress the guys behind the wall as he stormed into the room. His augmented suit did not have any trouble in holding back the kickback from both guns. He then kept on shooting through the gaps of the big equipment scattered inside the hangar. The guy with the heavy augmented suit discarded his already destroyed minigun and screamed in anger. "God damn it! Give me another one." Once he got another heavy weapon from one of the men behind the wall, he immediately started shooting again. Although by doing so he would be destroying the equipment inside the hangar, he did not show any hesitation at all. Akira kept on moving around inside the hangar while shooting at the guys behind the portable wall. He used his DVTS minigun to release a barrage on them or his A4WM automatic grenade launcher to rain them with grenades. But it did not seem that the portable walls would come down anytime soon. Akira could not help but to make a stern face. "That thing is pretty strong. I've been shooting at it for quite some time now, you know." Alpha frowned and replied. "This place is a hangar for powered suits after all, so they might be using portable walls designed to be able to withstand attacks from powered suits." Akira remembered the power of the melee weapons and the guns of that black powered suit. If those portable walls were designed to be able to hold out against that level of firepower, no wonder why they were still standing strong. But that did not make his current situation any better, so he still had a stern look on his face. "Even if that's the case, it doesn't mean I didn't do any damage at all, right? Of course, they don't have much durability left. So keep on shooting." "Roger that." Just like Alpha said, it did not take long for the portable walls to hit their limit. The moment their force field armors were down, they were turned into just simple metallic walls that offered almost no defensive value against bullets. Although most of the barrage from Akira only ricocheted off the armors of the guy with the heavy augmented suit since he had retreated behind the portable wall, Akira's CWH anti-material rifle did not find any resistance in plowing through them. Eventually, the guy with the heavy augmented suit could not take it any longer. A bullet ripped through his armor and straight to the guy's torso. Even after 3 shots of battle stimulants and medicines, he could not save his own life. The other guys who realized that they had lost one of their friends shot back at Akira in a frenzy, but of course, it was not enough to hold Akira back since he had regained Alpha's support now. The portable walls that had hit their limits were quickly shredded to pieces while the grenades made a short work of them. The explosion also blew off some of the guys behind the walls and rendered them unconscious, but those showered with bullets drowned in their own blood and died there. Those who were still alive started thinking of running away. They grabbed Alna and put their bets on the small chance that they could sneak away from Akira, who was shooting at them from the other side of the mostly destroyed portable walls. Unfortunately, they lost that gamble. But that was because of something that neither Akira nor they were expecting. As Akira came out from behind the destroyed portable walls, chasing for those people, he could not help but frown when he saw what was in front of him. The guys who were running away from him were already lying dead on the ground. Furthermore, not too far from them, Katsuya was hugging Alna. Katsuya reached the hangar a bit after Akira. He noticed Akira was fighting against the Izant family's soldiers inside the hangar, so he decided to take a detour to avoid them as he sneaked into the hangar. After that, he hid while waiting for the right time to come out. The adrenaline rush from the fight just now and the surprise from that sudden turn of events prevented both of them from reacting to what just happened. Akira and Katsuya just stood there, looking at each other. Both of them did not give any friendly look at each other. But unlike Katsuya, who was looking at Akira with obvious hostility, Akira's expression was more of an exasperation. Akira sighed. You again? Or is that it's your hobby to get in my way when I'm already so close? I guess I'll try to say this to you one more time. Akira sent a sharp gaze at Katsuya. Give her to me. I refuse. Katsuya refused without showing any fear and tightened his hug on Alna. Seeing that, Akira's expression changed from exasperation to questioning, as if he could not understand the person in front of him. That I really can't understand it. Why are you trying so hard to protect her? I can understand why you did what you did back then. At that time, I wasn't using an augmented suit and I didn't carry any powerful weapons. It was fully understandable that you told me off just with a little intimidation. I'm sure I only amounted that much in your eyes back then. But that's not the case right now, is it? Akira slightly moved both of his rifles as if to show them off to Katsuya. Since then, I gathered enough money to buy new weapons and a new augmented suit. These things cost me about 400 million orum. I don't know how much your equipment cost you, and they might be better than mine, but at least the gap between our equipment has already considerably reduced. Not to mention, you have someone pulling you down and you have no friends with you right now. Or is it that you still think you can easily win against me even in this situation? Katsuya slightly raised his guard without saying anything back. Akira looked at Katsuya with confusion. Even if you can easily win against me, what exactly do you get from saving that girl to make you even come to this gigantic base all by yourself? Is she actually a rich lady from some big family or something and you're offered a huge amount of money for rescuing her? Katsuya looked at Akira with scorn and yelled at him. It's not for money. I'm sure someone like you will never understand it. Then, is it like you actually knew her before and you're indebted to her? Then she meeting you in the lower district street the other day was not a coincidence, but it's because you told her to come to you if she's in trouble or something? That was the first time I met her. All of your guesses are wrong. Akira did not believe that Katsuya lied there. Because of that, he just could not understand Katsuya as he was making a rather troubled face. He then said in a rather serious voice. So why then? It's not for money, not because you're indebted to her, and she's not your friend. I can't understand why would you go this far for a total stranger. Akira's gaze was sharp. It was as if he was trying to see through something that he could not understand at all. Katsuya felt slightly pressured under that gaze, but when he felt Alna shaking under his arm, he made his resolve and yelled at Akira as if to shake off his fear. It's because I've promised her that I'll save her. I don't need any other reason. Akira looked slightly surprised there. Then his expression changed as if he finally understood what was going on, although he still found it surprising. You're indeed a good person. Someone who had the pride of fulfilling just an oral promise, not because of money nor debt. For Akira, it was something understandable. As a matter of fact, it was something that he could respect. Even more so when it was a goodwill promise to save someone. Hostility vanished from Akira's gaze for a few seconds. Katsuya was taken aback by what Akira suddenly said. Akira's short sentence was nothing more than just a compliment, and he felt that too. His resolve slightly wavered thanks to that. But Akira's next sentence completely reverted it. Unfortunately, you won't be able to keep that promise. Akira was there to kill Alna. Respect was not enough to change his mind. There was no ill will nor hatred in his eyes. But he was looking at Katsuya with hostility simply because Katsuya was blocking him from killing Alna. Two people stood there, confirming each other's intention. One came there in order to kill Alna, while the other one came there to rescue Alna. And both of them were just one step away from accomplishing their goal. Even the slightest hesitation would lead to certain death. If any of them made a move, they would be able to kill their opponent, but if any of them made any slight moves, it would get them killed. Because of that, both of them only stood there without making any moves as the tension slowly rose between them. But a third party suddenly appeared in that situation. A black-powered suit broke through the shutter and stormed into the hangar. Akira's intuition told him to get away from that place, but due to the tension from just now, he could not move his legs that quickly, and the same happened to Katsuya too. That small opening was enough for that black-powered suit to close its range on both of them. Rogold saw Akira and Katsuya through the external camera of his powered suit and immediately yelled in anger. Damn brats! I knew it, both of you are actually working together, huh? Taking me for a fool like that, I'll kill both of you. In his head, Rogold thought that Katsuya only accepted his offer in order to buy time while Akira went to save Alna before regrouping. Because of his misconception, there was no chance to straighten his misunderstanding now. Akira understood at least that much. Katsuya also thought so, but his train of thought was different from Akira, so he made a suggestion to Akira although it was against his will. Hey, let's work together here. How about a truce until we can do something about that powered suit and get out of this place? Akira replied back instantly without any hesitation. No thanks. Katsuya was dumbfounded. He did not expect that Akira would refuse in that situation. Are you serious? I'm here to kill that girl. Something like this is not enough for me to change my priority and help you save her. If you really want my help no matter what, that would be after that girl is dead. Akira replied so casually. But if Katsuya would accept that proposal, he would not be in that place in the first place. So Katsuya inadvertently yelled back. Are you kidding me? The pointless exchange was forcibly cut short when the black-powered suit raised its arm. The chainsaw-like weapon made a loud ringing sound as its teeth spun fast. Akira and Katsuya inadvertently looked at that chainsaw, then that powerful-looking chainsaw came down at them. Its first target was Akira. Akira matched the movement of his alpha-controlled augmented suit to evade that chainsaw and jump away from that place. Just a split second after he jumped off, the chainsaw came down at the floor where Akira was standing a few milliseconds ago. It left a huge crater on the floor and threw pieces of the floors all around the area. Some of the big pieces hit the equipment inside the hangar and made loud banging sounds which showed how hard they were thrown. If Akira got hit by that, there was no question about it, he would have turned into minced meat. He could feel a chill run down his spine as he made a stern face and evaded the incoming pieces of the floors inside his distorted time perception. Why is he coming for me? Shouldn't he prioritize taking on that guy since he has someone slowing him down? But Alpha replied back calmly. I'm sure he plans to kill everyone, so he decided to go for you first since you have nothing slowing you down. Isn't it a better idea to go for the one whom you can kill for sure first? That kind of decision varies from person to person, you see. So it's not like I can do anything about it even if you complain to me. For Akira, it was normal for another person to aim for him first given the option. So he was not really that surprised when it happened, he just ran as fast as he could toward the hole on the hangar's wall. Let's run into the mansion first. I'm sure that black-powered suit won't come chasing for you all the way into the mansion. How about that guy then? I'm sure he'll run into the mansion too, we'll kill that girl there. And if he doesn't? If he decided to run outside the mansion, I'm sure that black-powered suit would catch up with them and kill both of them. If that happens, it means that you'll have your work cut short. Akira jumped out through the hole and exited the hangar. Immediately after that, the black-powered suit forced its way through the same hole, chasing after him. There was no need for Akira to look back to understand what happened, he just kept on running toward the mansion. He then jumped and broke through one of the glass windows of the mansion which was already cracked from all the fighting. Akira found himself in one of a big hall. As he went straight to go deeper into the mansion, he could see Katsuya and Alna also jump into the hall from the other side. Akira, who noticed that, immediately shot at both of them out of pure reaction. But his aim was interrupted by Alpha. Because of that, his shot landed away from Alna on the wall next to her. Right at the next moment, a huge blade suddenly grazed the air right in front of Akira. The black-powered suit cut into the mansion from the outside with its huge blade. But that attack did not only cut through the wall, it simply destroyed the whole wall. Akira could not help but frown. If you want to kill that pickpocket, do it once we are deeper inside the mansion. Got it. Alpha controlled Akira's augmented suit to get him back on his feet, and Akira immediately blazed into the mansion after that, away from the black-powered suit's melee range. Behind him, the black-powered suit exchanged its melee weapon with a heavy rifle. Akira was still running as he forced his hand to shoot his A4WM automatic grenade launcher behind him without even looking back. Of course, the grenades did not have enough firepower to destroy the black-powered suit. But the explosions were enough to disrupt its aim. The black-powered suit released a powerful shot using its gigantic gun. It went right past Akira and hit the wall in front of him, turning it into a pile of rubbles. Akira used the hole made from that shot and vanished into the mansion. He could not help but frown after witnessing the power of that shot. What the heck was that? It's not something that you would normally use against normal humans, you know? It was a warhead designed to fight gigantic monsters and powered suits. So judging from that, it's indeed not something that you would use against normal humans. If you have the time to be surprised, you need to hurry up. If you get shot by that, no amount of medicines would be enough to save you, you know? Akira ran as fast as he could into the mansion to get away from the enemy's line of fire. Rogolt was furious inside his powered suit. Even after he used his prided powered suit, both Katsuya and Akira were able to get away from him. That fact really ticked him off. He opened a line to all his men and yelled an order to them. "I'll send you the location of those brats. Find them and kill them. If any of you encounter them, immediately send your location to me. I'll snipe them from outside the mansion. If you can't handle them, drive them outside the mansion and I'll take care of the rest. Y'all got it?" The black-powered suit made a loud sound as it moved away. It patrolled around the mansion while using its information-gathering device to scan the inside of the mansion. And when he found some of Horia's men inside the mansion, it angered him even more, so he cut up the mansion wall. His powerful blade turned the furniture together with the Horia's men, who were even using a sturdy augmented suit, into mincemeat in an instant. Chapter 164, The End of the Hunt. Akira was running through the mansion, going after Katsuya and Alna. He used the A2D and AAH assault rifles on both of his hands to repel any enemies he encountered. The reason why he swapped to those rifles was because Alpha told him to do so. Since he was using rifles with low firepower, he took more time to fight each and every enemy he encountered. "Say Alpha, my augmented suit is already functioning, right? So why am I using these rifles? If you use the other rifles, the firing sound would draw in more enemies. Not to mention, they think you're a strong opponent. So there's a good chance that they would give up on killing you, and instead, leaving the rest to that black-powered suit. Although it is hard on you, it might be better to let them think that they would have their chance if they keep buying time. But it's slowing me down, you know? At this rate, they might get away from me, no?" Alpha smiled just like usual and said, "It'll be fine. He has someone slowing him down. So they should not be able to move that fast, and he can't shoot us either. That's why, I'm sure he'll have no choice but to fight back rather hardly, which would draw more people to him, and that will slow him down even more. We'll catch up with him sooner or later." Akira did not stop shooting even while he was talking to Alpha, and after listening to her explanation, he understood why it would be fine to use assault rifles in that situation. Alpha did not lie there, but she also did not tell Akira everything. Even with his assault rifle, he would have a good chance of killing Alna even if Katsuya tried to shield her. Akira did not even notice that fact. Katsuya peeked out from one of the rooms inside the mansion and shot at an enemy just ahead of him who was carrying a powerful gun. He could hear screams coming from that direction mixed with the gunshots from his own rifle. Katsuya was cornered. He had a stern look on his face, he kept mumbling curses and complaints. He still had Alna next to him, but since she was not using any augmented suit nor had she ever trained or experienced combat, she could not move as fast as him. Then to top it off, more and more enemies were swarming him due to Rogolt's order. He had to protect Alna in that situation. Even for him, he was having a hard time fighting the incoming enemies. Not only was he cornered, but he also had no way to escape. He already had his hands full protecting Alna after evacuating her into that room. Alna looked in pain, seeing how Katsuya was having a hard time protecting her. The kind stranger that she clung to by pure chance back then, and right now, he was still desperately trying to protect her. That thought turned her feelings toward that stranger to love. And the fact that person was trying to protect her because of a mere promise without any benefit at all, only strengthened her feelings for him. Then something clicked inside Alna. Katsuya, it's fine, it doesn't matter now. Thank you. Katsuya looked at Alna in surprise. What do you mean? I'm really happy that you came here for me. I think that you've already saved me enough. It's fine now. What are you talking about? Just leave me behind and get away from here. Without me slowing you down, you can at least escape from this place alone, right? Katsuya was dumbfounded while Alna smiled bitterly. Why would you even say that? It's fine, don't worry. If you keep saying something like that, I would get angry, you know. Katsuya lightly said so to Alna while trying not to worry her. But instead, the smile vanished from Alna's face, which only left her with a pained look. She then started crying and confessing to Katsuya. I'm sorry. I've been lying to you. I took it. I was the one lying. I stole Akira's wallet. Then he noticed it and started chasing after me. That was when I bumped into you. I lied to you so that you would protect me. I am really sorry. Seeing how shocked Katsuya was, Alna smiled bitterly at him. Alna felt really guilty towards Katsuya, who was trying to rescue her. But she always thought that if she told him the truth, he would abandon her to her fate. And with Akira ordering a search for her, she would lose her life if she didn't have Katsuya's protection. That was why she could not bring herself to tell him. Although she felt guilty about it, she could not deny that she was also happy that he came for her. But now that she was in love with him, she prioritized his life more than her own. If Katsuya died because of her wrongdoing, she would not be able to forgive herself. I'm not worthy of your protection. That's why, it's fine. Alna tried her best to make Katsuya abandon her. She did not even care if that would make him hate her. After she confessed everything, she looked down. She had nothing left. She only smiled mockingly at herself. She was only getting what she had sown. Katsuya, who saw her miserable state, made his resolve and clearly stated. That doesn't change anything. As I said, I've promised you, so I don't need any other reason. I won't take back my promise just because of something like that. Katsuya smiled, trying to cheer Alna up. Moreover, well, trust is a crucial thing for a hunter, and I'm aiming to be a great hunter. That's why, although it might sound weird, even if you lied to me, I'll still keep my promise. That's why I won't let you die. Even if you don't want it, I'll still protect you. Alna shuddered, emotion flooded her heart. And also, well, it's true that stealing is bad, but I don't think that's enough of a reason to kill you. I'll try to talk it out with that guy. So don't worry, it'll be fine. You have my promise, so just believe me. Katsuya said so and smiled kindly. Alna nodded without saying anything. Tears were still running down her cheeks as she tried her best to smile. Right at the next moment, Katsuya felt something approaching, so he quickly jumped off. The black-powered suit readied its rifle and aimed it at Katsuya. Rogolt used the information sent by his men together with his own information terminal to lock down on Katsuya's position. Although it was nothing but a crude approximation, with the firepower of his rifle, there was no need for him to snipe precisely. Damn brat! Running your mouth like that. Now die. Fueled with anger, Rogolt operated his powered suit. A huge bang echoed, his rifle that rivaled the firepower of a tank shot released a warhead straight into the mansion. It easily broke through multiple walls and left one big continuous hole through the mansion. Katsuya was able to barely avoid the warhead. Although he was shocked by the destruction left behind, he immediately went back to secure Alna. Alna, Are you alright? Although Alna was lying down on the ground, she was unhurt. She was so horrified that she was not able to immediately reply to Katsuya. But she was at least able to nod to let him know that she was fine. Katsuya's expression relaxed slightly. He was relieved to know that Alna was fine, but what happened next left him aghast. Akira suddenly jumped into the room through the hole left by that warhead. That sudden change of event caused Katsuya to freeze, and that was enough to dictate the end result. Akira kept Katsuya suppressed with the rifle on his left hand without even looking at him. While Akira's gaze, as well as the rifle on his right hand, were fixed on Alna. Inside that compressed time perception world where everything was running in slow motion, Akira and Alna locked gazes at each other. Akira pulled down the trigger, showered Alna with bullets, and Katsuya had no means to stop him. Akira kept on shooting at Katsuya to keep him suppressed and escaped from the mansion through the hole left by Rogolt. Katsuya was only able to see Akira run off without doing anything. The one that pulled Katsuya back to reality was Alna's weak voice. The moment he heard it, Katsuya immediately ran toward Alna and confirmed that she had been wounded. Although she was fatally wounded, she was not dead yet. Judging from the locations where she was shot, it seemed that Akira intentionally did that. Katsuya did not notice that far, but judging from the blood on the ground, he knew that Alna did not have much time left. A medicine. Katsuya pulled out medicine from his pocket. But he immediately detected enemies coming from the direction of the hole and started shooting at them. He then shouted at those people who were taking cover behind the wall around the hole. "Don't get in my way." He could not treat Alna in this situation. Katsuya understood that and picked her up with his arm and slowly dragged himself away from that place while keeping those men in check. He thought that no enemies would come from the direction where Akira just left, so he tried to retreat there while protecting Alna. Alna coughed out blood and her body gradually turned cold. She would die soon. There was no chance to save her now. Although she understood that, she did not feel fear at all. The happiness of being held by someone she loved and the fact that she would no longer slow him down was stronger. As her vision slowly turned dark, she could see Katsuya still desperately trying to protect her. It made her fall in love deeper with him and regret the fact that Katsuya had a pained look on his face. She felt cold. She wanted to feel warmth during her final moments at least. Alna squeezed the last bit of power that she had to raise up her hand that was already soaked with her own blood. Katsuya, who noticed that, tried to call her name. Unfortunately, she could no longer hear anything, but even so, she could still feel the warmth on her palm and smiled happily. Alna's arm gracefully fell. Her life ended there, in the arms of her loved one. Katsuya realized that Alna was gone. He understood that trying to treat her wounds while shooting at the guys attacking them would not help at all. He was extremely frustrated as he softly placed Alna's body down. Katsuya's scream echoed through the mansion. Once it died down, he was filled with rage and disappointment for not being able to save her. And in order to remove the main source of the reason why he could not save Alna, he pushed his rare talent to full bloom. Rogolt's men, who had gathered in that place due to an order from Rogolt, were thunderstruck at how Katsuya suddenly turned so strong as if he was completely a different person. Although they had the upper hand, it did not take long for that to be overturned. The mansion was filled with flying bullets and it was only a matter of time before it stopped. Akira went through the hole that Rogolt opened and escaped the mansion. He then used the full power of his augmented suit to propel himself up to the rooftop of the mansion, then ran toward the opposite side and jumped down onto the courtyard. He then kept on running towards the entrance. Cheryl was saved and Alna was dead. He no longer had any reason to stay there. The only thing left was to get out from that place alive. Of course, picking a fight against the Izant family would entail a lot of problems later, but he shelved that for another time. He could take his time thinking about it once he was out of there. Akira kept on running as he thought so. Alpha, I just want to confirm something though, that girl is dead, right? There's no way she might be saved, right? Akira had shot Alna following Alpha's instruction. He thought that it should be enough to kill her. But he also knew that there was a treatment that could save someone even after that person lost half of his body, or expensive medicines that could save someone from certain death, or many other ways to survive that level of injury. That was why he was not so sure. Alpha smiled and replied. You're such a worrywart. Don't worry, it's true she might be able to survive using expensive medicine and proper treatment. But I'm sure he wouldn't have the leeway to do it in that situation. But is there any reason why I can't kill her right away there? A shot on her head would guarantee her death, you know. If you blow her head or kill her with any means that make it obvious that she's dead, I'm sure that boy will immediately leave Alna behind and chase after you, to kill you. That's why we did that. If we let her alive, although only for a few seconds, it's obvious which one that boy would prioritize. If that's the problem, isn't it easier to just kill that boy or at least wound him too? In that situation back there, although I might not have been able to kill him, I should have been able to at least injure him, right? If we did that, the rest of Izant family's soldiers would focus on hunting you down. In the worst-case scenario, you would have to fight the whole gang on top of that black-powered suit all by yourself. Now that you mention it, that does make sense. Akira agreed with that argument too, so his displeasure and doubt were gone. Even if that boy tries to chase after you once the girl is dead, he would have to face Izant family's men first. So let's get him to buy some time for us while we escape from this place. Akira was still running as he glanced back. Inside that mansion, Katsuya should be fighting the Izant family's men as well as that black-powered suit. As he imagined that scene, he thought that it must be a huge pain in the neck as if it was none of his business. Well, even if some of them might still come at me, at least that powered suit won't be coming for me. Although I do feel bad about it, let's have him buy us some TI dash. Akira immediately frowned. In order for the black-powered suit to chase after him from the other side of the mansion, that black-powered suit would need to go all the way around the mansion. That was why he thought that there was no way that black-powered suit would come for him. And even if it did, it would take some time for it to go around the mansion. But his feeling of safety was immediately betrayed. He could see the black-powered suit standing right on the top of the mansion. You gotta be kidding me. He must have used the full power of his powered suit to get it on top of the mansion. Although, in order to do that, it seems that he had no other choice but to leave some of its heavy weapons behind. It has no ranged weapon at all. That melee weapon is the only weapon that it has at the moment. That's not even the problem here. The black-powered suit jumped down and landed with a big bang. It then jumped with a power that was enough to shake the ground as it headed right toward Akira. You damn brat. Do you think I'll let you get away? The black-powered suit moved around while reading its chainsaw. The countless teeth of its chainsaw raised a deafening sound as it started spinning. Akira's augmented suit increased its output to its limit as if it did not care how much burden it would put on Akira's body. Akira just ignored the stinging pain from both of his legs as he kept on running as fast as he could. But of course, it was no match against the high-speed powered suit. The distance between him and the powered suit was slowly shrinking. Alpha. Can we do something about that thing? Unlike Akira, who obviously looked very worried, Alpha only looked slightly concerned. She then casually said to him. It can't be helped then, let's fight it. Are you serious? Akira was wide-eyed, but Alpha smiled and replied. Get yourself ready, you at least have a better chance fighting it rather than keep running from it like this. Akira smiled wryly. Alright, I get it. If resolving myself is enough to do something about it, I'll resolve myself as much as you want. That's my responsibility, after all. And the rest would be my responsibility. So just leave the rest to me. We don't have time to waste, let's prepare ourselves before it catches on to us. Akira was running at high speed when he used his augmented suit to immediately stop himself. Right at the same time, he reloaded a new magazine to his CWH anti-material rifle, and then threw it down on the ground together with his A4WM automatic grenade launcher, and DVTS minigun. He then took out the foldable blade that he had obtained from the mansion, grabbed it with both his hands and expanded it. Once it was fully unfolded, its blade started to give a faint bluish glow. Right in front of Akira, the black-powered suit raised its chainsaw while blazing straight at him. Seeing that, Akira took a deep breath and readied himself. Rogolt then yelled from inside the powered suit. Die! The black-powered suit swung its powerful chainsaw down with a huge force. Akira, who was inside the slow-motion world, swung his foldable blade as vigorously as he could. The moment their blades made contact, blue light flashed from Akira's blade, it then turned into dust and carried away by the wind. While at the same time, the force of the collision threw Akira's body back. With that one exchange, although Akira was fighting a powered suit with only his own flesh and his augmented suit, it was able to push the black-powered suit back. Normally, it would be nothing strange if that one attack crushed Akira. There were two reasons why it did not. First of all, Rogolt had spent most of his energy on fighting all the powered suits and tanks in the previous fights. Because of that, his powered suit could not exert its full power. While the other reason was because Alpha modified the blade to use all its available power for one swing. The only thing that maintained the blade's sharpness was its energy. Due to modification from Alpha, it used all of its energy in one go, way above what that blade could withstand. Thanks to that, it increased its destructive power to its utmost limit. Although it turned into dust right after that, it was able to withstand that exchange against a powered suit. And with the help of Alpha's support, Akira swung it with the technique that rivaled a swordmaster. While his body was blown backwards, Akira quickly grabbed his DVTS minigun and CWH anti-material rifle and immediately started to shoot using his DVTS minigun. Although most of his bullets hit the powered suit, it barely caused any damage at all. Rogolt was surprised by what happened but immediately regained his composure. After reassessing his situation, he readied himself and quickly went for another attack. Unlike Akira who had lost his blade, the black-powered suit still had its weapon just fine, and it was powerful enough to easily crush Akira. From the external camera of his powered suit, Rogolt could see Akira aiming another shot at him. This time, Akira was using his CWH anti-material rifle. Akira pulled the trigger, the bullet that was shot in a point-blank range hit the black-powered suit and released a loud bang. Right at the next moment, Rogolt immediately lost the power output of his powered suit. Akira's shot had destroyed his powered suit's energy generator. When the powered suit stopped moving, Akira nimbly maneuvered away while picking up the rest of his weapons before running away from that place. Akira was running like a madman when he threw a question to Alpha. Alpha. That should be enough to stop that thing, right? To be more precise, you just sniped its generator and temporarily stopped it. If it has a spare generator, it can immediately swap its generator and start moving again. So I don't think stopping it is the right word to use in this situation. Wah dash. Even that wasn't enough. It's a matter of fighting a tank only with an augmented suit, or like fighting a powered suit only with a human body. The power gap is simply too big. But even if it has a spare generator, it'll take some time to replace the destroyed generator. So you should have enough time to run away, that is, as long as you don't stop because you're tired or something. Alright, I get it. Akira smiled bitterly and started running again. He then jumped over the fence with the help of his augmented suit, and just kept on running away from Izan family's base. He finally was able to escape that place. The rear side of the black-powered suit opened, Rogolt came out from it. His face was deep red, he looked absolutely furious. He kept looking at the direction where Akira ran away and mumbled. That brat. He got away, huh? Rogolt jumped off from his powered suit and checked the hole on his powered suit. It was the hole left by the bullet that destroyed the powered suit's generator. I bet it's a powerful anti-force field armor bullet. It was able to pierce through my powered suit's force field armor after all. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to do that. As Rogolt had predicted, Akira actually used the anti-force field armor bullet that he bought as a lucky charm and a trump card. It was a high-quality bullet that cost him 5 million orum per shot. He only bought one bullet just to be safe in case he had no other choice but to go against a powerful monster, like that one huge creature that he fought back in the Saranthal building. Akira himself did not expect that he would be using that bullet so quickly. But still, even if he shot that in a point-blank range, normally, that would not be enough to destroy my generator, so how? Rogolt frowned. He did not want to believe the explanation that came up in his head. Unlike armor plating, the force field armor of the black-powered suit was the type that continuously consumed energy and extended out its force field. Since it would consume too much energy if he kept moving, Rogolt usually only stood still when he was not in a fight. And even in the middle of a battle, he would lower the force field for parts that were unlikely to get shot in order to save energy. Otherwise, it would consume too much energy to maintain. Focusing the force field armor only at the points where they were receiving shots was something that only skilled users could do, and one of the indicators of a high-quality control device was whether it could accurately predict incoming shots and only expand the forced field in those locations. But this automatic adjustment from the control device usually had some particular quirks. In some cases, it might cause the force field to focus only on one point and leave another location more open for an attack. Rogolt remembered how Akira used his DVTS minigun to shoot a barrage on his powered suit. If it was in order to damage his powered suit, then it would have been a pointless action, but what if he did that to manipulate the automatic adjustment control of Rogolt's powered suit? If Akira did that to focus the force field armor in one place and open a weak point in another place to shoot at, if that was all true, then it would explain how Akira was able to snipe the generator. Although it was possible theoretically, it was actually almost impossible to execute. It would have been possible with the combination of a huge amount of bullets and a powerful information-gathering device that could precisely calculate the small changes in the force field armor in order to create a concentrated force field and opening a weak spot. But in order to do that, Akira would have to analyze and calculate a huge amount of information, which would have been impossible. Rogolt rejected the solution to his question that came up in his mind. He then lightly shook his head, just to blame that on his bad luck, and decided to stop thinking about it. Rogolt shook off his thoughts from what just happened and looked at his powered suit one more time. Seeing how his prided black-powered suit was rendered to that state, anger started to well up again. That brat, wrecking my powered suit like this. I'll definitely kill him next time. Unfortunately, you won't be able to do that. A woman's voice abruptly replied to Rogolt. Rogolt immediately pulled up his rifle and released some shots in the direction of that voice. Although there was no one there, his bullets ricocheted and made a sound as if they bounced off a metallic object. A blade was floating in the air there. When the owner of that blade took off her camouflage, it revealed a girl smiling amusedly. She had a metallic cyborg body covered under a camouflaging coat, both of her arms were armed with blades. It was Neria. Neria and Rogolt made eye contact. Right at the next moment, Neria suddenly dashed and closed the distance between them. Rogolt made a rough approximation of how strong his opponent was by judging from how she moved just now and how she blocked his shots. He quickly decided that his rifle would not do him any good and threw it away. Instead, he grabbed two knives behind his hip and readied himself. When he unsheathed his knives, blades extended out and they turned into swords. Rogolt had talent in CQC, that was why, during the battle against other powered suits, he was always using melee weapons, and of course, that talent also translated very well when fighting against another human. As a matter of fact, his skill with the blade allowed him to distinguish himself in the Eastern District where guns were a norm. Nelia and Rogolt exchanged blows for just a split second. By the end of that exchange, they were standing past each other with their backs facing each other. See, it would be impossible for you. Nelia smiled and said so. Behind her, Rogolt was sliced into 4 pieces with a cross centered on his throat. Not only did he get beheaded, but his head and body were also split cleanly into 2 halves. His body parts fell down and painted the ground red in blood. Now that her job was finished, Nelia looked in the direction where Akira ran off to. She smiled amusedly, which even looked like she was ecstatic. But still, although it hasn't been that long since the last time, to think that he has become strong enough to defeat a powered suit with only an augmented suit. It was really unfortunate that I wasn't able to seduce him back then. Nelia once again activated the optical camouflage of her coat. Her figure was slowly swallowed into the scenery and vanished completely. It would be great if I can get another chance to try to seduce him, although, it would be hard to do that in my current situation. Seriously though, what should I do with you? She did not feel anything wrong with seducing someone that she would try to kill 5 seconds later. Nelia, who had such a distorted way of thinking, had a regretful expression on her beautiful face. But that face also quickly vanished from the views, leaving behind the non-functional powered suit and the dismembered corpse of its user. Horia's, the gang that was at war against the Izan family. Inside its base, in its boss room. The report from Horia's soldiers echoed through the room. Boss. These guys are too strong. We'll be wiped out at this rate. Tell us what to do. Boss. Are you there? Whether we group up or retreat, just give us something. Damn it. Is it not connected? What the heck is going on here? Their boss was unable to give them any orders. After all, he had a bullet on his head and he was already dead. Horia's already sent most of its men to attack the Izan family. Its boss was left only with a handful of bodyguards in the base. And those bodyguards, like their boss, were already dead. Both Horia's and Izan family had some similarities. First of all, both of them were huge gangs with a lot of members. The boss of the respective gang held a ton of influence. Because of that, it was extremely difficult for the members of those gangs to rise up against their boss. So right now, with both sides left with no boss, their men had no other choice but to fight to the death, save for some who ran away at the very last second. Izan family and Horia's, the two Goliath gangs in the lower district of Kagomayama City. With the loss of their boss and their men, the money that they spent in that battle, both of them were effectively destroyed in a single night. Chapter 165, Negotiation with Viola. When morning came, another group arrived at the Izan family's base. They were the people from Drankum. Although the battle last night happened in the area between the slum and the wasteland, Kagomayama City could not just ignore it. So they dispatched Drankum there in the morning to check on the situation. Drankum had another reason why they had to come there. It was because one of their vehicles was destroyed around that area. When that vehicle was destroyed, its control device sent its last record back to Drankum. Before the city management got suspicious that last night's battle had something to do with them, Drankum decided to investigate the incident prior to the request from the city management. When Shikarabe arrived there, he looked around the courtyard and frowned. It must have been one hell of a battle. Now that the morning light shone the whole courtyard, the scene looked like hell. Corpses were scattered all over the places, he could see pools of blood formed in various places, and the whole area was filled with the nauseating smell of blood. Yamanobe looked around in slight amazement. Whoa, this here. I'm pretty sure the body count can easily reach a few hundred. Depending on how many bodies we can find inside the mansion, it might even go up to thousands. And I don't see any dead monsters at all, it's entirely a fight between humans. Geez, honestly though, we have more than enough monsters to kill in the wasteland, there's no need for them to kill each other, right? Velga checked the wreckages of powered suits in the courtyard and hummed, they were even using this kind of thing to fight each other, huh? These guys were pretty invested in this, weren't they? 100 or even 200 million orum won't be enough to pay for this stuff, you know. Including the fuel and ammo that they consumed last night, it might easily go beyond 1 billion orum, no? After the three of them exchanged opinions about how horrendous the scene in the courtyard was, they immediately moved on to finish why they came there. They searched for Drankum's vehicle among all the wreckage in the courtyard. Once they found it, it was already sliced in half. They then ripped the inside of the vehicle and extracted its black box. It should contain all the information until the vehicle was destroyed. Shikarabe checked the damage on that device. Well, it seems that it's still intact. But even if it wasn't, it's not our fault. Velga looked at the sliced vehicle and said. Was it sliced with a huge blade or something? I guess one of those powered suits must have had that, huh? So where's the guy who was inside it? Shikarabi, did you find anything? Nothing. I can't say anything about the user unless we check the record inside this device first. I don't even know who might have been inside. I heard that whoever took this out, used it without asking for permission after all. Well, since it's basically turned into a pile of metal, the insurance won't be able to fully cover it. I don't know how much the gang would have to pay for it, but the guy who used it would not be able to get out of it unscathed, that is if that guy is still alive. Now that they had completed their mission and recovered their priority target, they made a call to Drankum. Drankum told them to get back to the base as soon as possible to check the record inside that device. So Shikarabi went and conveyed that to Velga and Yamanobe. That was when Yamanobe noticed Yamaina and the other girls. Yamaina, Eri, and 10 other Drankum members entered the mansion. Yamanobe raised his eyebrows and said, "Those are from Katsuya's team, right? I don't see Katsuya with them though." Velga also noticed them, but he noticed something else too. Isn't that Nergo? What is he doing there with that group? Shikarabi frowned and obviously sounded rather annoyed as he said, "Don't know, and don't care. Just leave them be, we have nothing to do with them." Seeing how Shikarabi's mood turned worse the moment Katsuya's name came up, Yamanobe and Velga smiled wryly. There was no need to keep souring Shikarabi's mood by talking about that subject. So they decided to just move on and leave that place. Yamaina and her friends heard from Mizuha that there was a good chance Katsuya went to that place alone. That was why they came there to look for him. The scene inside the mansion was more or less as horrendous as the courtyard. Although Yamaina and her friends were already used to killing monsters, they never witnessed the leftover of a battle between humans that was this bad. More than half of them had a pale face and were filled with terror as they continued searching the inside of the mansion. The only one who was completely fine was Nergo. Since the group was mostly made of girls, Nergo was sticking out since he was a battle cyborg. Nergo had rifles in all of his 4 arms. He was leading the team in front of Yamaina while checking the safety of the surrounding area. Yamaina then apologetically said to him, "I'm sorry for making you do this. Although it was a request from Mizuha-san, I feel bad for making you help us in doing something this dangerous." But Nergo replied in a bright tone, "Nah, don't worry about it. Katsuya-kun did save me back then, so I still owe him some. I'm more than happy to help." Nergo looked at how the other guys were doing while he said so. Some of them seemed thankful, some others had no particular reaction, while some were simply people who did not express much of their feelings through their faces. Nergo closely observed every single one of them. "By the way, although it might be weird to hear this from me, but if you want, I can search this place alone, you know? I know that you girls are hunters, but I'm sure this scene is too much for you girls since you're still young. If I find something, I'll contact you, so you girls can just wait outside the mansion." Yamaina thought that Nergo was simply being considerate to them. If Katsuya was really inside the mansion, judging from how bad the scene inside the mansion was, it would not be strange to find him dead. And if that was true, more than likely his body would be in a pretty bad shape. It would be too much to let herself and her friends see that. Yamaina thought that was why Nergo said so. Although Yamaina understood that possibility very well, she still replied firmly, "No, that would be asking too much from you. So we'll come too, we'll be fine, that I see, you're pretty brave." Nergo did not say anything more after that as he returned back to his search. "It would be fine if we find him alive. But to be honest, if he's already dead, I want to secure his body though. Well, I have my own reputation to hold in Drankum, so it's better if I act for the sake of our long-term goal." Nergo made that decision in the back of his metallic head. They went deeper into the mansion. There they got a signal from Katsuya's information terminal. But when they tried to make contact, there was no reply. So they prepared themselves for the worst-case scenario as they used the data from that signal to look for Katsuya. When they arrived at the source of that signal, they saw a room filled with dead bodies. Katsuya was on the floor, looking down, in the middle of that room. They immediately swarmed Katsuya and asked him if he was alright. But Katsuya did not reply back, he kept his head down with a dark expression. Eri, Nergo, and Yamaina took a step back and scanned the room. Yamaina looked around and frowned. The room was filled with dead bodies, the floor was basically covered in blood. Eri was even slightly surprised when she counted the number of dead bodies in the room. That's a lot of dead bodies, is it all Katsuya's? Maybe, but not all of them. Moreover, among the dead bodies, Yamaina looked at a particular dead body and made a saddened face. It was the body of a girl that was lying not too far from Katsuya, it was Alna. After seeing that, Yamaina understood what was going on. Katsuya came to rescue Alna and failed. It must be the reason why he was so depressed. Yamaina cut through all the girls that surrounded Katsuya, she then crouched in front of him and said to him. Katsuya, let's go back. Katsuya still looked down without replying back. We need to bring Alna back. Katsuya raised his face. But he still did not reply. Yamaina understood that it was all he could do at the moment, so she grabbed Katsuya's shoulder and got him on his feet. Katsuya did not resist. Yamaina sent a glance at Eri. Eri nodded as she pointed at Alna's body and said to the rest of the girls. We'll take her too, help me. Alna's body was soaked with blood. Her face was wiped clean of blood, but her body was soaked with her blood as well as the other people's blood who were killed near her. The girls frowned seeing that body. Eri's gaze turned sharp, the girls there winced back. That was when Nergo suddenly said. It's fine, I'll do it. Nergo pulled out a body bag from his backpack and gently put Alna's body inside it. Eri, who thought that Nergo was going to carry Alna's bloodied body, thanked him. Thank you. Don't worry about it. Like I said before, I'm fine with it. Carrying dead bodies around was not a strange thing for hunters. Because of that, Eri did not find it weird that Nergo was carrying a body bag with him. Looking at Alna's dead body that was carried carefully, Katsuya mumbled while still crying lightly, that I wasn't able to protect her. Yamaina, who heard that, smiled both sadly and gently at him, that I'm glad that at least you're alright. Katsuya then left the room with Yumina's help. While Eri was carefully carrying Alna's body in her arms. The other girls followed behind her. Nergo was the last one left inside the room, he scanned the room once more and thought. All of these dead bodies are probably because of that boy, it's pretty impressive to do this all by himself. I thought that his reputation is actually because of that thing, but I guess I need to revise it, huh? Well, it doesn't really matter, even if that's true, it doesn't change my plan much. I need to confirm it with the others too, so I'll shelve this for the latter for now. Nergo left the room soon after. Katsuya and his group left the mansion after that. They then boarded the armored APC parked outside the mansion and went back to Drankum's base. Katsuya was sitting on the long bench inside the APC in between Yamaina and Eri. He still looked very depressed, but after leaving the battlefield, he regained some of his composure. But that gave him a leeway to think about something else, and his head used that leeway to remember a certain sentence. Even when he tried to shake that sentence off his head, it still would not leave him alone. As a matter of fact, his efforts only made it ring louder in his brain. Katsuya inadvertently mumbled in resistance against that voice that was ringing inside his head. Damn it. Unfortunately, you won't be able to keep that promise. That one sentence from Akira kept on playing on replay inside Katsuya's mind. Akira was sleeping like a dead log on the bed in his house. After he returned back from Izant family's base, he just put down his heavy weapons randomly on the floor, kept his augmented suit and his coat back in their original cupboard, dragged himself against the tiredness and the sleepiness assaulting him to finish his bath, took a heavy dose of medicine, and finally crawled to his bed. There was no doubt about it that he was exhausted after what had happened last night, so Alpha did not even bother to tell him to finish doing maintenance of his rifles before going to sleep. Akira woke up in a dark room. It seemed that the sun had already set, he must have slept the whole day. But even inside that dark room, he could still see Alpha clearly. Morning, Akira, or more like, it's already evening though. Akira's brain had not fully woken up yet as he was thinking of taking another snooze. I don't mind if you want to sleep again, but you had a call from Ario and Carol while you were sleeping, you know. They also left a text message, so you can check it out if you want. It was rare for Ario to call him. As Akira thought so, the curiosity helped him wake up. He pushed himself up, reached for his information terminal, and checked the message. Akira frowned when he read the message. Ario was asking about Cheryl's whereabouts in that message. And checking from the timestamp, that message was sent after Akira sent Carol to escort Cheryl, that she's not back in her base, huh? After that, he checked the message from Carol. It said that Carol still had Cheryl with her and for him to call her as soon as he could. So then Akira tried to make a call to Carol, who immediately picked that up. Oh, you finally called me. Weren't you taking too long there? Sorry, a lot of things happened after that. So then, is Cheryl still with you? Yep, she's here with me. You didn't escort her back to her base? I did consider that, but my request was to take Cheryl to a safe place, right? It's true that my request might as well be done once I escorted Cheryl out of that place, but I thought that if I took her back to her base while the slum was still engulfed in that battle, she might get injured or even killed if there were any following battles after that, and that would definitely cause trouble later. Personally speaking, I want to finish my request by handing her back to you, you see. That's why I still have Cheryl with me. Ah, I see, you have a point there. So then, if it's possible, can you come here as soon as you can? Are you okay right now? Well, I don't mind keeping her with me if you want, but keep in mind it'll cost you more the longer you leave her with me, okay? Akira smiled bitterly after hearing Carol's happy voice. Alright, I'm coming now, where should I come? I'll send you my location later, I'll be waiting for you. Carol left Akira with that rather inviting line before closing the call. Akira lightly sighed and drooped his head. As his brain started to wake up, he remembered all kinds of stuff inside his head, that I wonder how much should I pay Carol this time. How much are you planning to pay her? I don't know the market price, but I'm planning to limit it to 50 million orum. Although he would have to negotiate with Carol about the reward, he had decided not to pay her more than 50 million orum. So in short, Akira would only pay that much money even if it made Carol think that she deserved more money for the work she did. I never thought that someone who likes to butt into others' business without being asked to would say something like that. But well, I guess that was the suitable word for someone who would do something just to regret it later though. Aren't you glad to have decided the upper limit of the reward beforehand? Can't agree more to that. Alpha smiled mischievously at Akira, who replied with a bitter smile. Akira thought that he would be meeting Carol near his house, or somewhere in a cheap inn, or maybe a tavern. So he was surprised when he checked the coordinates of the location sent to him by Carol. It was located far away from the location where he picked her up before going to Mihazono Ruin last time. Although he did find it weird, started his preparation to head there. He took his augmented suit and protective coat out of the cupboard and put them on. That was when he noticed that the holes on his protective coat were all already fixed. Oh, they're all fixed. That's pretty amazing. The cupboard is equipped with an automatic repair system. I also put in a little bit of medication there too. It should have done the maintenance for your augmented suit and coat. You can even do that too, huh? That's really convenient. But because of that, you'll need to replace the repair cartridge that you got when you bought that augmented suit. Make sure to buy a new one later. I see, how much it costs by the way? About 10 million orum. Akira froze. Don't forget that there are still medicine, ammo, energy pack, and other consumables that you need to buy too. My money. Akira remembered that Carol also changed her augmented suit depending on what she was doing. Up until now, Akira always thought that it was better and safer to keep using the better augmented suit all the time, although it meant that he had to regularly pay more for the upkeep. But now he was not so sure if that was the best thing to do. Akira finished his preparation. He brought along his AAH and A2D assault rifle as well as his CWH anti-material rifle, and of course, he also carried some spare magazines too. He then headed to the Kagamaima City Lower District. He did think that he might not need his CWH anti-material rifle, but he decided to bring it along anyway just to be safe while leaving his DVTS minigun and a 4WM automatic grenade launcher behind as not to increase the chance of anything bad happening. I've completed rewriting the control software, so you have my full support this time. Well, in the worst-case scenario, let's just run away, of course. Although Akira did not ask her, Alpha did say what to do in the worst-case scenario. So he just smiled bitterly at her, said so, and went to Kagamaima City Lower District. Carol, Cheryl and Viola gathered inside Viola's office that was located in an office complex building in the lower district. Viola had other offices too. She had one in the slum, one near the inner wall, one was open and easily recognizable in public, one was located in a rather secretive place. She kept changing one office to another depending on her situation. Carol met up with Viola while bringing along Cheryl with her, and then Viola suggested they go to one of her offices. After Carol finished her call with Akira, she then conveyed that to Cheryl and Viola. Cheryl was relieved to know that Akira was alright, her worried face that she had up until now was completely gone. Unlike Cheryl, who was sitting on the guest chair, Viola was sitting not too far away from Cheryl on her own office desk. Even after she heard that Akira was coming, she still had her usual smile. Carol came next to Viola and asked her a question. "Viola, are you sure you want to be here too?" "Yep." Viola replied with a smile without asking Carol what she meant by that question. "I see." Carol deliberately did not tell Akira that Viola was also there. Viola also noticed it as well as the meaning behind it. But even so, she still decided to stay there. Carol thought that if Viola decided so, then it was not her place to say anything to Viola. Akira eventually arrived. He lightly scanned the area and felt that it seemed to be safe before entering the building. When Akira entered the office, Carol and Cheryl immediately welcomed him. Carol had her business smile when she welcomed Akira, while Cheryl smiled happily for being able to reunite with him. But even before he was able to reply to both of them, he noticed Viola. His expression immediately turned slightly stern as he asked. "Carol, sorry, but can we talk about the reward a bit later?" "Sure, but, is there any problem?" "It's nothing big, just a small thing that I need to attend to first." Cheryl thought it was weird since Akira immediately left her behind and went inside the office room. But when she noticed that he went straight to Viola, she smiled bitterly, although she also felt slightly happy at the same time. Cheryl had gone through a lot of trouble after Rogalt detained her. It was nothing strange if Akira wanted to complain to Viola since she was the source of all of that trouble. Of course, she herself had also complained to Viola, but Viola just gave her a light smile and a cheap apology. If Akira was the one to do that, Viola should not be able to give the same reaction. As Cheryl thought so, she had a mischievous smile on her face which was rather rare for her. Cheryl was not mistaken there. But Akira actually was planning to do more than just sending some complaints to Viola. In contrast to that, Carol understood well what he was about to do. The difference between her and Cheryl's understanding was shown in their faces. Carol was not smiling there. Akira stood in front of Viola, who was still smiling like usual. Viola-san. Right? Yep, you can just drop the honorific. I see, thanks for the info about Cheryl and that pickpocket. I'll at least give you my thanks for that. You're welcome. I'm glad that my information was useful to you. Viola was smiling like usual, while Akira had a stern and serious face. Both of them were looking at each other without saying anything for a few seconds. So then, I have a question for you. About this incident, I have no idea how far this thing has been going on, and this is just my guess, but I feel like you've been manipulating me. That would be a misunderstanding. I don't know where you got such a misunderstanding from. If you tell me, I would be able to give you an explanation. Is that the thing that you wanted to ask me? Not really. Even if I ask you, I feel like you'll just come up with an answer that makes sense just to convince me. And of course, I don't have the ability to see through it even if you lie to me. I feel like you would just trick me and leave it as it is. That's why I won't ask you. But instead, answer me this. Sure, what is it? Akira raised his arm, his rifle now aimed at Viola. If you're in my position, do you think it's better if I kill the person in front of me now? Cheryl was dumbstruck by what just happened. While Carol's expression did not change at all. Even after pointing his rifle at her, Viola did not show any change in her expression. She was still smiling like usual as she calmly answered Akira's question. Nope, I don't think so. Why? There are many reasons that I can come up with. Let's see, Akira, do you know what is post-mortem program? Yeah. It's simple then. If you kill me, you'll get a bounty put on your head and it'll be as high as all of my current assets. Although I look like this, I'm pretty rich, you see. So don't think it'll be something as small as 1 or 2 billion orum, okay? If I have to add more, judging from the mediator company that will put that bounty under my request, not only common hunters, even big organizations would be hunting you, you know? Anything else? Akira replied almost instantly. Viola was taken aback seeing how he replied without showing any hesitation, but she immediately returned back to her usual smile and said, Oh, that wasn't enough for you? Let's see then, how about the person next to your lover is my best friend? I see. Gunshot echoed, a hole drilled through Viola's chest all the way to her back. Viola looked aghast as she slid down her seat and fell to the floor. A pool of blood started to form around her. Akira lowered his rifle and looked back at Carol. So, I should fight you now, right? Akira's expression was completely casual. There was no hostility in his eyes at all. But there was also no sign of him trying to avoid the upcoming fight. Cheryl was shocked by that sudden turn of events, but Carol, who was next to her, just smiled and said calmly. Well, Viola indeed paid me to work as her bodyguard, so it's not like I can just let this slide without doing anything. I see. Akira only said so as he turned his whole body toward Carol. But before he shifted his state of mind to battle state, Carol suddenly said. But I'm not paid enough to fight you. So to be honest, I want to avoid it if it's possible. But since I already got paid, I can't just leave without doing anything either. So, if you're okay with it, I want to do something to earn that pay but without fighting you. Akira thought for a bit. He recognized that Carol was a strong fighter. He had no idea what she was going to do, but if it meant that he did not have to fight her, then that would be for the better. Very well. Thank you. Carol smiled and said so. She then went to Viola, opened the drawer close to her, and seemed to be searching for something. It should be around here. Ah, there it is. Carol took out a half-spherical mechanical device from inside the drawer, brought it to Viola, and crouched down. She then took off Viola's cloth to expose the bullet wound and placed that device on top of that wound both from the front and back. When Carol turned the device on, the hole in Viola's chest started to slowly close up. Akira walked next to Carol and looked at it with interest. What are you doing? An emergency treatment. This is an automatic treatment kit. It's usually used on a hunter who's wounded so badly to the point that there's no other way but to replace the wounded area with a prosthetic. Originally, it's used to keep that hunter alive until they finish installing the prosthetic. This thing is pretty expensive, you know. Carol placed a similar thing on Viola's neck. A thin tube came out from the flat part of the device and it went straight piercing into her neck. After about 10 seconds, Viola opened her eyes and coughed out blood. Akira was stunned to see someone that he thought he had killed return back to life. That's pretty amazing. It can save your life even after getting injured that badly, huh? Alpha smiled and explained to Akira. It depends on the treatment and your first reaction to it. You witnessed something similar back in Kuzusuhara Ruin, remember? There was someone who treated a person who had lost half of their body as a badly injured patient. From his point of view, a hole from a bullet might even be a slight injury. Ah, you're right. I remember that guy also told me not to treat an injury on a hunter and on common people as the same thing though. People died when their time came. But their survival chance changed greatly depending on how quickly their injury got treated. Akira had a rather conflicted feeling when he thought about that subject. When Viola finally stopped coughing, she looked around and understood what just happened. Carol, could you have done something more about this? Viola looked at Carol as if she was blaming Carol, expecting her to have eliminated the hostility there by now. But Carol did not seem to be bothered by that at all, she just casually replied. I at least have erased the result of you screwing up your negotiation. I did my job, so you're on your own for the rest. Akira pointed his rifle at Viola again. This time, he was properly aiming for her head. I'll get to the point, anything else? Viola smiled wryly. She was a bit scared, her face started to go pale. She went silent for a few seconds as she was thinking about what to say. She then smiled, which could be interpreted as both bluff and no worry, that I don't know the reason why you spent so much money on Cheryl's gang, but I bet you didn't really calculate the return that you can get from that investment, right? I can help you with that part. I can give advice to the leader of the gang or lend them my connection or money. If Cheryl's gang can earn quite a lot of money, I'm sure that you'll get some benefit out from that too. So, what do you think? Akira stared back at Viola without saying anything. One more question then, were you trying to kill me in that incident? That includes asking someone to kill me, or provoking someone to kill me. No, I didn't do such a thing. Alpha. She doesn't seem to be lying, but it may not be the complete truth. After listening to Alpha's guess and Viola's answer, Akira thought about it one more time. He then said to Viola while still having his rifle pointed at her, Very well. Work hard to make me not regret this decision. The moment I think that I should have killed you, I'll hunt for your head. The same thing would happen if you try to mess with me too. You get that? Viola sighed. All right. I don't want to die after all. I'll give my best to be useful. Alpha. Yep. She doesn't seem to be lying there too. Akira finally lowered his rifle, seeing which Carol lightly smiled and said. You're done, right? I guess I can finally talk about the reward with Akira now. Akira, now that I have handed Cheryl to you, this will end your request to me. Are you okay with that? Sure. Well now, I'll need to carry Viola to hospital. Akira, see you again next time. Carol lightly smiled and said so. She then pulled Viola up and dragged her out of the office. Akira looked a bit troubled. Carol, don't we still need to discuss your reward? Ah, that won't be necessary. Or more like, I'll get Viola to pay for that. So you don't have to worry about it. Voila looked obviously displeased. To be honest, that has nothing to do with me though. It's your fault in the first place, isn't it? Not to mention, you said you'll be helping Cheryl's gang from now on. So just think of it as an apology for messing with them. Good grief. Very well then, I'll do it. Akira looked a bit troubled by how Carol was taking it so lightly. Are you sure you're fine with it? Yeah. If you're bothered by not paying me, you can invite me for a meal later with the money you were planning to pay me. Or you can invite me to search for relics while paying for my expense, or even paying for my side job too if you want. Either way, I would be happy to accept it. I'll be waiting for your call. Carol smiled provocatively and said so before she left the office. Akira still had a stupefied look on his face as he saw Carol and Viola off. One of them just got shot and then meekly accepted a demand from him, while the other one was someone that he almost fought against after he shot her close friend. He was speechless at how both of them were taking it very lightly. That was also the case for Cheryl. She could not hide her surprise with how fast the situation changed there. After both of them were left alone in that place, Akira and Cheryl looked at each other. The mood was a bit awkward. Well, let's just head back for now, huh? I'll take you back to the base. Yes, thank you very much. Akira and Cheryl left that office while still feeling slightly awkward. Akira thought that Carol, who was on Viola's side, would do something after taking Cheryl hostage. Although his guess was incorrect, he did expect that Carol would do something that he did not expect there. Chapter 166, Those Who Work Under the Shadows. The battle between two large gangs, Izant family and Horia's, had, of course, affected the slum city. Sounds of gunshots filled the slums. Ario and the other children in the gang made use of the portable walls they got from Katsuragi to barricade themselves inside their base and were able to get through the night. But even so, it still caused a huge ruckus within the gang that Ario and Alicia were barely able to calm everyone down since they were officers in the gang, but everyone in the gang were still anxious even right now. They were unable to contact neither Akira nor Cheryl, and that fact really caused chaos inside the gang. They went through the night reminded of just how large both Akira and Cheryl's presence was inside the gang. It was then that Akira and Cheryl suddenly appeared. Akira was weirded out at how big the welcoming cheer was, as the children gathered around him. Cheryl tried her best to calm everyone down to no avail. Akira was planning to head straight back home after getting Cheryl back to her base. But Cheryl thought that it would cause even more chaos inside the gang if Akira left, so she asked him to stay for the night. She then told the supervisors to give her their reports of what had happened while she was gone. The other children had a lot of questions they wanted to ask Cheryl, but after she reprimanded them, and looking at how Akira was slightly annoyed by the ruckus, they regained some of their composure and eventually returned to their respective jobs. Cheryl, couldn't you at least contact these guys? Carol-san told me not to. She said that since the request from you was to get me to safety, it was just to be safe in case someone else other than you used that call to locate me. Of course, I tried to call you too, but I wasn't able to. Sorry about that, I was a bit preoccupied during that time. Akira felt bad saying that he was so tired that he slept for the whole day, so he came up with another excuse. But that was no lie, he was indeed rather busy after leaving Cheryl to Carol. Please don't be, I'm really happy that you came to rescue me. And also, about Viola, thank you for making her help run the gang. Cheryl tried her best not to show her insecurity or displeasure on her face. At the moment, Cheryl's gang had not given any benefit to Akira. It did not even have the prospect of giving any profit to him. Cheryl herself understood that very well. That was why, if Akira told her that Viola would lead the gang in order to turn the gang profitable for him, then she could not refuse. Cheryl could no longer live without Akira. So in order not to get abandoned by him, she planned to do everything she could to make the gang useful to him. She felt really insecure about the matter regarding Viola. Akira then spoke to Cheryl with a rather serious face. By the way, I'm sorry for asking you this after deciding it without even consulting with you, but, Cheryl, can you keep an eye on that Viola? Keep an eye on her? Yeah, tell me if she tries anything funny. I'm sure it'll be easier to watch over her if she's close. And also, if you don't find her useful at all, you can go ahead and kill her. After all, that is the condition she accepted for sparing her life. If you find it hard to kill her, just tell me the reason why you need me to kill her and I'll do it. Oh, okay. I'll be relying on you for that one. Akira was a bit weirded out at how Cheryl replied with such vigor. But he did not think too much about it after that. Cheryl was so elated that Akira actually had no plans to replace her position in the gang, and she resolved herself not to disappoint him as she replied firmly to his request. Alpha had another question that was different from Cheryl about Viola. Akira, are you sure that you're okay with that matter in regards to Viola? Do you think I should have killed her instead? Akira thought that Alpha was against it, so he was surprised when he heard that question. If Viola was telling the truth there, he would have a few billion orum bounty on his head. Although she might be exaggerating, it did not change the fact that a bounty would still be placed on his head. But if Viola was lying, Akira thought that Alpha should have caught that from Viola's expression and told him about it. That was not what I meant, I just find it strange that you were rather lenient there. Compared to the matter with that pickpocket, you even raided into a big gang's base just to kill her, right? Well, I did shoot her once with the intention to kill her. So, if that was not enough to keep her in check, I'll think about something else when it comes to that. Akira believed that the reason why he spared Viola's life was because he already felt better after he shot her once with the intention of killing her. Moreover, although he was manipulated by her, she did not do anything to directly kill him. But in truth, there was another reason why Akira spared her that he himself did not notice. That reason was because Akira wanted to know if he could protect himself without increasing the body counts. He had always believed that if he spared his enemy, that person would definitely come for revenge later. Also, he was convinced that he was simply not strong enough to have the leeway to spare his opponents. Akira wanted to find a way other than killing his opponent. Although it might be cheeky of him to have that desire, he could at least try. Of course, it was a completely different matter whether his desire would come to fruition or not even if he tried. Viola was lying on the hospital bed. Her wound was already treated, her life was no longer in danger. She should be fully recovered after a few days of resting on the hospital bed. She was having a chat with Carol, who was sitting on a chair not too far from her. But Carol suddenly threw a question at her with a rather solemn expression. "So then, Viola, what are you scheming this time?" Viola frowned, she looked a bit offended. That was out of the blue. You intentionally let Akira shoot you back then, didn't you? Although Carol said that so casually, her tone was telling Viola that she was sure about it. I know you're not that stupid, you knew well what would happen if you met him. You were the one who told me to go to your office with Cheryl, remember? Although you have many offices, that one has a hospital nearby and I know that you have an emergency kit and where to find it in that office. You intentionally said all of that in the first half of your negotiation with Akira, didn't you? Had Akira aimed at your head back then, you would not have provoked him like that. You knew what I would do, that was why you let Akira shoot you. And by doing that, it would remove most of his grudge against you, right? Then with his grudge mostly gone, you can make an excuse to get involved in Cheryl's gang saying that it would bring benefit for both Cheryl and Akira. Carol smiled rather ominously. In the first place, putting Akira and Cheryl aside, if you were planning to trick me too, you could have done something better than that, right? Or is it that you have dulled? Viola faked a surprise and smiled. You're thinking too much. If you hadn't saved me back then, I would have been dead by now. I do think that you're my friend, but let me tell you this, I don't believe what you said there at all since I know you very well. Carol could easily tell that Viola was scheming something, but she could not tell what it was. Viola might actually be tricking her into thinking that she was scheming something. And if she tried to pursue her suspicion, she might find herself being manipulated by Viola without realizing it. After all, up until now, Carol had seen so many people fall for that trick up close. Carol smiled smugly. Well, in the end, my potential customer did shoot you after you tried to mess with him, so I guess I'll let that slide. Though I bet I would get shot because of that too. I have no plans to do that though, but if you're okay with that, then I won't pursue this subject any further. Viola and Carol smiled at each other. Someone suddenly knocked at the door. A few men came in without even waiting for a reply. Then the representative from that group showed his ID card and said, Viola Alhans, I presume. I'm Indu from Kagamayama City's Long-Term Strategy Department, Public Order Section. We have some questions regarding the huge battle yesterday. Indu's men stood in front of the door as if to close Viola's escape route. Seeing that, Viola sighed. Carol then said to Indu. I have nothing to do with this though, so, can I leave? Of course. In the first place, I would have asked you to leave since you're not involved in this matter. Although it's a simple investigation, the subject that we are going to discuss is not for the public's ears. I see, later then, Viola. Oh my, that's so cold of you. You didn't know. Viola said that as a joke, so Carol replied with a joke too. Carol left the room while lightly waved at Viola. Half of the men guarding the door also left the room together with Carol and guarded the door from outside. Indul looked sharply at Viola and stood in front of her. Viola still had her usual calmness. So then, I just need to answer your questions, right? That won't be necessary, it was just an excuse to come here. Of course, I'll forge a document for that too, but don't worry, I'll handle everything. Then, why are you here? I'm here to listen to your report. There's no need to come all the way here by yourself, you know. I can just send you the report later, right? It's an order from the guys in the upper echelon. Well, it's no surprise since the battle was bigger than we expected and we heard that you got hospitalized soon after. Not to mention, we have also received a report saying that Drankum also went to check the place where that battle happened. So, we want to confirm the current situation as soon as possible. After he said all of that, Indul looked slightly exasperated as he said. But well, what can I say? To think that you can cause such a big battle just from a small rumor about a certain hunter who got his wallet stolen by a pickpocket, you're pretty good. Viola smiled smugly. That was nothing more than a trigger. A rather volatile boy, just like a landmine. So I would rather have you appreciate all the preparations that I've done to make sure that the fire would burn strongly. Kagomayama City usually did not bother much about the power distribution around the slum city which was next to its lower district. Even if a large battle occurred there and numerous people got killed, the city management normally did not intervene at all. But they could not ignore it if it had reached a certain scale. And that Izant family and Horias had grown too big and too strong for the city management to ignore. Both gangs had survived numerous conflicts, grew bigger, and attained enough money and military power to maintain the gang. To the point that their influence had even reached the commercial district in the lower district and had enough money to buy, arm, and even use powered suits. But it was all good up until that point. After all, rising high as an organization was a commendable thing even from the point of view of the corporate government that ruled the Eastern District. The problem was that their existence was disturbing the public order in the city. Their activities were against the law and they were doing illegal businesses. And with the rather barbaric people of the outer wall with powered suits living close to the inner wall, it was no surprise that it bothered the people from the inner wall. It would have been well and good if it increased the worth of living inside the inner wall, but unfortunately, they only lowered it. In the worst-case scenario, some people from the inner wall might even decide to move out because of them. There were cases where such a strong organization worked together with the nationalists. The nationalists would then send that organization powerful augmented suits as well as sneak some of their agents in, and eventually enlist their help during a huge battle. Even if it did not go that far, buying powered suits from the nationalists was enough to help the nationalists to collect money. So their existence only caused worry for the people in the inner wall. Once it reached that point, the city management could not afford to just ignore them. Power-wise, the city management could easily crush that kind of organization using the city's defense squad. After all, that squad was prepared to even withstand a fight against ginormous monsters. An organization that just rose to power from the lower district was no match for that squad. But the problem was the expense. Of course, dispatching the defense squad was no cheap thing. So if that kind of organization had become big enough trouble for the city management to dispatch such a costly defense squad, they would look for the one who was responsible for not curbing it. Because of that, the city management was looking for a cheaper alternative, and that would be letting the gangs that were disturbing the public order in the city destroy each other. Of course, it would not come for free, but it was indeed cheaper than dispatching the defense squad. So, Viola received that job from the city management. Basically, it was outsourced to her. Viola had manipulated various organizations and people to their own doom. Some of them were out of requests from the city management. Such a track record earned her quite a reputation from the city management's point of view. Which in some cases, she was even feared for her skill. Even the ruckus that happened recently between Izant family and Horias was actually connected to the city management, but there were only a handful of people in the city management who knew that. So the people who sent that investigation request to Drankum were the city management people who were unaware. Of course, Induo was one of those who knew. But even he was listening to Viola's report while feeling fear in his heart. After all, Viola had done some preposterous things to complete that request. That aside, this might have nothing to do with this matter, but we lost 3 of our agents. Do you know anything about them? Is this a request to investigate from the city management? No, just a casual talk. I see. Unlike in the inner wall, the lower district is a dangerous place. They might have done something stupid and got themselves involved in a fight or something. Like what? Let's see. Maybe like boasting their connection with the city management and trying to get their hands on a woman who is not interested in them. That kind of connection might be enough to help them seduce someone, but it is nowhere near enough as a threat, you know? And it seems that many people don't understand that well enough, so there's a good chance they got involved in a fight because of some stupid reason. I can really understand why the city management spends money to make sure that hunters behave well. It's an important thing after all, right? Viola smiled as if she was hiding something. Seeing which Induo was barely able to keep his calm. Cheryl was sitting in her personal room with a serious face. The reason was the information from Viola whom she was talking with through her information terminal. Is this information true? It's not like I'm going to tell you to trust me, but well, I do feel guilty for what I did to you, you know? I even let you hear about this before I tell Akira as a token of apology from me. They were talking through a call, so they could not see each other's faces. But Cheryl was so sure that Viola was smiling right now, she could imagine Viola smiling with her usual gentle smile while scheming something behind it. Is this a threat to me? Of course not, like I said, it's an apology from me. Ah, by the way, if I have to add anything, Akira had already finished off Alna. That's why, I'm sure that he won't be that bothered even if you tell him that you know about it. Of course, that is if he doesn't notice it on his own and misunderstands thinking that you're intentionally trying to hide it from him. Cheryl shivered when she remembered back then when Akira was in a very bad mood. That day, Akira, who was in a horrible mood, said in front of Cheryl that he would kill that Alna. And now, if she did not handle this situation well, in the worst-case scenario, Akira might direct that killing intent to Cheryl's gang. Cheryl was trying her best to maintain her calm. Suddenly Viola said with her usual calm voice. We're just going to take the initiative here. I just thought that it would not sour Akira's mood that much if you let him hear it from you. Of course, I won't be forcing you to do it though. But, if you won't do anything, I plan to tell Akira myself. After all, I need to give Akira some useful information as an apology to him too. You know that well too, right? So that's it, later then. W8. What is it? That I'll do it. Thank you very much for sharing this information. You're welcome. Viola replied with a happy voice before closing the call. After that call ended, Cheryl was barely able to hold back herself from screaming out of anger. Cheryl then called Nasha to one of the rooms in the base. When Nasha came in, Cheryl, Alicia, and Ario were already waiting for her inside the room. Cheryl and the other two had a grave expression on their faces. The mood was rather heavy. Nasha could feel the heaviness of the mood as she slowly and sacredly came forward. Boss, I heard you have something you want to talk about with me. Cheryl looked at Nasha. She then said with an extremely stern face and firm voice. I'll get straight to the point here. Did you tell Alna about Akira? Nasha went pale. It was so obvious that there was no need for her to answer that question. Cheryl and the other two made an even sterner expression when they saw her reaction. Their slight hope that it was a mistake was completely crushed. Nasha was a nice girl, she did all her job earnestly, and she got along well with the other members in the gang. Recently, she was even given the responsibility to supervise some of the other members. Cheryl, Ario, and Alicia trusted her. That was why it came as a big shock for all three of them. So that's true, huh? Come in. With that signal from Ario, some of the other gang members came into the room. They immediately surrounded Nasha and froze. They were only told to come in and secure someone that might anger Akira. They did not know who that someone was. So no one expected that it would be Nasha. Those children looked conflicted as they looked in Cheryl's direction. They could feel the heavy air coming from her, so they started securing Nasha although they still had a pained look on their faces. Nasha did not fight back at all. Nasha just stood there with her head down, both of her arms were grabbed by the other children to make sure that she won't be able to do anything. Looking at that, Alicia worriedly said to Cheryl, Cheryl, so what do you plan to do with her? Cheryl could understand Alicia's wish to help Nasha if it was possible. But if she tried to cover for her, it might put her and her gang in danger. Nasha used the money that Alna stole from Akira to join Cheryl's gang. She then helped Alna to run away even after Akira made such a frightening expression. At that point, Cheryl could no longer protect Nasha. Moreover, Cheryl also had come to know that Akira only stayed behind after leaving her to Carol in order to kill that Alna. He wanted to kill Alna so bad that he would jump into a battlefield that was filled with tanks and powered suits. She could not tell how far his killing intent would go, whether it would include people who helped Alna get away, or if it would even include those people who were not able to prevent that, or if it would include people that he thought protected anyone involved in that matter. When Cheryl thought about that, there was no way she could protect Nasha. Cheryl did not say anything as she took out her information terminal. She paused for a bit to get herself ready before initiating a call to Akira. It's Cheryl. I have something to talk about, is this a good time? The mood inside the room tensed up. Everyone was looking in Cheryl's direction. Cheryl was apologizing while trying to explain what was going on to Akira. When she did that, Akira did not say anything back. He did not say anything that sounded as if he was surprised or angry. Not even a slight reply to let Cheryl know that he was listening. He was just silent. It was even dubious if he was properly listening or not. Cheryl could not bring herself to ask Akira if he was listening. She could not tell if Akira was trying to calm himself down, or if he was too angry to say anything back. She could only pray that it was not because Akira had abandoned the gang as she kept on talking. After she explained everything, Akira then said, I see. Alright, I'll head there now. I understand, we'll be waiting. Akira ended the call there. Cheryl sighed in relief. Alicia then worriedly asked Cheryl a question, how was it? Akira is coming. Cheryl only said that. Alicia wanted to ask if there was a chance to save Nasha, but after seeing Cheryl's reaction, she decided not to. Not too long after that, Akira came into the room. All the other children that surrounded Nasha stepped back all the way to the wall so as not to get involved in Akira's fury. Nasha had completely given up hope. She was scared, but not to the point that she was shaken up. She had resolved herself knowing that something like this might happen the moment she joined Cheryl's gang. I'm sorry, Alna. It seems that this is the end for me. I hope that you at least can live well. Nasha smiled lonely at the thought of Alna. Akira stood in front of Nasha. So this one is Nasha, right? Let her go. The guys who were holding both of Nasha's arms released her and stepped away just like the other children. Come. Akira only said that and headed to the door. Nasha did not follow him, she only stood there with a bewildered face. She thought that he would kill her there. So Akira turned around and said, I don't mind dragging you out though if you prefer that. Nasha still had a bewildered look, but she started following behind him. Akira then left the room with her. Cheryl and the other children could only see them leave without doing or saying anything. They were only standing there, looking slightly confused since Akira left without blaming anyone at all. Inside the Drankum base, Mizuha was yelling in anger. The reason was the person that she was on a call with. Viola, it's pretty bold of you to call me after what you did. Mizuha's anger was obvious from her voice, but in contrast to that, Viola replied back calmly and casually. Oh my, you didn't find my service satisfying? I did finish your request almost perfectly, you know. Alna is dead, not because she simply vanished, but because she was killed and there was a corpse to prove it. So, there is no doubt that she's dead for good. And since the reason for her death is because she got swallowed in the battle between Horia's and Izan family, no one would expect that it had anything to do with you. So what is it that you don't like about? Mizuha was really annoyed at how Viola was playing innocent there. She was trying to be careful not to raise her voice too high. Don't kid with me. I didn't say anything about telling Katsuya about that and sending him into that battlefield. What the heck were you thinking? What were you going to do if he got killed there? Are you planning to make an enemy out of me? Oh, about that, huh? I have nothing to do with that matter, you know. It's not a part of my job after all. Do you really think that I believe you? Well, I won't tell you to believe me. But it's the truth. Moreover, whether it's a person or an organization, anyone who antagonizes me, they all end up dead, you know. After all, it would be a hassle to deal with them if they ever come for revenge later. So do you want to get killed or the whole Drankum gang destroyed by tomorrow or something? No. Thought so. Moreover, if you didn't want Katsuya to get involved, you could have sent him for a hunter job somewhere far away for some time, no? You should have known that something would happen the moment you put that request for me. That's why I didn't warn you at all, and you would still blame that on me. Well, though I'm sure it's not that simple with Drankum involved though. Mizuha twitched. She did not have anything to counter that argument. If she said that it was Viola's fault, then in turn it would mean that it was Mizuha's own mistake for not being able to predict that. Since she did not want to admit it, she came up with another excuse. Katsuya is already assigned to another job in Kozusahara Ruin Frontline Temporary Base. And Kagamayama City thinks highly of him. That's why I can't just suddenly assign him to another job. Is that so? But that's your problem, right? So, even if you tell me so, it's not like I can do anything about it, right? After a short pause, both of them were trying to probe what the other person was thinking. After that, Viola sounded as if she had given up and decided to step back. Well, putting that aside. Since you're not happy with my work, I don't feel like taking my reward just like this too. So, it's okay if I transfer it back, right? But with one condition. One condition? What is it? Tell me how Katsuya discovered Alna's location that day. I'll give my reward back to you as a payment for that info. I might even give you some bonus too depending on how much details you can give me. Mizuha was a bit surprised by that request. What are you scheming this time? It was you who told him, right? As I said, it wasn't me. I don't know who or what organization did that, but the one that I sent there as the trigger for that battle was only Akira. Akira was the only one that I told about Alna's whereabouts. I didn't say anything to Katsuya or anyone around him that might let him know. But even so, Katsuya did go there and made a mess of my plan. Because of that, I ended up in hospital after Akira shot me. I'm still in the hospital even right now, you know? Really? I would be really happy if you come to visit me though. Viola was telling Mizuha to come and check it for herself if she was suspicious of Viola lying. And with that, most of her suspicion about Viola letting Katsuya know about Alna's location had also vanished. Viola then added. If everything went as I planned, I wouldn't be in the hospital right now. That's why I want to know the reason why someone would want to mess up my plan by telling Katsuya where Alna was. Of course, I'm planning to investigate it further myself. But it's easier for you to investigate within Drankum, right? And even if I'm planning to ask Katsuya myself, it would be easier if you're the one to do that for me, right? Viola sounded as if she had a grudge against whoever told Katsuya about Alna. Mizuha's suspicion reduced even further. So, it really wasn't you? Yeah, I didn't tell Katsuya anything. I have my reputation to be held as an information broker, you know. I won't do something as stupid as leaking the information after a contract like that. My information is always correct, that's why people keep buying information from me even after they know the bad rumors about me. You do know that well yourself, no? Mizuha took some time to think. Even if Viola might put in some of her personal opinions in her information, she would never leak any information and the information itself would always be correct. It was as if she was standing at an intersection and there was a trap if she went to the right. She was properly told so by Viola, so if she went to the right without trusting Viola, she might as well get hurt. But if she trusted Viola and went left, she might find a worse trap and get hurt even worse than if she had gone right. But if she believed someone else, went to the right and avoided the worst trap on the left, it felt like Viola then would happily take whatever treasure that she could find on the left. Viola's bad habit was how she manipulated people with correct information. Mizuha herself knew that very well. Which meant that she must be telling the truth when she said that she did not tell Katsuya anything about Alna, or at least, that was what Mizuha thought. Very well. Either way, Drankum will do our own investigation too. We'll send a copy of the report to you too, is that good enough? We have a deal then, thanks. By the way, I already returned back the reward that I received, so you can go ahead and check it. I'll transfer more if you can give me good info. That's it then, bye-bye. Viola closed the call. Mizuha checked her bank account and confirmed that she got back the money she had given to Viola. It was as if Viola knew that Mizuha would accept her condition. Mizuha felt slight displeasure after realizing that Viola had completely read her, but she immediately moved on to something else. If it was not Viola, then who told Katsuya about Alna? Mizuha could feel slight anger for whoever was it who sent Katsuya to that dangerous battlefield as she immediately planned her investigation. Chapter 167, Balancing the Scale. Nasha followed behind Akira. She was looking at Akira's back while walking through the street of the slum city. Akira did not look back at all as he kept walking forward. It might be a good chance for her to run away. But Nasha did not harbor such thoughts, she had no wish to do so. Akira knew that she was not following him when they were back in Cheryl's base even without looking back. That was why she thought that Akira must know whether or not she was following him at the moment, and it might be futile to even try to run away in such a situation. Nasha had already given up. Because of that, she did not have the will to fight back, she was only following behind Akira without saying anything. Akira hopped on his vehicle that he parked close by and said, "Get in." Nasha obediently climbed to the driver's assistant seat. Akira then drove out from the slum and into the wasteland. It had been a few minutes since Akira and Nasha left the city. Akira did not say anything, but he looked slightly annoyed as he was driving the vehicle. Looking at him, Nasha got even more confused. Some hunters would only kill people in the wasteland, so at first, Nasha thought that Akira might be bringing her out to the wasteland just to kill her. But it already had been a few minutes since they left the city. If Akira was planning to kill her and dump her body in the wasteland, they were already far enough from the city. Eventually, she could not hold back her curiosity. "Where are we going?" "Well, to Narahagaka City." "Narahagaka City? You've never heard of it?" "It's a city to the west of Kagomayama City. Although it's not as big as Kagomayama City, it still has a wall protecting it. Well, you can think of it as a smaller version of Kagomayama City. Or so I heard. Though I asked you if you've ever heard of it, to be honest, I only came to know about it recently too. So I don't know much about that city either, how about you? I've heard that name before, but nothing more." "I see." Their conversation ended with that. Nasha got even more confused and stopped the conversation there. Silence returned back between them. With time, Nasha's confusion pushed her to ask another question. What are you planning to do with me once we arrive there?" "Nothing." That's not right, I'm planning to take you there and leave you in that city." "Leave me?" "I'll head back straight home after I drop you in that city. You might hate me for leaving you in a place that you know nothing about, but that's just how it is, sorry about that. If I leave you somewhere nearby, I feel like it'll only cause trouble later on after all. Or more like, that kind of thing has already happened once before." Akira casually pointed at the rucksack that he put in the back of his vehicle. "And it's not like I'm going to leave you in an unknown place so that you'll starve to death. I'll at least give you some money, a gun, and some clothes. You can take that rucksack with you. But that's all I'll do for you. Then you can do anything you want. So, sorry, but you'll have to do everything by yourself after that. Nasha opened the rucksack and looked at its contents. It was true that there were some hunter clothes and a gun inside. Even though I did tell you that you can do anything you want, I don't recommend going back to Kagomayama City. Cheryl and her gang also have their reputation to maintain, so I'm sure that they won't ignore you if they spot you, and I have no plans to tell them to let you go just because I spared you. Nasha was surprised. She looked at Akira and at the rucksack alternately. She looked completely flabbergasted. You're going to spare me? Why? Akira hesitated. Well, it's fine, isn't it? It's just out of a whim. Nasha seemed to be thinking hard. She then said with a rather stiff expression. Please tell me. Is it really that important? Yes, so please tell me. Just think of it as a weird guy making a weird decision. Please tell me. Akira looked at Nasha in the eyes and slightly squinted his eyes. That if you keep pushing your luck, I might change my mind, you know. Nasha replied while looking straight into Akira's eyes. It doesn't matter, please tell me. Nasha still asked for an answer, although Akira said that he might kill her if she kept pursuing that subject. Akira was a bit surprised by it. But he could feel that it was not something that he could just ignore, so he sighed and said as if he was confessing. It's just balancing out the scale. Nasha did not expect such an answer at all. She tilted her head in confusion. What do you mean by that? I killed your best friend. So to balance that out, I'll spare your life. Nasha froze. She then said with a shaking voice. You killed Alna. Yeah, I did. Nasha felt a storm of emotion struck her. Her best friend was killed and the person who killed her best friend was pitying her right now. It stirred her emotion even more. Are you saying that you feel guilty for killing Alna, but since you had no other choice but to kill her, you'll spare me in her place? Is that what you mean when you said, it's for balancing the scale? No. I did kill her because I wanted to, and it's not like I'm sparing you because I feel guilty for it. Then why? Nasha raised her voice. She looked at Akira with hatred and vengeance, but Akira was not surprised at all. As a matter of fact, he was completely calm. But that only served to stir her emotion even further. With her emotions brimming, Nasha looked away from Akira for a split second. That was when her eyes wandered to the gun inside the rucksack. She immediately reached for that gun and released the safety trigger while glaring at Akira. But even so, Akira did not show any reaction at all. I killed your best friend, so I won't tell you not to hate me. But don't think that I'll just let you kill me. If you want to give it a try although you know the outcome, then be my guest. Akira pointed out the power gap between him and Nasha and stopped her. But his next sentence changed that. And also, although it might be weird for me to say this, do you think that Alna wants you to go that far to avenge her death? Nasha's anger welled up again. She was on the verge of pointing the gun in her hand at Akira as she screamed as hard as she could at him. You know nothing about Alna. Yeah, that's why I'm asking you, since you must really know her well. You're her best friend, right? Akira looked straight at Nasha, who was staring dagger at him. He was seriously asking Nasha a question there. Nasha was taken aback to the point that it erased all of her anger. She was baffled and was shaking while making a very confused face. Akira looked straight at Nasha without saying anything. Nasha imagined Alna's figure from all the memories that they had together. That Alna in her mind threw a sad smile at her and said something to her. Nasha stopped shaking. She then pointed the gun in her hand at Akira with a pained face. A gunshot echoed through the wasteland. The bullet went and vanished into the distance. Akira had slightly shifted Nasha's hand right before she pulled the trigger. Nasha lightly smiled. She somehow looked relieved. But even after that, Akira still did not do anything to her while having a flat expression. The smile vanished from Nasha's face. She looked slightly confused and said with a pained voice. Kill me already. Just kill me. I shot at you, you know. Are you still going to spare me? Akira did not say anything as he shook his head. Sorry, but I'm already strong enough to know whether my life is in danger or not. If you want to kill yourself, you can do it on your own. And if you fail even after that, I'll at least warn you not to do that again. Nasha fell on her knee. In the end, she could not save her best friend and she could not die in the same fashion as her best friend died. All kinds of feelings were mixed inside her heart as she started screaming and crying as if to vent her anger and sadness. A few minutes later, they were still midway to Narahagaka City. Nasha had cried herself out to the point that she was too tired to keep crying. After venting all of her emotion through her tears and crying her eyes out, she finally calmed down and just sat there silently on the driver's assistant seat. Nasha once again looked at Akira and mumbled with a small voice, "What's with that balancing the scale?" Before I answer that, I want to confirm something first. That Alna, your best friend, was she the kind of girl who would tell you to avenge her death, although it's hopelessly impossible? Nasha shook her head. No. It's something that I did out of my own volition. I'm sure that she would tell me to just forget it. She might even get angry at me if she knew that I tried. I see, she must have been a kind girl. Yes, she was. They then continued talking calmly. About balancing the scale, huh? Well, it's basically just about testing luck. Testing luck? Yeah, for some reason, it seems that I have very bad luck, you see. Thanks to that, I've gone through a lot in the past. Basically, it was as if Akira was taking a gamble. He then continued. It's about that time when I killed Alna. There was someone really strong protecting her and he is also a kind person. Although he has no debt nor has been offered a reward for it, he gave his best to protect Alna. Since he even went that far, he and the girl he was protecting might as well be good people, but even so, I still killed Alna. If I kill a good person, it feels like it'll bring some bad karma on me later. That might be the reason why I have very bad luck. As a matter of fact, I did encounter something really troublesome right after I killed her. I would have been able to evade it if I had given up on killing her. So, well, I guess I just reaped what I sowed there. Nasha was really happy to hear that someone did that much to protect her best friend. But at the same time, it also made her feel sad knowing that Alna had done something so that someone would still want to kill her despite having someone like Kitsuya protecting her. Then why didn't you spare her just like how you did to me? Akira felt that Nasha was not blaming him, she simply just wanted to know, so he answered her question honestly. I couldn't, it's a matter of my personality. Even if you ask me why I couldn't do that, I don't think I can come up with anything that might convince you that I see. It doesn't matter how strong they are, people will die when they get unlucky. That's what I believe. The reason why I'm sparing you is simply because I think it might improve my bad luck, even if it's only by a bit. So basically, I am doing this for my own sake. Although I said it's for balancing the scale, I don't think this is anywhere near enough to accomplish it. But it's still better than nothing. That's all the reason I have. I don't do this because of any other profound reasons or anything. It was an absurd reasoning. It might be true that Alna was killed because she was unlucky and Nasha was spared because she was lucky, but Nasha still felt something did not feel right. Was there really no other way for Alna? Was killing her the only choice you had? As I said, it's a matter of my personality, so it's not like I can do anything about it. No, that isn't what I meant. I mean if something else, no matter how small it is, if there was anything that could have been done to save her life, let's see then. Akira tried to think of all kinds of scenarios where Alna might have been saved. If only Alna did not aim for Akira that day, or Akira did not lower his guard, or Alna was not able to steal Akira's wallet, or if Alna did not meet Kitsuya, or Kitsuya did not protect her that time, or if Kitsuya did not push Akira back and triggered the domino effect which led to Alna's death, if that failure did not spread out as a rumor that discredited Akira, if only that rumor did not cause the robbers to attack Cheryl's base, or that Alna did not get kidnapped by Izan family, or if Kitsuya came sooner to save Alna. Akira put out all the scenarios where Alna might be saved. After listening to everything, Nasha had a sad smile as she said. So, even with all of those possible scenarios, Alna still got killed, huh? That would mean she's really unlucky. Do you know that Alna is a really good pickpocket? No. She's really talented in stealing wallets. Because of that, all kinds of people tried to get their hands on her to make her steal for them. Alna was having it hard too. But, there's nothing commendable about stealing others' money, right? She might have gotten that bad luck because of all the bad things that she had done up until now. If only I had stopped her sooner, she might have got luckier, and she wouldn't need to die. Nasha felt so frustrated by her inability to help, although she had already cried her eyes out, she started to tear up again. Akira did not say if that was true or not, he just kept quiet. Akira and Nasha reached Narahagaka City right around evening. He dropped Nasha in front of the hunter office near the city wall. Nasha had already changed to the clothes that Akira gave her. It was rather shabby-looking hunter clothing. It was a suitable cloth for someone who would visit that hunter office. It was rather good clothing for someone from the slum. Compared to her previous clothes, people would ridicule her less with that attire. So then, well, it might be weird to hear this from me, but be well. Yes, Akira-san. You too. After they exchanged a rather formal-sounding goodbyes, Nasha looked at Akira with a serious face and said. I think I hate you. You killed Alna, I might carry this grudge until I die. Just like Alna, who did all she did because of reasons, Akira also had his reasons for doing what he did. If a hunter had a bad rumor spread which lowered his or her reputation, it might turn fatal for that hunter. That was why Nasha understood that there were things that a hunter like Akira could not back off from. Although Nasha did not do it intentionally, she also helped spread such horrendous rumors about Akira. Not only did she use the money that Alna stole from Akira to join Cheryl's gang, she also leaked the information about Akira to Alna to help Alna escape. Normally, it would not be strange if Akira wanted to kill her, but he still spared her life. But even so, thank you very much for sparing me. Nasha did shoot Akira, cried her eyes out, and talked all kinds of things with him. One good thing about it was that she was able to move on from her best friend's death. Although it was not like all of her grudges were gone, at least it was enough to help her to stand back on her feet. She bowed deeply at Akira as thanks. Akira did not expect to be thanked, so he was really surprised. After that, he looked slightly sad as he smiled and said to Nasha. You're also a nice person, huh? Is that so? I did try to shoot you, you know. Even nice people sometimes have to do extreme things too. But even so, that's not enough as a reason to let someone steal my wallet or kill me. That's all there's to it. Is that the reason why you killed Alna? Yes, half of it. Then what's the other half? The other half is that I didn't have the leeway to spare her life because of my personality, how cowardly I am, and how weak I am. If only I had been strong enough, well, I might have let it slide with a kick. By then. Akira was about to leave, but Nasha suddenly stopped him. Before you go, can I ask you to convey a message for Cheryl-san? I'm really sorry for betraying her trust, after all, I don't think I'll ever meet her again. Alright, I'll let her know. Thank you very much. Nasha saw Akira off until he completely vanished from her views. After that, she started walking away firmly. Cheryl was in her private room when a call reached her. Did I see, so you left Nasha in Narahagaka City, huh? Yeah, sorry for doing that without consulting with you first. I'm sure we could have found a better alternative if I did. So, sorry about that. Please don't be. If Akira is okay with it, then I have no complaint about it either. So please don't worry about it. Cheryl was not lying when she said that, she was relieved. She was actually waiting nervously until Akira called her. She had no idea what kind of deal Akira made with Nasha, but judging from the call, it seemed that they were able to find a peaceful solution. It even sounded as if Akira had a good impression of Nasha. Judging from there, it did not seem that Cheryl and her gang were in any danger at all. Cheryl was thankful to Nasha for that. And there's a message from Nasha. She's sorry for betraying your trust. So there, I already told you. Though it might be weird for me to say this, there's no need to hold a grudge against her any longer, okay? Yes, if you said so, then I have no problem with it. Cheryl replied back firmly. Akira was a little bit weirded out by that. Alright then. Well, you can do whatever you want to handle the rest after this. If it might cause trouble in the gang, you can just say that I killed Nasha and dumped her body in the wasteland. I don't know anything about that kind of thing, so that part would be fully up to you. If anything comes up, just give me a call, and also, I'll visit the base again sometime soon. Later then. I'll be waiting for you. Ah, can I ask one thing? How did you know that Nasha is Alna's close friend? Not too long before you gave me that call, Viola called me first and told me all kinds of things. Cheryl gasped. Akira could clearly hear that. He smiled bitterly on the other side of the call and said, "She even told me to rethink how to deal with your gang if you tried to hide this matter from me even after all I had said. But it seems that I don't need to worry about that, huh?" "Oh, of course. Right, later then." Akira ended the call. Cheryl was about to scream but she was barely able to hold herself back. During the last incident, Cheryl had seen so many instances where Akira showed how ruthless and merciless he could be, how he always shot first and asked questions later. But after he spared Nasha, Cheryl could see a glimpse of Akira's kindness, and she was really happy about it. Cheryl was so happy up until the point where Viola's name came up. It all made sense now how calm Akira was when she told him about Nasha during that call. Akira already knew everything even before she had called him. And since she did contact him about that afterwards, Akira did not have any reason to be angry now. That was dangerous. Is that what Viola meant when she said about taking the initiative? But didn't she say that she won't say anything to Akira if I choose to tell him myself? Good grief, just how evil is that woman? Cheryl took a deep breath to calm herself down. She then summoned Ario and Alicia, and she decided to tell Alicia and Ario about Nasha. After all, they looked really worried, so Cheryl thought it might be a good idea to let them know and to make them not overly scared of Akira. She also told herself to make sure that Ario and Alicia knew how bad Viola was. Akira was still on the way back to Kagomayama City. The sun had already set and the city was still far away. Since he was using a rental vehicle, he took a big detour evading areas with a good chance of encountering monsters. After he called Cheryl, Akira noticed Alpha was staring at him. What? I thought I've been together with you for quite a long time now, but your way of thinking is still a big mystery to me. Are you sure you're okay with that? Is there anything bad with sparing her? Well, it's true that she might change her mind later and decide to kill me. But when that happens, I can just kill her. To be more precise, Akira wanted to know if he was still that weak to the point that he should have killed Nasha instead of sparing her, and although he did it mostly unconsciously, he did think that it should be alright since Nasha was a nice person. That's not what I meant. You let Viola live and even took Nasha all the way to Narahagaka City, so you could have spared Alna too, no? That way you would not have needed to fight that black-powered suit and get into all of those troubles, right? So I'm just wondering how you made all of these decisions. Akira smiled bitterly, he also looked slightly annoyed. Sorry about that. I didn't think that it would cause this much trouble. Though it's already too late, now I can understand why Elena-san and Sarah-san warned me. No, that's not right. I don't think even Elena-san and Sarah-san knew that it would cause this much trouble. To Akira, Alna was the evidence of his weakness. He feared that he would return back to the slum if he kept making the same failure. The reason why he wanted to kill Alna no matter what was also because he wanted to wash himself clean of that fear. And with Alna dead now, his state of mind returned back to normal. I feel bad for being rude to Elena-san and Sarah-san although they were only worrying about me. Akira sighed, he sounded slightly sad. Sarah's and Elena's warning was correct and he ignored that. He felt like he should apologize to them. Alpha smiled and tried to cheer him up. If you feel bad about it, then you should be more careful next time. That way you would not worry other people too much. Of course, that includes me too. Of course. Akira returned Alpha's smile with a bitter smile. By the way, what's your plan with Katsuya? Katsuya? What's about him? You did fight each other back then. If you want to be more careful to avoid any possible extra trouble, it might be a good idea to just forget about him even if you actually don't want to. Akira nodded in agreement, but his face immediately changed as if to say that he actually did not care. I see, so that's what you meant, huh? Rather than forgetting about him, I actually don't care about him in the first place though. After all, the only reason I fought him was simply because he was blocking me from killing Alna. It's not like I have a grudge against him that I want to kill him or anything like that. So it depends on what he is going to do. Personally speaking, I don't really care about him. After he said that, Akira's face turned serious. But if he comes at me for revenge, then I have no other choice. I'll kill him too. Alpha smiled as if to lighten the heavy mood oozing from Akira. I see, in that case, just to be safe as well as to prevent him from trying to do that, you need to become stronger. If you are strong enough, I'm sure he won't even try to come at you. So let's get better equipments for the sake of that. Akira lightly smiled, the heavy mood that was oozing from him right until now had completely vanished. I already spent 400 million orum for my equipments and it's still not enough, huh? At least, one thing for sure, it's not enough to accomplish my request. I still need you to work hard for that one too. Roger that, it seems that I still have a long way to go. Akira lightly smiled as he kept on driving through the dark night. He had become strong enough to get out from the slum and traverse the wasteland. But that was still not enough. Akira could not even imagine just how strong he needed to be. Yanagisawa was staring at an empty space. There was no one there, but from Yanagisawa's point of view, he could see many faces of hunters through the augmented reality display that he was using. Yanagisawa focused on one person. When he did that, detailed information of that hunter came up in the information terminal on his hand. Are you the one? Yanagisawa mumbled so as he thought of all the factors that supported his guess, he then considered all the factors that denied it. After doing all the calculations and summing up the result, he then said, that would be a no. The information about that hunter vanished and was replaced with the information of another hunter. Is it you then? He did just like last time and concluded. That would also be a no. Yanagisawa kept doing so for a few times through information about different hunters of all ages and genders, cyborgs and non-cyborgs. Are you the one then? Just like last time, information of a certain hunter was displayed on his information terminal, this time it was Akira. A young hunter from the slum, huh? Let's assume that he can connect to the old world domain, then let's assume he met one of them when he went to Kuzusahara Ruin and made a contract with them. Due to that contract, he got help to find relics, then he used the money that he got from selling those relics to buy equipment, and eventually, they invited him to that place. The beguiling ghost, it's a rumor that I spread to help people find them. He has become so strong as a hunter so fast, which might as well be thanks to that contract with them. Everything makes sense here. Compared to the other hunters up until now, Yanagisawa came up with a lot of factors to affirm his guess there. But his expression then turned slightly more serious than usual and continued. But, although he's strong, he's far away from being strong enough to go to that place. So it's doubtful if they would make a contract with someone as weak as him. But let's assume here that they did. It's strange that he almost got killed these many times. That emergency request from Katsuragi. That encounter with the relic thieves. That time when his vehicle was eaten by that bounty monster. Then that battle in Saranthal building as well as the battle that happened yesterday. It won't be strange for him to get killed on any of those occasions. If he's in contract with them, they would have done something to make sure that the people that they're in contract with would stay alive by keeping them from getting in those dangerous situations. so he wouldn't meet this many dangerous occasions. In conclusion, he doesn't seem to be the one. If I have to say, it's more like he's one of those gifted people who then got his talent bloom when he's still young, then got lucky enough to find old world relics and reach success as a hunter. It's a rare case, but not impossible. Yanagisawa listed all the factors that denied his guess and finally made his conclusion. Then that would be a no too, I guess. Yanagisawa thought that he still needed more materials to decide. So for now, he kept Akira's name on the candidate list. The list had already been filled with so many names. Yanagisawa then moved on to the next hunter. Are you the one then? Yanagisawa looked closely at the information displayed in front of him. It was about Katsuya. A hunter from Drankum. The gang has always been thinking of him highly, but lately, his performance has been increasing significantly. In the past, his name had even come up in the reports to the city management, but now some of the people in the city management even recognize his strength. Judging from the numbers, it can even be said that it's as if he's a completely different person. If he's someone who can connect to the old world domain and get in a contract with them, that would explain the sudden increase in his performance. After listing all the factors that approved his guess, just like before, Yanagisawa started listing all the factors that denied his guess. But he only got this strong after that battle in Mihazono Ruin. No, is it when he was fighting in that battle near the Saranthal building? Either way, it's not when he was in Kuzusuhara Ruin. None of them should be in Mihazono Ruin. Or at least, there's no past record of finding them in ruins other than Kuzusuhara Ruin. Although putting my trust on the record without much evidence is a bad thing, I cannot just ignore it either. Moreover, he's still far from being strong enough to go to that place. If I have to say, it sounds more like something happened in that battle near the Saranthal building that triggered his growth. It's not a rare thing for hunters to be pulled out of their slumps because of some kind of trigger. When Yanagisawa was about to make his decision, something piqued his interest. Saranthal building, huh? And this date. I was there too when he came to the Saranthal building. But at that time, my appointment reservation was deleted. They usually only stay in Kuzusuhara Ruin though, so did they come to the Saranthal building temporarily to erase my appointment reservation? If that's the case, then this boy might. No, wait, it's not right to force my guess like this. If I force it here, it'll affect all my decisions later. In the first place, it's all under the assumption that he can connect to the old world. It's just an assumption. It's okay to use it for checking all the possibilities, but it's wrong to put my bet on an assumption. When Yanagisawa was about to continue, he received a call from someone. He stopped there, checked the call, and frowned when he found that it was not from someone that he could just ignore. So he took a deep breath and smiled just like usual before accepting the call. It's still Nergo, right? Or have you changed your name again? I've given my name for the great cause, so it's not something that I can do lightly numerous times. I see. So, you're still Nergo right now, huh? What is it then? Yanagisawa sounded pretty casual, but in contrast to that, Nergo replied back with a rather serious tone. Do you know anything about a young hunter in Drankum by the name of Katsuya? Yanagisawa glanced at Katsuya's information and faked ignorance. Katsuya. It's that guy, right? That young hunter from Drankum who has been doing pretty well lately, right? I heard that he even caused Drankum to break into factions. It's that one, right? Yeah. There's something that I need to confirm about Katsuya to my other brothers. Or more like, I need their permission. Permission? For what? I want to secure him. Yanagisawa was surprised. He did not expect that from Nergo at all. But he replied with a light joke. Well, of course, I'll help you out, but I'm still a part of the city management staff, you see. If you ask me if it's okay to kidnap one of our hunters, I have no other choice but to say no. Or more like, in the first place, why would you bring that up to me? We want to maintain a good relationship with you. What do you mean? There's a possibility that Katsuya might be someone that we're looking for. I know you're looking for one too, right? Someone who could connect to the old world domain from the Kuzusuhara ruin. Yanagisawa's smile vanished. Nergo did not notice it at all as he casually stated. Katsuya can connect to the old world domain. Yanagisawa's smile returned back. But this time, it was not a fake smile, he was really jovial after hearing that statement. Chapter 168, Restarting Hunter Activities. Shizuka was waiting at her shop just like usual when she spotted Akira. As she was about to call him, she stopped when she realized that he was acting weird. Akira looked a bit scared as he carefully entered the shop. He looked around as if he was searching for someone. After he confirmed that the person he was looking for was not there, he sighed in relief but with a rather conflicted face. "Welcome." Shizuka smiled and welcomed him. Akira twitched and awkwardly smiled back. Shizuka found it weird, but for now, she was relieved to see his smile. Akira no longer gave off that tense mood which he exuded when he was talking to Elena and Sarah last time. Even after Akira came to the counter, he seemed to be wanting to say something but hesitating to do so. Shizuka was curious about that, but for now, she decided to just smile and gave her usual businesslike service. "So, what do you need today? Though I feel like it's rather too soon for you to come here for ammo, after all, it hasn't been that long since the last time you came." "Ah, or is it that you're here just for a chit-chat?" "If that's the case, I don't mind at all, you know." No, I'm here for ammo." "Is that so? I thought you bought enough ammo the last time you came here for your new equipment. Did you go on a monster curbing request to get yourself familiar with your new augmented suit or something and used a lot of your ammo there?" Well, things happened, you see." "Is that so? Then, is the usual okay?" "No, I might need other things too." Akira sounded a little bit scared as he placed his order. Shizuka was listening to him calmly, but inside, she was actually pretty surprised. She did not think that he would need a new repair cartridge for his augmented suit, a replacement for the anti-force field armor-piercing bullet that he bought as a lucky charm, and bullets plus energy cartridge enough for a normal battle this quickly. Shizuka slightly frowned and said, "I'm sorry but I can't give you the repair cartridge right away. That thing is pretty expensive after all, so I don't have that ready in my shop. But if you need it immediately, I'll place an express order for that." Akira shook his head flusteredly. It's fine. I don't need it that badly. I just thought that I need to buy some while I have the money and the chance while I still remember it." "Okay then. In that case, I'll put a normal order for the repair cartridge. You can get the rest just fine. You're buying quite a lot this time, so if you're here with your vehicle, can you bring it to the back of the shop?" Shizuka smiled and said so, to which Akira flusteredly replied. All right." Akira slightly slumped as if he had given up and went out to bring his vehicle to the back of the shop. Akira was loading ammo and other stuff into his vehicle. Shizuka, who was looking at him, then casually asked him. "Say, Akira, that vehicle is a rental vehicle, right? How about the one that you got from me? Did you send it for repair or something?" Akira stopped. He avoided looking straight at Shizuka as he replied. "No, actually, I'm sorry, I no longer can use that one." "What do you mean by that?" Things happened." Akira was not lying, the vehicle that he bought from Shizuka was no longer available for him to use. But that already happened a few battles ago. To be more precise, that vehicle was broken when Akira fought that bounty monster. He was thinking of buying a similar vehicle sometime soon or buying a better one so he could use that as an excuse to replace the vehicle that he received from Shizuka, but before that happened, even his new vehicle got wrecked right afterwards, taking away all the ammo and medicine that he had in that vehicle with it. That was why he was buying new supplies today. Judging from Akira's reaction, Shizuka thought that he looked like a small boy who was scared of telling the truth. And when she made a guess as to the reason why, she said to Akira as if to calm him down. Say Akira, about last time. Do you hate Elena and Sarah now after what happened? If that's the case, I won't force you to reconcile with them, but I hope you would understand Elena and Sarah did not do that because of any ill will. They were just worried about you, though you might not like it. Akira thought that he would get scolded for losing his vehicle. That was why he was slightly surprised when Shizuka brought that up. He then flusteredly shook his head and said, Not at all. To be honest, I'm actually a bit worried that Sarah-san and Elena-san hate me now since I thought I did something rather rude when they only tried to stop me since they're worried about me. And it's as they said, it really was not worth the trouble. I might have really gotten a bit too emotional back then. I know I can be a bit stubborn sometimes, though it may be too late to say that now. Akira looked a bit down and seemed to feel bad for what he did. Shizuka, who saw that, smiled at him to cheer him up. I don't know what happened for you to lose your vehicle, but I'm glad that you're fine. Are you injured? Ah, not at all, I'm all right. Then that's all that matters. Make sure to take care of your body. I'll at least tell Elena and Sarah that you're not that bothered by last time too. You did look a bit scared coming in after all, so I bet you feel awkward coming to my shop now. Shizuka smiled bitterly as she said so. Akira replied back also with a bitter smile. I'm sorry and thank you. Don't mention it, I'll make sure to let them know. Don't worry, it's not like they are angry at you. So it'll be fine. Akira looked obviously relieved there. Seeing that, Shizuka happily smiled and said, But still, I'm really glad that your friendship with Elena and Sarah didn't break up. If you guys are on bad terms, it would be awkward for both of you to come to this shop and it would hurt my revenue. Shizuka smiled when she said that, so Akira smiled back at her. After Akira loaded all his new ammo and other supplies into his vehicle, he then went straight back home. Shizuka saw him off with a smile. When Akira was no longer in her view, her smile slightly turned cloudy. Wasn't worth the trouble, huh? Shizuka noticed that Akira had killed Alna. Akira sounded a bit regretful when he said that it was not worth the trouble. Shizuka bet that it must be the reason why Akira lost his vehicle and came there today to buy supplies. Elena and Sarah did try to stop him and Shizuka herself also had told him to put a serious thought about it first, but even so, he still went and killed that pickpocket. Judging from his reaction last time, Shizuka thought that it was unlikely for them to find a peaceful solution to that matter. This time, he had regained his calm to the point that he could say he might have gotten a bit stubborn back then. Which made it likely that he had regained his calm after killing that pickpocket. If that was really the case, that would explain why Akira looked a bit scared when he entered the shop. He ignored the warnings from the people close to him and went to kill that pickpocket, so it must be awkward for him to meet them now. Or at least, that was what Shizuka's intuition was telling her. From that guess, Shizuka then thought. Although she did not feel any sympathy for the pickpocket that Akira killed, she felt sad for Akira, who killed that pickpocket. Akira had become strong enough to buy 400 million Orum equipment, and even after acquiring that much power, the possible danger and loss from killing that pickpocket could not stop him from doing so. Power would normally provide leeway and tolerance. But the power that Akira had gained was not enough to provide him with enough leeway and tolerance to let matters with pickpocket go. Akira's mind was still stuck as if he was still living in the slum. Shizuka felt sad when she thought how much strength Akira needed to be able to just laugh it off when something like that happened, and how many times he had been reminded of his weakness to the point that he unconsciously craved for more power. That I guess, for now, I need to let Sarah and Elena know as soon as possible, huh? Moping would not change anything. In order to move on from that matter for her own sake as well as Elena's and Sarah's, Shizuka decided that she should let Sarah and Elena know with a smile that their last conversation with Akira was nothing to worry about. Shizuka thought so as she went back to her shop with a light smile. Yatsubayashi had both an experiment room and a treatment room in his clinic. He treated people who came to his clinic either in the experiment room or in the other room depending on how much money those people could pay him. And since his clinic was in the slum, most of the people who came there got sent to the experiment room. There was also another room in his clinic. It was a special room where people could not just casually come in. It was a room neither for experiment nor for treatment. Inside that big room, there were all kinds of mysterious devices lined up. In the middle of that room, there was a bed, and Tyal was sitting on that bed. Tyal was only looking forward with an empty stare as if he was daydreaming. Although his hand and legs were secured with some thick steel, he did not seem to be bothered by that at all. He was just sitting there with an absent mind. There was no window in that room. The walls were soundproof, so no sound could come in, and since Tyal was only sitting there in silence, the room was incredibly silent. In that isolated room, Tyal suddenly looked at the door. That was when the door opened and Yatsubayashi came in. "I'm here with your food." When Yatsubayashi came inside that room with the food, Tyal had already returned back to looking forward with an empty look. Yatsubayashi sat in front of Tyal and used the metallic fork to feed Tyal. When he did that, Tyal opened his mouth and chomped the food down, together with the metallic fork. Yatsubayashi looked at the fork that had lost its head and mumbled. "I guess this means that it's another failure, huh?" When Yatsubayashi extended the fork that had lost its head back to Tyal, he started to eat that fork too. After that, he also ate the food that Yatsubayashi brought in as well as the metallic plate that he had used to carry that food. Yatsubayashi carefully held the plate so as not to get his hand eaten too and quickly pulled his hand back when Tyal finished the plate too. Once he was done eating, Tyal stared at Yatsubayashi. Though he was properly looking at Yatsubayashi, there was no emotion in his gaze. It was as if he was simply looking at something near him. Even when Yatsubayashi wiped Tyal's mouth, Tyal showed no reaction at all. Yatsubayashi frowned and looked rather disappointed. "Well, this is another failure for sure. I was sure that it would be a success though. His wounds are perfectly healed and it doesn't seem like there are any bad physical side effects. But I guess the drug affected his brain, huh? I guess it means I should recalculate everything starting from its effect on the brain. Or is it that I didn't fully clear the nanomachines that it's now affecting him? I have no answer at all. I guess I'll keep observing him for now." Yatsubayashi sighed. He then stood up and went towards the door. Before he reached for the door's handle, he looked back at Tyal. "Tyal-kun, you were the one who told me that you don't mind participating in my experiment as long as I healed you. I did my best there, so don't blame me, okay? See you tomorrow then." Yatsubayashi only said so and left the room with a smile. The patient beds in his clinic were filled with patients after all the ruckus yesterday. He could not just ignore them for the sake of collecting money for his own experiment, so he was busy that day. Because of that, he could not spend his time observing Tyal. Tyal was once again left alone inside the room. The room had returned to the previous silence. Tyal once again was only looking forward with an empty gaze without saying anything. He suddenly looked at the cuffs on his hands, opened his mouth wide, and bit off those cuffs. Tomjima was ripping his hairs out, of course figuratively, in his office in the lower district. That was when Colbert came in. Tomjima immediately looked at him and said, "How was it?" Colbert looked at Tomejima's desperate face and lightly shook his head. "I did some investigation, but nothing comes out. I couldn't find them nor reach them. They might as well be already dead. Damn it, again, huh?" Tomjima hung his head down again. There was slight desperation mixed in his extremely distressed face. "Calm down, is it really that bad? It's already 10 people, you know. We basically lost 10 credits worth of people. Just how much money do you think we're losing right now?" Colbert received a job from Tomjima to collect some debts. His targets were hunters and some ex-hunters. Since people like them tend to cause trouble, Tomjima asked Colbert, who was also a hunter, to collect their debts. But those people went missing now. Although to be more precise, Tomjima and Colbert had a good guess of where they went to. They most probably got killed in that battle between the Izant family and Horias the other day. Their bodies might as well be mixed in one of those countless dead bodies scattered in Izan family's base. Colbert lightly summed all the debts that those people had and frowned. Their debts don't even reach 1 billion though. You don't usually take in this kind of credits, you know. I really need money right now, no matter how small it is. I don't remember your company was in such a bad situation though. Tamejima's face twitched, that I placed some bet in that battle, you know. Well, that's rather unfortunate then. Colbert understood the reason why Tomejima looked pretty down as he smiled wryly at him. Izan family and Horia squeezed a lot of money from the businesses under their leadership to fuel their fight. They also took a big loan from credit companies like Tamejima's company, promising that they would return that money with interest once they won their fight. They also promised other benefits once they took full control of the lower district after crushing the other side. That was how they half-threatened those companies to lend them money. Indeed, it would bring those companies a lot of money if either Izan family or Horia's won the conflict between them. But with both sides almost equally strong, it was hard to predict which one would win. Not to mention, if they did not lend their money to the group that would win later, it would cause those companies a lot of trouble down the road, so they had no other choice but to place their bets in one of them. That was the kind of betting that they were doing. Because of that, some of the companies refused to place their bet. They chose to lend a small amount of money to both sides. Although they would lose some of their money when the fight ended, they could at least keep a good relationship with whichever side won that fight. Many companies took this approach, and Tomejima was one of them. Some of the people who decided to put their money on both sides had some connections with Viola. They were told by Viola to keep lending money to both sides to make sure that the conflict would turn into a large-scale battle. Thanks to that, both Horia's and Izan family were able to put out a lot of powered suits during that battle. As Viola predicted, with that much money put in to fuel that battle, it indeed turned into a large-scale battle. Because of that, both gangs sustained heavy losses to the point that they might as well be already over. So, those who put their money on both sides lost a lot of money from that result. It could be said that they were also victims of Viola's doing. Colbert lightly cheered Tomejima up. Alright, it would also cause me trouble if your company goes bankrupt. I'll go and look for them again. But don't expect too much, okay? If we're lucky, we might at least find their dead bodies. Yeah, I'll be counting on you. And also, take anything that you can. Just to let you know though, it won't be free, alright? It depends on your result. Tomejima still had his head down as he lightly waved at Colbert. Colbert smiled wryly and left the room. Cheryl was sitting in one of the rooms in her gang. Viola was sitting in front of her. Although she was smiling, Cheryl looked slightly annoyed since she had no good impression of the person in front of her. Viola was slightly amused by it as she just smiled back and ignored it. It's good to know that you're doing well, so how's your wound? I already got it treated, so it's no problem at all. I see. Well then, we'll be in your care from now on. Likewise, I'll also be in your care, boss. Just like she had promised Akira, Viola came there to help out Cheryl's gang. Although she was basically taking command of the gang, she decided to work under Cheryl. That was why she called Cheryl boss. Although it was only on the surface, with this, Cheryl had both Akira, who was a dangerous and volatile person, and Viola, who was a very bad person, under her thumb. Such a rumor had already spread around, which caused all the gangs around Cheryl's gang to focus on her gang. But of course, Viola was the one who spread that rumor. Cheryl looked at Viola with a stern gaze. Let me warn you here though, Akira asked me to keep my eyes on you. He even told me that I'm allowed to kill you if I want to. And even if it's impossible for me, he told me to give him a reason to kill you and he would do it himself. So make sure not to try anything funny. Cheryl stated clearly that she could easily decide Viola's life or death. She also did that for the sake of venting her anger at Viola. If Viola looked a bit flustered after that, it would help Cheryl feel better. But that did not happen. You can just drop the honorific. We're going to work together for a long time after all, so just forget the honorifics. Viola smiled casually and said so. She then pushed a book-like object towards Cheryl. What is this? My job is to help this gang. So this is where I start. It's a list of your current resources and debts. Cheryl confusedly took the book and started reading it. I could have sent you the data that you can read with an information terminal, but I thought that you might get a better grasp of it if it's given in the form of papers like this. And don't worry, I'll also send you the data later. As Cheryl started to read and understand the contents of that book, her face started turning pale. You might think that's pretty bad, but that's already based on a pretty naive calculation, you know? After all, there's no interest and no deadline to pay it back. If you show it to one of those credit companies out there, I'm sure they'll laugh at you. The book contained a detailed list of reward money that Cheryl's gang should pay Akira for supporting her gang, guarding her shop, training Ario and the other children, saving Cheryl, and there were still a lot more favors that the gang had received from Akira. It showed how much Cheryl's gang owed Akira in simple terms of money. If they were to interpret it in a bad way, it could be said that the gang was in deep debt to Akira. I know that people used to say there's nothing more expensive than free stuff, but unfortunately, a lot of people out there misunderstand how much they owe other people because of that. So I translated that to money to remind you how much you owe Akira. I'm sure there are a lot of people in the gang who don't fully understand this, but of course, that's not the case for you, right? I'm talking about other children here. Cheryl did her best to show a calm face as she mumbled the total number with a slightly trembling voice. 3,800,000,000 orum, huh? The biggest debt came from when Akira rescued Cheryl the other day. It cost Cheryl 1 billion orum. Cheryl did not have enough information there to decide whether that number was properly calculated or not. If you have any doubt, you can go ahead and tell me. I'll immediately clarify it. Viola smiled casually. In contrast to that, Cheryl was barely able to smile back while glaring at her. Even if she found some records not properly calculated, telling Viola to lower the number also meant placing less value on Akira. Cheryl could not afford to do that, and she understood well that Viola also knew the same when she provoked her. By the way, I've sent that data to Akira. I'll also send the new data to him if we want to make any revision, so don't worry about that. Cheryl looked surprised for a split second. But her welling up anger caused her face to stiffen. Her hand clasped into a fist as she gritted her teeth. Although Cheryl said that she had to say whether Viola would live or not, with that exchange just now, it was all meaningless. Viola was there to help Cheryl's gang because of the deal that she had with Akira. Her job there was to help Akira get more benefits from all the investments that he put on Cheryl's gang. So basically, in order for Cheryl to be able to kill Viola, she had to come up with a reason that exceeded the profit that Viola was giving Akira. If she asked Akira to kill Viola, it could even be interpreted as asking him to just throw away 3.8 billion orum down the drain. Cheryl did not want to even imagine how Akira would react if she said that. Cheryl smiled coldly. She could not hide her anger, so her expression was calm and cold. "That I see." Cheryl noticed the change in herself due to her anger. Her anger that was blazing as if it was about to explode was replaced with extremely cold rage. She then politely bowed to Viola. "I know I'm lacking in a lot of aspects in terms of managing a gang. But I'll give my best. I'll be in your care." Cheryl smiled coldly there. She made her resolve that she would learn everything so that she would no longer need Viola. "Of course, let's both give our best together from here and on." Viola smiled ominously. It was as if she was saying that Cheryl would not be able to do that, and that was conveyed just fine to Cheryl. Cheryl and Viola continued talking in that room. Not too far from that room, Carol was talking with the other children while waiting for Viola. Carol had the beauty that would attract people, a figure that pronounced her beauty even more, and an augmented suit that was obviously designed to attract the member of the opposite sex. With all of these three factors together, she was attracting a lot of attention in the gang. Carol smiled invitingly to the young boys there who were more or less of the same age as Akira and confirmed that Akira indeed was a special case. She was collecting information about Akira there and noticed that most of the young boys would focus on the cleavage visible from the big opening of her augmented suit. She then thought that it would have been great if Akira was that simple too. Since Carol had a beauty that could only be found in mature women, no other girls in the gang could match her. Thanks to that, it really attracted the attention of the boys inside the gang. Even Ario could not fight back the gravity of Carol's rack forever as his gaze wandered to Carol's chest, but the moment he noticed that Alicia was looking at him, he could not help but to get flustered as he tried his best to apologize to Alicia. Carol was using the boys in Cheryl's gang to confirm her seducing ability. She then noticed Colbert coming into the room where she was. Colbert also immediately noticed Carol and frowned. "Geez, that's rather cold of you to look at me like that. You don't even know about your bad reputation, huh?" "Bad reputation? Just so you know, a lot of my customers give me a good review, alright? I know that you often get along with that Viola and that in itself is enough to be bad news. I won't say anything bad to you or anything. But just to warn you, you should refrain from messing with this gang. It'll only win you a straight ticket to the afterlife, you know." "Oh my, I won't do something like that, right?" Between Colbert's warning and Carol's seduction, most of the boys there took Carol's side. Carol smiled and Colbert sighed in exasperation. "So then, Colbert, why are you here?" "I have a small request to ask of Cheryl's gang." "Well, basically it has something to do with Viola." Colbert knew that Akira was behind Cheryl's gang. Although he did not want to get involved with Akira if it could be helped, he still came there to ask Cheryl's gang to do a job for him. It was simply because Viola told him to do so. Although Colbert was wary of Viola, he could not afford to just cut his ties with her. Carol understood that was just how bad her friend was as she smiled amusedly. Akira was riding his bike through the wasteland. He was heading to Kuzusuhara Ruin. He finally restarted his hunter activity after he finished all of his preparations. The bike was not a rental bike. Although Kuzusuhara Ruin was not an undiscovered ruin, it would be dangerous for him to go there with a rental bike since it would leave a record of his route in the rental bike. Akira bought that bike since Alpha suggested him to. It was a pretty big bike designed for hunters. It had 2 arms attached to its back that were connected to the bike's control device. Akira equipped those arms with his DVTS minigun and a 4WM automatic grenade launcher. Its body armor was made of the same force field armor as his coat and it was controlled by the bike's control device too. Just like usual, Alpha had full control of that control device. Akira happily rode his new bike while pacing it through the wasteland, but a question suddenly came up in his mind. "Alpha, though it might be way too late for me to ask this, was it really important for me to spend that much money on this bike?" "Yup. So stop questioning it already, okay? There are many places in the inner part of Kuzusuhara Ruin where you can't take your vehicle, you know. So it's better to go there by bike, although it's indeed a rather expensive bike for your current budget." Akira exhausted almost all of his money to buy that bike. He even had to use his emergency savings for that too. Thanks to that, forget his augmented suit repair cartridge, he might not even be able to pay his next month's rent. He did hesitate at first, but since Alpha said that it would be dangerous to go with his vehicle, he ended up buying that bike. "The last time I had this little money was at that time when I went to look for relics to be able to pay for the next day's room rent, huh? I need to make sure to go back home with relics this time. It'll be alright, right?" Akira glanced at Alpha who was floating next to the running bike. She smiled confidently and said, "Of course, just leave it to me." Akira lightly smiled. At the moment, he had no other option but to trust that confident smile from Alpha. "Alright, well, I did say that I would trust you with that matter anyway." "Yup, that's right." Akira and Alpha lightly smiled at each other as Akira went straight to Kuzusuhara Ruin. Chapter 169, Tsubaki. After Akira arrived near Kuzusuhara Ruin, he followed Alpha's instruction to take a particular route. He paced his bike around the outskirts of the ruin as if to circle the whole ruin. Alpha, why are we not going into the ruin? If we go into the ruin, we'll have to go near the temporary front base. It's not like we can use that wide road made for sending supplies into the deeper part of the ruin. But isn't it easier if we just go through that road? Since it's a properly built road. Alpha's expression was saying, you didn't get it, didn't you, as she shook her head. If you go through there, it'll definitely gather a lot of attention, you know? A young and not so strong-looking hunter going back home with a lot of expensive relics. A rumor like that would definitely spread around if we do that. Akira slightly frowned. I'm no longer the old me. After all, my current equipment cost me 500 million orum, so are they really going to still look at me as a young weak hunter? Indeed, the current you have way better equipment compared to the past you, but judging from the relative danger of the places that you're frequenting, you still look like a young boy coming into dangerous places that don't suit your current skill. Of course, if you say that you can fight those big monsters guarding old world facilities without my help, that would change my mind. Alpha said so with a challenging smile. Akira lightly frowned, that would be a no. Akira looked a bit depressed. Alpha smiled at him as if to cheer him up while also approving of his reply. He smiled bitterly in reaction to that as he paced his bike faster. Not too long after that, once he had put enough distance between him and the temporary front base, Akira went into the ruin. The ruin was filled with half-destroyed buildings. Of course, most of the roads there were not maintained. It was not rare to find some of them semi-blocked or even fully closed by rubbles. There were only limited roads that hunters could pass through, and that was if they were bringing vehicles designed for the harsh condition of the wasteland. Akira was able to navigate through those difficult roads relatively fast thanks to the expensive bike that he bought and Alpha's advanced calculation ability. Though its wheels bounced a few times against the hard rubble, its body was mostly undamaged. Akira saw a huge pile of rubble blocking his way to the direction that Alpha was instructing him to go, so he was going to take a detour around it. But Alpha controlled Akira's augmented suit and prevented him from doing that. Alpha? The way forward is blocked, you know. It's fine. It's fine. Alpha took control of the bike and accelerated right into that pile of rubble. Akira was slightly thrown off balance by the sudden acceleration, but he flusteredly returned to his posture. It would take too much time evading all the blocking rubbles. Since you got yourself an expensive bike, let's make the best use of it. Wait for a sec. There's no way we can just charge through that pile of rubble. The pile blocking Akira's way forward was at least 8 meters high. Its slope was sharp enough to make it unscalable. As Akira was still flustered, his bike did not stop accelerating. At this rate, if he kept going forward, he would collide right into the rubble, and with that speed, not only his bike, it might as well danger his life too. But Alpha ignored him and kept on accelerating the bike. Akira, who felt that his life was in danger, unconsciously used time compression. The scene in front of him slid past him at a slower pace, then suddenly, the direction of the sliding scenery in front of him changed. Alpha changed the direction of the bike. At the same time, she used small rubble on the ground to propel the bike to the sky and to the big building to its right. Akira was so surprised as he was lifted off the ground together with his bike. Alpha forcefully readjusted the bike's posture in the middle of the air. It then landed on the side of the big building without losing balance at all. Thanks to the bike's exceptional shock absorption device, its tires were able to land on the building's wall just fine. Alpha was still in control of the bike as she paced the bike across the building's wall. Akira was so surprised that he was barely able to do anything there. It went up until it was higher than the rubble blocking the way before it once again changed direction, went straight across the building wall while maintaining its height, and past the rubble blocking his way before heading down to the ground. As Akira frowned seeing the ground coming closer and closer to his face, the bike bounced again and left the wall. It then readjusted its posture in midair again and landed its 2 wheels safely on the ground. Once again, thanks to its exceptional shock absorption system, it was able to land on the ground barely sending any shock to Akira's body. The bike then just went straight without slowing down. It took some time before Akira returned back to reality and looked at Alpha's confident smile. Aren't you glad that you got yourself a bike instead of a vehicle? After all, it would be hard to get past that rubble with a vehicle. You have a point there. Akira smiled bitterly. All the complaints that he had in his mind were erased. After all, he did not have to take a detour around that pile of rubble and was already used to doing reckless things like that. And more than anything, he actually pretty much enjoyed that. Want to try doing that yourself on our way back? Thanks for the offer, but no. If I do that myself, I feel like I would crash into the wall instead. Well, that's kind of true. But it would be really convenient once you can do it yourself, you know? Should I train you to do that? If it's really something that I need to learn in order to finish that request of yours, then sure. Or is that there are places that I can't go to unless I learn that trick? That's a secret for now. I see. Akira felt a bit scared that Alpha did not say no. But since she offered to train him to do that, it meant that it was possible for him to learn that maneuver. And when he imagined himself doing that trick on his own, he could not help but get a bit excited. After that, Akira kept going deeper into the ruin following Alpha's instruction. He was able to go through small roads that would have been hard to go through with a vehicle thanks to his high-performance bike. Because he was able to force his way through rubbles that he would have usually gone around, he was able to arrive at the inner part of the ruin relatively quicker. Once Akira arrived in the inner part of the ruin, he stopped his bike and looked at the scenery. Once he scanned the area around him, he then made a serious face and said, "Alpha, this place. This is the inner part of Kuzusuhara ruin. Although it's not the deepest part yet, at least we're no longer in the outer part of the ruin." Akira could see the place where he had given up the first time he came to that ruin. The ground was properly paved, there was no crack at all. He could not find any crumbling buildings either. It was a completely different scenery compared to the outer side of the ruin where it was filled with half-destroyed buildings. He felt a bit intimidated by the scene in front of him. The area was completely silent as if it was shrouded in a thick colorless mist, but his vision was not blurry at all. He could see clearly the scenery in front of him which should have been blurred if there was a colorless mist. Akira looked over the city in front of him and felt something was weird about it as if it was devoid of any sign of people. Compared to the outer part of the ruin where there was still some leftover of human civilization, the inner part of the ruin felt so unnaturally empty. "Alpha, is it really okay for us to just go straight deeper into the ruin like this? This is one of those, right? The areas that are still properly maintained by the old world drones, right?" "Yep, that's exactly why it's very clean. So in short, those security drones are also roaming around this place, right? It's not like I would get shot the moment I enter the city, right? Well, regarding that, it would be fine if you just follow my instructions. That's why, make sure not to ignore my instruction like before, okay?" Alpha had a rather deep sarcastic smile when she said that. Akira remembered the time when he got attacked by a huge monster when he ignored Alpha's instruction and smiled bitterly. "Roger that, let's go then." Akira once again paced his bike forward and went straight into the city that gave off an unsettling feeling. An old-world city that still maintained its condition. Normally, anyone would get killed the moment they stepped into that city. But that did not happen. The thing besides Akira was preventing that from happening. Alpha had the ability to prevent that from happening. As he thought that it must be because Alpha was doing something there, it helped him from being overly cautious. It was true that it was thanks to Alpha. But in reality, it was completely different from what he guessed. Akira looked around with full interest. The area around him was properly maintained, it was as if he was brought back to the old world era. But with no human presence anywhere, it was unsettlingly calm and silent. The road was wide and nothing was blocking the road, though there were also no other vehicles or bikes other than Akira's bike. But even so, he followed Alpha's instruction not to pace his bike too fast. Compared to when he was outside the city, he was going rather slowly. "Alpha, why do we have to go this slowly? We're making sure not to go past the speed limit of this road, you see." "Speed limit? Does that kind of thing exist in the old world ruin? Yup, so we have to properly obey it. Alpha was speaking as if to calm down a small boy. Akira seemed to be not fully convinced by that. There's no one else other than me here though. Do I still need to obey the speed limit? That's just how law and rule work, you see. Is that so? I see then. Akira hummed. Seeing that, Alpha smiled bitterly at him and said, if you can't accept it no matter what, just simply keep in mind that the security drones will swarm you if you break the rule. And if you force your way through them, they'll call even bigger and stronger security robots to stop you. And even if you can deal with them too, you'll have to fight those big humanoid soldiers that the Kagamaima defense squad fought in Mihazono ruin the other day. You don't want to do that, do you? Yeah. Akira nodded firmly while making an annoyed face. Although it was able to fully convince him, another question came up in his mind. I just thought of something though. Those mechanical monsters guarding the old world facilities usually have that camouflaging device, right? So it's not like they are actually hiding somewhere nearby, right? After all, it's impossible to see through old world camouflaging with naked eyes, right? And it's hard to detect them even with an information gathering device. So are we really going to be alright? Alpha smiled at the worried Akira as if to calm him down. Don't worry, it would be alright. Is that so? Then I guess they're not around, huh? Akira smiled and sighed in relief. After all, when he thought that those monsters might actually be around him and that it was just he could not see them, that in itself was scary enough. But Alpha then smiled and said, as long as you keep following my instructions, there won't be any trouble. Akira's face stiffened. They're not here, right? Alpha gave off a rather ominous smile. It's not a problem. Wait, they are here. It would be fine. Akira kept telling himself that Alpha was only teasing him in order to calm his nerves. The area that Akira was in looked like a downtown district in broad daylight except for the missing human presence. It was completely silent and filled with an abnormal atmosphere as if all the humans there suddenly vanished in one snap. But from the point of view of a hunter, it looked like a treasure trove filled with valuable old world relics. It could even be said that it was a mountain of relics. Every time Akira passed a building that looked like a shop, he could not help but peek inside, imagining all the valuable old world relics that he might find inside them. Akira thought that sooner or later, he would go inside one of those buildings, but Alpha did not show any sign of that at all as she kept pacing the bike forward. So Akira could not help but get curious and asked her. Alpha, I feel like we've been going around the same area multiple times now. Are we looking for a building with expensive relics or something? Well, to put it simply, yup, that's indeed the case. I see. Well, I'll leave that to you, but can we stop and take a look at one of those shops? I feel like we can get expensive relics no matter which one we go to though. Nope. Why? Alpha replied casually. It's not like you have any money to buy anything there, right? Buy. No, I mean wait, buy. Akira was confused. He did not expect Alpha to say that. What he had in mind when he asked Alpha that question was to break into one of those shops, fill his rucksack with any expensive relics that he could find, and escape the building while fighting back the security drones before finally getting away from that place on his bike. He did not expect to have to pay anything with his money. I understand what you want to say, but that would be too dangerous. The only way to get out from this place with those relics is to bring along the city defense squad, render the security drones temporarily disabled, and get out from this place while they are still disabled. And of course, the ensuing battle would leave this place half destroyed. You need enough firepower to turn this place like the outskirts of this ruin. Have you forgotten the reason why we have to obey the speed limit? Akira frowned slightly. Well, you have a point there, but if I can't do that, then why are we here? It's not like I came here risking my life just for sightseeing, you know. My only choice would be to look for a place with relatively weak security to break in, right? Isn't that why we're just roaming around the area? That line of thinking is not wrong, but it's better to break into a place where it's unlikely to turn into a fight, right? Just leave that to me. You did say that you're leaving that kind of thing to me too, remember? Alpha smiled and sent a rather strong gaze than usual to Akira. Akira, who noticed that, decided to stop saying anything unnecessary. Alright. Although I don't know what's your plan here, I can't afford to go back without anything. So I expect to get some relics to bring back, okay? Of course, just leave it to me. You just need to make sure to follow my instructions. Don't just go ahead and shoot even if you spot a mechanical monster, okay? Wait, so they're actually really here, huh? They won't cause you any trouble as long as you follow my instructions. Akira frowned. His expression was a mix of worry and expectation, but Alpha only smiled back at him with her usual smile. Even after that, they were still only driving around the area for some time. Akira then noticed something strange in front of him and squinted his eyes. He could see a tall building in front of him, and there was a vertical road on the side of that building. When Akira thought that the old world ruin was indeed a place filled with strange things, his bike suddenly accelerated. Akira raised his eyebrows in surprise. Alpha, wait, are we going to climb the side of a building again? I don't think we can do it for that road though. Don't worry. Not to mention, you ran down on the side of a building not too long ago, remember? We'll do that again, but with a bike this time. The bike accelerated even more. It then went to the curved part of the road that was connecting the road on the ground and the side of that building and went straight up, scaling the side of that building. Akira looked down past his feet and into the wall of the building and frowned. He already climbed pretty high up and his bike also started slowing down. If he fell down now, it would be simply disastrous. Is it that the old world roads even have a feature that allows people to drive vertically? Not in this road here, this one is basically just a simple wall. Just a wall. And I'm scaling a normal wall. As Akira was dumbfounded, the bike slowed down even more. At this rate, he would be falling down with his bike. As he thought so, he immediately grabbed his bike's handlebar and raised its power. But the bike kept slowing down, and once it reached a certain speed, it stopped slowing down and continued climbing at a constant speed. Alpha smiled amusedly at Akira, who was still in a panic. Although the wall doesn't have that feature, the bike has the feature to prevent you from falling over. Or to be more precise, it has the feature to stick its wheels on the surface that it's running in order to prevent losing control of the bike when you're driving through uneven ground. Since its wheels are sticking on the surface, you won't fall that easily. Compared to the last time you were running on a building's wall, this time it's way safer, isn't it? Akira sighed in relief, but he immediately pouted soon after. Didn't I always tell you to at least let me know before doing something like this? Just think of it as a training for you to keep calm at a time of emergency or when facing an unexpected turn of events. Alpha said so while smiling. Her expression then suddenly turned rather serious as she pointed her finger. Let me warn you about one thing. Don't shoot at it and don't show any hostility. Akira looked at Alpha's expression and frowned. He then looked forward in the direction that she was pointing at and noticed that a portion of the towering side of the building was distorted. As he put up his guard, the distorted part of the building revealed a mechanical monster. That monster was disengaging its camouflaging device. That gigantic mechanical monster had multiple legs with wheels equipped on the tip of its legs. It approached Akira and then started climbing the wall beside Akira. Its side camera revolved and was fixed at Akira. Other similar monsters appeared and did the same thing too. Alpha lightly waved at that drone. The drone looked toward Alpha, who pointed her finger, and an insignia appeared floating on the tip of her finger. All the drones there immediately focused their cameras on that insignia. A few seconds afterwards, all of those drones looked away as if they just lost interest in Akira and Alpha. They then broke up into two groups. One group went up the building, while the rest went down the building. On their way, they reactivated their camouflaging device and vanished from Akira's views. Akira lightly sighed and lowered his guard. He then sent an annoyed look at Alpha. As I thought, they're actually there, huh? Alpha smiled amusedly. I didn't say they were not. Moreover, just like I said, it's not a problem as long as you follow my orders, right? Akira sighed once more before shifting his gaze forward. He continued climbing the wall with his bike. The road eventually led to an entrance on the side of that wall. After Akira went through another slope, his posture was back to normal and he felt slightly relieved. But he immediately spotted something that he did not expect and was astonished. A girl in a black old-world dress was standing there. In contrast to Akira, she did not look surprised at all, as if she had been waiting for him. She had a beautiful appearance, but she looked at Akira with a businesslike expressionless face. At least, she did not look welcoming at all. She then spoke in a businesslike tone to Akira, who had already stopped his bike. Welcome to the Tsubaki building. I'm the manager of this building, Tsubaki. Akira looked at Tsubaki with a surprised face. Alpha, is that one of those projected hologram image thingies? Nope, she has a real body. Though I don't know if it's an automaton or a remotely controlled humanoid robotic body. Normally, automata are used for an external interface, but in my case, my personality is also downloaded over to this body to allow me to be seen through local connection too. So normally, you should be able to recognize me through your information gathering device too, but since your information gathering device has been completely rewritten, I came with this body just to be safe. Tsubaki was obviously looking at Alpha. Akira was surprised by that as he looked at Alpha and Tsubaki alternately. Alpha, not only she can see you, she can even talk to you too, huh? But she can't hear telepathic communication between you and me, though that doesn't seem to be the case for the telepathic communication from me to you. She can see me through the network, but locally, she can only see you. But still, to think that she would come all the way here to welcome us, I wonder if she doesn't have anything else better to do. Alpha somehow looked rather displeased. But Tsubaki did not seem to be bothered by that at all. It's a precaution so that I won't get even busier later. I'll guide you in. Over here, please. Tsubaki turned around and went into the building. Akira was still a bit surprised as he just stood there. Akira, let's go. Ah, right. Akira returned back to himself after Alpha reminded him. He then slowly drove through a tunnel that went straight into the building with his bike. Although Akira was not wearing anything on his head and the sunlight was far away from his reach, he was clearly able to see the interior of the building as if it was under broad daylight. There were multiple multi-legged security drones from before roaming on the walls and the ceilings of that building. Some of them were not moving as they were loading something, while some of them were moving around at a rather high speed. Just like the drones that Akira encountered on his way, all of them had already disengaged their camouflaging devices. These drones went past Tsubaki, who was guiding Akira, and also went past Akira without doing anything. But even so, Akira could not help but feel nervous. These drones did not slow down at all as they passed next to him while carrying heavy materials. It was understandable for him to get scared there. Not too long afterwards, Tsubaki stopped, turned around, and pointed at the wall on her right. There was a ginormous imposing-looking door. The door silently opened up. Behind that thick metallic door was a room that looked like a warehouse. It's over there. Please leave as soon as you're done with your business here. Akira carefully looked left and right so as not to get crushed under the passing transport drones as he went into that room on his bike. Chapter 170, Expired Articles. Tsubaki guided Akira and Alpha into a room that looked like a warehouse. It was a pretty wide room with a tall ceiling. There were organized shelves lined inside, and each of those shelves housed old-world relics. Akira was a bit overwhelmed by the scene when he peeked from the entrance. A normal hunter would go crazy in that situation, but for him, it took some time to process the scene in front of him. He was more troubled than happy. Akira stepped off from his bike and just stood there, so Alpha smiled at him and told him to start working. Well, she did tell us to get out of here as soon as we finish, so let's get this done fast. Alpha, can you give me explanations of what is going on here? I'll explain it to you while you're working. It would be bad if we don't leave this place before that girl's mood gets worse. Alright. Akira started his work. He took out a rucksack from his bike and pulled out more rucksacks from within the previous one. That girl is the manager AI of this Tsubaki building. Although I said she's the manager of this building, she's also managing the area around this building. The well-maintained state of the area around this building is mostly thanks to her. Although it's not like she did everything herself, you can just think of her as someone who is responsible for maintaining this area. There were all kinds of relics on the shelves. It was impossible for Akira to carry all of them back home. So he was looking around the room to choose only the most expensive-looking relics. Remember that we were just driving around this area since we came to this city, right? It's just as you guessed, I was looking for a building with not too strict security. I was planning to choose a building with a lowered security system due to the time deterioration to look for relics there. But unfortunately, in the end, I couldn't find a good place at all. There were cases made of transparent-looking material that looked like glass or plastic. The height of the case itself was only about 4 centimeters. Inside it, there were spherical objects that seemed to be made of rubber or metal. While other cases had cubes, or triangles, or even powders inside them. Alpha said that they were basically some kind of old-world information terminals, so Akira prioritized those objects to stuff into his rucksacks. I did consider robbing a place with relatively lower security, but as I thought, it's too dangerous. Although I don't think they'll use full force just to fight a single person, I have no idea how much force they would bring out. With that being said, it's not like we can go back empty-handed, that's why I made a change in the plan. There were also fabrics stored on some shelves. Some of them looked like working attires or some kind of uniforms, and of course, all of them had an old-world design. There were also other articles that looked like something that Akira could find in the current era's shops. All of those articles including the clothing were stuffed inside boxes. So then I made a deal with that girl to let us take the expired articles. In exchange for that, we have to leave this place as soon as we're done with it. Although I said it so casually, it's the result of a difficult negotiation. If the amount of information that we exchanged is written in words, it might take about 100 years. Being able to make that kind of deal is one of the great things about my support, you know? Of course, normally it would be impossible to do that without me. Remember when you tried to talk with the AI manager of the Saranthal building? That time, she did not even respond to you, right? That's what normally would happen without my support. There was also some lady underwear among the clothing articles. Although he hesitated, since they fetched a relatively high price for the amount of fabric that they had, Akira told himself that it would be the perfect relics to bring back in that situation where he only had a limited amount of space to spare and decided to take them too. She came by herself to pick us up because I was able to get us that deal. She said that she would only let us in if we can reach this place by ourselves, but it was no problem at all thanks to your bike. Aren't you glad to have bought that bike? Akira also found some underwear for men. Since he thought that he could use them later, he decided to take the whole box with him. After all, he kept changing between them quickly since they got soaked with blood in no time. Some of the underwear that he found were even made of strong enough fabric to even be used as armor. But personally speaking, as long as he could wash them and reuse them again instead of just throwing them away, it was more than enough for him. By the way, it seems that this warehouse is actually for obsolete articles. So all of the items here are basically trash. Akira's hand stopped the moment he heard that and he inadvertently looked at Alpha. Trash? Yup. Akira once again took a good look around. There were many shelves around him, all of them were filled with relics that were still in good condition. So all of these relics. They're all expired articles. All of them. And since they're trash, they'll be just thrown away, right? Yup, that's exactly why she allowed us to take them for free. So let's take as much as we can. Although Akira was surprised, he also looked slightly conflicted. If one of these relics was found in the slum city, it would definitely cause a fight where people would get killed. And here, all of them were basically trash to be thrown away later. He could not help but find it really shocking. What a huge waste. All of these relics are basically in very good condition, and I feel like they'll fetch me way more money than those relics that I got in Yonezuka Station ruin. To me, they don't look like trash at all, you know. Although they're expired articles, it's not like they're broken or anything. Some of them have simply expired because of the change of season. Or they are just articles that simply get replaced after a fixed amount of time. These articles are basically registered as expired articles in the system, although they're not broken or faulty. Since no one would buy them and no one would use them, they were built and then showcased for sale, and later collected for disposal. This cycle has been going on forever. Alpha said so in such a casual manner. But Akira felt an indescribable feeling, a mix of suspicion and something close to loneliness. He then said with a serious expression, "Why are they doing that?" Well, even if you ask me so. There are actually various reasons why they're doing that. The core system which manages this place doesn't question that at all, although it might look meaningless to normal people. That's why they never stop doing it. That's also the case for most of the manager AIs too. That's why they don't try to stop that system. Even if there are some AIs with better intelligence that question the system, unless they have the right to change the system, they would not be able to stop that cycle either. Is that so? Yep, well, but of course, there are exceptions. If some AIs prioritize individual opinion above rules, they might decide to ignore the rule and apply some changes. For example, some of them might adapt to be able to trade with the people of the current era. These AIs might be the reason why some of the big companies can trade with them using Chrome. It's even possible for some of these AIs to adapt to trade with the people of the current era using the money for the current era too, you know. Some of them might as well already be secretly mixed among the rank of the corporate government. Akira listened with full interest. What can I say? It's really something. Alpha smiled amusedly. Well, if we're talking about possibilities, that's just how it is. And also, don't stop there, keep moving your hands. She did tell us to leave as soon as possible, so we need to hurry up. Akira flusteredly returned to gathering relics again. Once he was done, Akira looked at his bike with relics piled on top of it and murmured. The rucksacks that he used were those that could slightly expand their volumes, and Akira had filled all of those rucksacks with relics before putting them on his bike. He also stuffed the backside of his coat with the smaller relics. But even so, he actually still had some spaces to spare. Alpha, I feel like we can still carry some more relics though. Nope, this is as much as you can carry. But I can still put in some relics there, right? If you carry more relics, you'll just drop them on our way back. Not to mention, they would prevent you from moving freely during a fight. So just give it up, okay? Akira slightly frowned, displeased, but he then shook his head and got on his bike. You're right, it would be stupid to be greedy here just to get myself killed later. Alpha smiled bitterly and said. To be honest, I think you're already greedy enough here though. There's no guarantee you'll be able to save all of these relics in case we encounter some monsters on our way back home, you know? So just keep that in mind. I'll be counting on you to find a safe route so that we won't have to go through that. Alpha smiled mischievously at Akira. Of course, I'll do that without you asking me. But it will still depend on your luck, you see. Let's just hope that you don't run out of luck after we got here safely and collected all of these relics without any trouble. Akira smiled bitterly and slowly accelerated his bike. When Akira exited the warehouse, Tsubaki was standing close by, waiting for him. There was no smile on her face, she just looked at Akira with a businesslike and flat expression. Akira felt awkward. Although he was already used to having people looking at him with contempt, Tsubaki's cold gaze was an unfriendly gaze for a robber who was not even trying to be discreet about it while she could not do anything against it. Akira inadvertently bowed lightly to Tsubaki. I'll excuse myself then. Be careful on your way back. Ah, yes, of course. As Akira was about to awkwardly walk past Tsubaki, she suddenly said. May I ask you one thing? Sure, what is it? It seems that you're using all of your bandwidth for a single connection. Are you really okay with that? Akira tilted his head. He could not understand the meaning of that question, but Alpha suddenly interjected while still smiling like usual. It's fine. It's in order to maintain my full support for him for the sake of his safety. So it'll be fine, or more like, can you just mind your own business? Alpha and Tsubaki stared at each other. There was no friendliness between them. Akira, let's go. Okay. Alpha accelerated his bike before he could. Akira was a bit surprised, but he could immediately regain his balance. Tsubaki kept watching Akira as he left the building until he eventually vanished from her view. Akira was on his bike as he drove down the wall of the Tsubakihara building at a relatively high speed. He could not help but frown as he watched the ground coming closer and closer to his face. Alpha, aren't we going too fast? I did ask you to drive safely, didn't I? It's far safer than getting the tire stuck on something since its sticky feature would activate if we're too slow and that might trip the bike. This is the safest option. The ground is not too far below, so just hang on tight for a bit longer. I have to say there's something wrong with your standard of driving safely. Akira smiled wryly. All the questions and doubts inside his mind were erased. The bike's wheels kept in close contact with the building's wall until the bike went past the curved slope that connected the wall and ground. Once the bike was on the ground again, it slowed down under the speed limit and kept going at that stable speed. Now that Akira had calmed down since he was able to safely reach the ground again, the question that he decided to just forget came back up again. Say, Alpha, what was she talking about when Tsubaki said something about bandwidth? Oh, are you curious? Yeah, a bit. In order to maintain her friendly relation with Akira, Alpha was actively discouraging him from asking questions about particular subjects. But of course, that did not mean Akira's curiosity about those subjects was completely gone. He used Tsubaki's question as an excuse since it was a question from a third party about the subject that Alpha had told him not to ask. Alpha looked at Akira and decided that telling him not to ask that question might be a bad move there. So she casually smiled and said, "You are someone who can connect to the Old World domain and you're using that connection to download information from the Old World network. My image and my voice are both conveyed to you through the network. But the amount and the speed of information transfer through the network are not unlimited. And at the moment, all of your connection capacity is allocated for transferring information with me, that's why she said that back then. Is that something bad? Not at all. It's no problem at all. After all, I need enough bandwidth to maintain the support that I can give you. Moreover, if I take most of your bandwidth, you can maintain a high-speed connection even when you apply an information filter for the sake of your safety. Like that one, remember when you met a maid girl that I couldn't see in Higuraka Residence Ruin? In the worst-case scenario, that could have killed you, It was because I'm putting a filter in your connection that you were safe. That's why it's not something for you to worry about. Well, that does sound like it's no problem at all. But then why did Tsubaki say that? I bet it's a matter of individual opinion. You do know that I can control your body by controlling your augmented suit, right? Like how some people hate that, there might be people who don't want their bandwidth to be used for just one connection. It's the same for the connection filter too. I think she was talking about that. Is that all? Though Akira understood from Alpha's explanation, he did not feel like that was enough of a reason for Alpha to interject as she did back then. When he said that, Alpha smiled faintly at him and said, "This might be just a guess from me, so it's not like I want to say anything bad about her. But if I may add something, she might want you to open some bandwidth that she can use to connect with you." Why? If she can connect with you, she'll be able to talk through telepathy with you too. That way, she would be able to make a deal with you without telling me. The reason why I interjected is simply to avoid that. To put it simply, it was so that you won't cheat on me. Alpha said so and smiled mischievously at Akira, who winced back when he saw her expression. See cheat, huh? Alpha came closer to Akira's face and smiled amusedly. I trust that you would say no even if she offers you 10 billion chrome and performs other services for you to just forget the request from this girl whom you can't even touch. But it still doesn't feel right to me, even more so when you do that in secret. Alpha came so close to Akira that if she had a body, he would be able to feel her body heat from that distance. So Akira inadvertently pulled his face back, he then smiled bitterly and said, Don't worry. I'll still prioritize your request. After all, I already owe you a lot until now. I have no plans to just ignore that. Is that so? Thank you, I'm really happy to hear that. Alpha smiled as if she was really happy, she then returned back to her usual posture. Akira tried to calm himself down as he shifted his eyes forward. He then thought. Does this mean that Alpha still hasn't fully trusted me yet? Well, I did ignore her warning and went to raid a big gang's base, I even almost got myself killed fighting in a battle that I could have avoided. So I guess that's to be expected, huh? I guess I have no other choice but to properly do my hunter job, get better equipment, give my best in my training, and regain some of her trust. Akira said so as he made his resolve and decided to stop worrying about it for now. He was actually being tricked there. Although Alpha did not lie, she also did not tell everything to him. As Akira kept his connection bandwidth solely for Alpha, it was slowly turned to suit Alpha's connection. Although at the moment most of Akira's bandwidth was still general-purpose bandwidth, it was only a matter of time before all of them were modified for Alpha's special use. Alpha did not say anything about that to Akira. In the first place, Akira was the one who gave Alpha permission to modify his bandwidth. Of course, he did not know that himself when he did that. It took a lot of power to change a contract that had been signed and Akira did not have such power at the moment. No one could tell for sure whether he would ever get the power to do so before he could accomplish Alpha's request, or even if that kind of power existed in this world in the first place. Once they left the area maintained by Tsubaki, the scene returned back to an abandoned city with rubbles and half-destroyed buildings scattered everywhere. Akira lightly sighed and felt slightly relieved when he saw that. It might be weird to say but I feel much calmer in this place, although, technically speaking, it's still in the inner part of the ruin. Well, the inner part of the ruin actually extended over a wide area after all, and it's not like there's any clear indicator that separates the inner and the outskirt of the ruin. But if we say that the area further in than the forward base is an area where monsters which normal hunters can't handle roam around, I guess it's safe to say that this is already the inner part of the ruin. Though I'm sure it would change when the forward base finishes building a road to go further into the ruin though. Akira then hummed. And they're already in the middle of building that road, right? If I'm not mistaken, Elena-san and Sarah-san are working on a request related to that. If things are going smoothly, that road will eventually go all the way to an area like the one with the Tsubaki building, right? Won't that be dangerous? Akira thought that if the road extended that far, those powerful big drones with camouflaging devices might backtrack that road all the way to the forward base, and that would be disastrous. In the worst-case scenario, forget the forward base, those monsters might even come all the way to Kagomayama City. I'm sure the city management has also thought about it too. I'm sure they'll do something like dispatching the city defense squad or calling back those hunters who are originally working in much more dangerous places. I'm sure you'll get called for that too sooner or later. And I'll say no to it. This time I won't be taking any request from the city management ever again. Akira looked extremely displeased, Alpha who saw that only smiled at him mischievously. Akira had no plans to be sent to the hospital again after all. Alpha's expression then changed to a serious one, at the same time, she augmented Akira's views. Akira, we have company. Roger that. Well, in the first place, I didn't expect to get back home without encountering any monsters after all. Akira casually said so as he switched his mind to battle state. He let go one of his hands from the handle and reached for his CWH anti-material rifle. That was when Akira's relaxed face turned stern. Akira could see multiple signals from the monsters chasing him from behind in his augmented vision. At first, when Alpha warned him, it was only one signal, but it immediately went to 4, then to 8, and now it was already 20. Aren't there too many of them? They're a swarm of weapon dogs. But I don't know if it's a huge swarm or if it's an amalgamation of multiple swarms. Akira remembered his past experience the moment he heard the word weapon dog. They were monsters that he could not fight against back then when he went into Kuzusuhara Ruin with nothing but a pistol. Even the one that he was barely able to defeat was the one that was faulty. But he was no longer the same from back then. He had more firepower now, a better augmented suit, and more support from Alpha. The current him should be able to take care of that swarm just fine. He thought that it was a good chance to confirm how much he had grown since then as he looked at the first weapon dog. But he frowned when he saw that weapon dog. Isn't that weapon dog bigger than usual? They originate from the area near the inner part of the ruin, after all. They're basically different to their smaller siblings that you can find roaming around the outskirt of the ruin. Akira thought that those weapon dogs would only be equipped with some big guns that normally won't be used to fight people. But the weapon dogs in front of him had cannons, mortars, rocket launchers, heavy machine guns, and big bodies powerful enough to support all of those guns. Akira, we'll be running away as fast as we can. I'll take full control of the bike, so you just try to shoot their heads. And also, make sure to hold on, it might get a little rocky. Roger that. Akira aimed his rifle behind. At the same time, the bike's arms also started to move too. The A4WM automatic grenade launcher and DVTS minigun fixed on the ends of those arms were properly aimed at the incoming weapon dogs. Akira focused his aim on one of the weapon dogs and pulled the trigger. The CWH anti-material rifle had enough power to even destroy a tank, while the grenades from the A4WM automatic grenade launcher had enough destructive power to destroy the rebels. As for the DVTS minigun, it could turn normal monsters into minced meat in no time. Those 3 guns started shooting at the same time. Sounds of explosions mixed in between the weapon dogs' howls. The cannons that could destroy a tank, the missiles that could destroy buildings, and heavy machine guns that could easily pierce a thick metal, all of those rifles on their backs started shooting at Akira. The lonely wasteland was swallowed with sounds of explosions and fire in a snap. Akira's bike blazed through the ruin. Alpha used her advanced computation skill to predict where those rain of warheads and incoming bullets would land and nimbly controlled the bike to slip through the openings between them. The explosions from Akira's A4WM automatic grenade launcher were slowing the monsters down while his DVTS minigun was shooting down the incoming missiles. The missiles that got shot veered from their original aims and hit the buildings, destroying them. Alpha nimbly maneuvered left and right through the falling rubbles. When the road forward was blocked, she ran the bike on the walls of the building to get past those rubbles. The weapon dogs ignored the rubbles blocking their way forward as they used their powerful body to break through those rubbles. Akira did try to make some turns and used buildings to get away from the incoming bullets, but it did not seem like he was able to get away from the weapon dogs that were chasing him with a speed unsuitable for their sizes. Akira was aiming from a situation that was far from ideal. His aim swayed left and right following the bike's movement. Not to mention, sometimes it ran on the side of a building's wall too. In that chaotic situation, he only gathered his focus to its utmost level when he was about to take a shot. As he compressed his time perception to its limit, he carefully aimed his rifle inside a world that was almost completely frozen in time before pulling the trigger. Although the special bullet's firepower was reduced the further the distance it traveled, it was able to deal a deadly injury to the head of the weapon dog that it hit since those weapon dogs were weaker than a tank. The weapon dogs that had lost their command centers went limp and just dropped dead on the ground. Akira let out a long breath before he moved to his next target. But he was taken aback by what he saw. The weapon dogs that he had shot down slowly started to move again. They slowly stood back on their feet and aimed their weapons at him. Alpha. Those monsters are still alive even after I shoot their heads. Akira, calm down. It's just because something else outside that swarm is controlling them remotely. It still doesn't change their weak point, which is their heads. So that kind of enemy is here too, huh? If you only destroy their control device and leave their bodies mostly undamaged, they can still be used for fighting if something else takes control of their bodies. It might be some kind of system to make sure that they can still fight even after losing their control device. Akira, reload. The bike's arm extended its DVTS minigun next to Akira. The arm did not have an automatic reloading system. Although it was using an extended magazine, it did not take much time for it to run out of ammo when used for continuous shooting. Akira hurriedly reloaded a new magazine. Once he did that, the DVTS minigun returned its aim at the incoming swarm and started shooting again. It did not take that long before his A4WM automatic grenade launcher also needed a reload. Akira kept alternating between reloading new magazines and shooting the swarm. Alpha's shooting was more focused to suppress the enemies, while the killing shots were executed by Akira with his CWH anti-material rifle. The special ammo for the CWH anti-material rifle was not cheap. Every time Akira loaded a new magazine and threw away the empty magazine, he felt like he was throwing away a bundle of money. So he could not help but complain there. There are so many of them and they're too strong, what's going on here? We didn't encounter any of them on our way here, right? So why are there suddenly so many of them on our way back? And here I thought my bad luck was finally gone when we didn't meet any monsters on our way in and were able to collect all of these relics without much trouble. It must be because you're carrying relics now. They must have reacted when their sensor detected someone carrying a lot of stolen goods with him. Akira did not stop shooting as he replied. Stolen goods. But these are expired articles and we had the permission to collect them, right? Though I can understand the system looking at hunters as robbers, that's not the case this time, right? That might be true for the mechanical monsters under the management system of the city, but that might not be the case for the monsters roaming the wasteland, you know? I'm sure that there are a lot of other faults in their programs too. But with that being said, it's indeed suspicious to see someone carrying this much luggage through the ruin. So that's why they started shooting at me, huh? What a huge pain in the neck. If you understand it now, it would be great if you can stop complaining and focus more on the fight. You're right. I feel better now to know that it's not because of my bad luck. Akira smiled bitterly and said so as he returned back to shooting the incoming weapon dogs. Chapter 171, Tsubaki's Decision. Akira was still fighting the weapons dogs which chased him in the middle of the Kuzusuhara ruin filled with half-destroyed buildings. The weapon dogs' firepower was overwhelmingly above Akira. They kept spewing bullets, missiles, and warheads that easily blew the buildings around them to smithereens. Alpha used the full mobility of Akira's bike to evade the incoming warheads and bullets. Akira could feel explosive winds scraping off his skin. He sometimes had to dive into the smoke while shooting down the weapon dogs that seemed to be endless. The numerous weapon dogs had more firepower, more stamina than him. Both Akira and Alpha were desperately holding on against that fierce onslaught. Akira slipped past the raining bullets, warheads, and missiles with the help of Alpha's advanced computational ability and by using the environment around them. At the same time, he was sniping the weapon dogs' weak points while Alpha was shooting down the incoming missiles. The fierce fight that was even changing the contour of the ground in that area was finally coming to an end. Both sides were starting to run out of ammo and that led to Akira gaining the upper hand. The weapon dogs were using ammo that they produced with their organs. After shooting all of those missiles and warheads, even with the automatic resupplying organ and advanced old-world technology, they still needed some time to refresh their ammo. Not to mention, Akira was prioritizing shooting down the weapon dogs that were carrying a lot of ammo. Even if those weapon dogs that had exhausted their ammo ran as fast as they could to chomp at Akira, they could not catch him on his bike. And with the fewer weapon dogs shooting at him, Akira did not need to do too much evading. Alpha utilized the full power of the bike to accelerate forward in a straight line to widen the gap between them. Now that it had come to this, it was impossible for them to catch up. Akira did not slow down as he left the weapon dogs as well as Kuzusuhara ruin behind him. Once Akira left the outskirts of the ruin and stepped into the wide wasteland again, he stopped his bike, turned around, and looked at the ruin behind him while still sitting on his bike. Did we get away? Alpha smiled to reassure him. Yup, we completely got away from that swarm. They originated from the inner part of the ruin. After all, even if they widen their activity range, they won't go outside the ruin's outskirts. So I'm sure they won't chase you outside the ruin. And even if they do, the city management would definitely dispatch the defense squad to clean them up. Akira leaned on his bike as he was pretty tired after what he had gone through. He then sighed in relief and said, that was tiring. But we were able to somehow get away from them. Well, that was really something. Good work there, or so I want to say, but we can't exactly relax yet before we get back to the city, okay? I know, but still, at least let me take a short break here. Geez, just a short break, alright? Akira lightly nodded and sighed as if to expel all the tiredness from his body. He was leaning on his bike, using the bike to fully support his body, and looked around. That was when his gaze wandered at all the relics on his bike. Those were the relics that he was able to bring back from that magnificent city. Although they were expired articles, Alpha told him that there was no problem with those relics. If that was true, they should be able to fetch him quite a lot of money. As he thought so, he inadvertently raised his expectation and could not help but smile. But then his bike suddenly accelerated. Its wheels, which could spin individually from each other, spun as fast as they could. The wheels gripped the ground strongly and immediately accelerated the bike to the side. At the same time, Akira's augmented suit moved on its own to grab on his bike so as not to get thrown off. His augmented suit helped him against the assault on his body from the high G maneuver as he quickly accelerated away from that place. Akira activated his time compression by pure reflex and asked Alpha in panic. Alpha, what's going on? The break is over. We have an incoming enemy. Something exploded behind him. The shockwave from that explosion spread around and swallowed Akira, who was trying to run away from that explosion. Akira jumped out from the smoke of that explosion. Thanks to his force field armor coat, he was able to get away just fine. His bike was also undamaged. But unfortunately, one of his rucksacks was blown away due to the shockwave and was thrown into the air. Akira could not help but glance at the flying rucksack. It eventually landed on the ground and was badly bent. My loot. Although I've worked so hard to carry them all the way here. You can save that for later. Alpha yelled and pointed her finger at the wasteland. Akira glanced in the direction that Alpha was pointing with a stern face. But he could not see any monsters over there. I don't see anything though. Are they shooting from so far away that I can't see them? Right after he said so, his face suddenly turned surprised. A part of the wasteland scene in front of him was blurred, and from there, a huge mechanical monster appeared. Although it looked like a weapon dog, its dog-shaped body had no visible organic parts. It was fully mechanical and a big cannon was perching on its back. Optical camouflaging, huh? Wait for a sec, why is that thing here? We're already outside the ruin, you know. That's a pretty powerful optical camouflaging. And it's from the wasteland, not from the ruin. How can you tell? If it's from the ruin, I should have been able to detect it. I'm using your information gathering device to detect enemies while we're outside the ruin, that's why I was late to detect that monster. Alpha paced the bike straight in that big monster's direction. Akira understood that she had decided to fight that monster rather than running away from it, so he immediately reached out for his CWH anti-material rifle. Akira, use anti-force field ammo. Akira smiled bitterly as he changed magazine. He bought that ammo as a trump card for emergency only, he did not expect to use it again this quickly. Geez, I only bought this ammo as a lucky charm, you know. Alpha smiled at Akira to cheer him up. Oh my, it's exactly thanks to that ammo that we can get out of this place alive, you know? So here is where you should seriously feel thankful for it, right? That's just a play on words. It just happened to be like this, I'll leave it as that. Akira lightly smiled and took aim with his CWH anti-material rifle. His bike accelerated even more. In order to avoid the monster's aim, it approached the big monster in a zigzag path. A big warhead flew past Akira and exploded right behind him. Every time the bike made a sharp turn to evade the incoming warhead, his body was whipped to the side together with his bike. Alpha was also in control of the bike's force field armor, so she used that to make a turn that would have been impossible to execute at that speed. Akira used his augmented suit to force his body against the inertia while aiming his rifle. Akira, let's use your blade, so get ready. Is that monster that strong? Why is a monster this strong here? Isn't it just strange? Since it's there in front of you right now, it doesn't really matter. You should be thankful that we are lucky enough to at least have the chance to put up a fight. You have a point there. Akira smiled bitterly. He still had his CWH anti-material rifle in his left hand while his right hand reached for a blade in his breast pocket. It was nothing but a handle. He gripped it firmly and pointed it away from his body. Silver metallic liquid extended out from that handle and formed a long blade, 3 meters to be exact. It was not something that people would use against other people. Once it reached its full length, it started to glow with a faint blue light. Akira still had his blade extended on his side as he slipped under the incoming warhead. He then gathered all of his focus and aimed his CWH anti-material rifle. Now! The anti-force field ammo flew out the CWH anti-material rifle's muzzle. It hit the monster's head and released a flash of blinding light. The monster quickly calculated the trajectory of the incoming bullet and focused its force field armor to protect its head. Thanks to that, it was able to withstand that shot, which would have been able to easily destroy a tank. Although the backlash threw its huge body off balance, it sustained no damage. But of course, it lost its force field armor protection temporarily after receiving that shot. While that monster lost its footing, Akira quickly closed the distance between them. He went past besides that big monster as he swung his blade at it. The blade buried its sharp edge into the monster's metallic body and the bike immediately accelerated to push the blade through the monster's body. Fire sparks burst around the cutting edge of the blade together with a sharp stinging sound of metals being sliced. The bike drove past the mechanical monster. It then made a U-turn and stopped. The blade in Akira's hand turned into dust and was carried away by the wind. Did that do it? Akira looked at that metallic monster with a stern face. The monster that had lost its control center slowly fell to the ground. Alpha smiled victoriously and said, "Yep, that should do it. Once again, you did well." Akira let out a big sigh. He looked at the blade, of which only its handle remained, and smiled bitterly before throwing it away. 1 expensive anti-force field ammo and 1 old-world blade. I even had to use 2 of my trump cards and was only barely able to defeat that thing, huh? Akira once again let out a big sigh. That blade was one of the relics that he got from the Tsubaki building. He had decided to save it for his own use instead of selling it. That was why he put it inside his breast pocket instead of his rucksack. Although he still had some spares, it did not change the fact that he had used one so quickly. Alpha smiled and said in a bright tone to cheer up Akira, who looked slightly bummed out. A win is a win. So cheer up, okay? Let's pick up that rucksack and go back home. Akira raised his eyebrows in surprise. Pick up that rucksack? The relics in it are not broken after it got blown away and landed on the ground that hard? Like I said before, although they're expired articles, they're not faulty or broken. Old world relics are pretty robust, you know. So I bet they're just fine. Moreover, even if they're slightly damaged, they are still precious old world relics. They'll still fetch you some money. Akira beamed up. He thought that those relics were gone for good after being smacked into the ground like that. So he happily went to pick those relics up. Akira picked up his rucksack as well as the relics that were scattered on the ground when that rucksack was blown away. After that, he climbed on his bike while carrying that rucksack on his arm. He left the driving fully to Alpha as he focused on keeping the rucksack under his arm. Although it was not easy, he held on in that position while heading back to Kagomayama City, leaving the corpse of that big monster behind. Inside the Tsubaki building, the automaton Tsubaki, the AI manager of that building, was mumbling. He took it down, huh? Tsubaki was watching Akira's fights closely, both when he fought the weapon dog swarm and when he fought the big monster. She was observing Akira through the network connection with the monsters that attacked him. Although it's not enough to fully grasp his real strength, I believe that he's good enough to consider. Alpha had made a deal with Tsubaki to let Akira take the expired articles. During that negotiation, although it was mostly affected by the difference in power between Alpha and Tsubaki, Tsubaki mostly made her decision by considering the amount of damage that it might cause inside the area under her supervision in case a fight occurred. If letting him take the expired articles was enough to send him back, then there was no need to cause any unnecessary fight. That was the biggest reason why Tsubaki accepted that deal. But seeing that from a different light, it also meant that if Akira was weak and if Tsubaki could kill him without sustaining much damage, then she would have done that. Putting aside the difference in their ranks, if Alpha had the gut to threaten her by claiming that Akira was stronger than he actually was, Tsubaki was thinking of answering that with a rather extreme action. The weapon dog swarm and that big mechanical monster were sent to fight Akira for the sake of checking Alpha's claim. Judging from the result, including the info that she gained from Alpha, Tsubaki decided that at least for now, Akira was worth considering, both for the better and for the worse. Akira originally planned to immediately sell the relics that he got from the Tsubaki building. But Alpha stopped him. She told him to be careful about it in order to avoid getting strange rumor out, or if he could not avoid making rumor, at least to keep that rumor to a minimum. After he returned home, Akira put all the relics that he carried back in the warehouse and made sure to finish the usual maintenance for his equipment before finally taking a rest. On the next day, Akira put some relics that were relatively in good condition into his rucksack and headed to the wasteland on his bike. He first went to Higuraka Residence Ruin and spent some time training there before taking a long detour back to Kagomayama City and finally went to Katsuragi to sell those relics. That day, just like usual, Katsuragi was waiting in his trailer that doubled as his shop. When he spotted Akira coming on a bike, he obviously had a rather displeased look on his face and said, "Akira, huh? Are you here for medicines and ammo again? What's going on with your hunter job? To be honest, I really hope you would come to me to sell relics sometime soon, you know." Katsuragi obviously sounded disappointed, but even after hearing that, Akira casually replied as if it did not bother him at all. "That's exactly why I'm here today." Katsuragi's displeased face immediately brightened up with a merchant's smile. "Oh. Really? Finally." But he immediately frowned. "So, where are the relics?" Akira took out a small rucksack and showed it to Katsuragi, whose face immediately returned to disappointment as he sighed. The last time Akira visited Katsuragi to sell relics, he brought a big rucksack filled with relics to the point that it would be hard to carry that rucksack without the help of an augmented suit. That was why Katsuragi was expecting at least the same amount of relics again this time, but contrary to his expectation, Akira brought a rather small rucksack and it was far from being filled with relics. So he could not help but feel disappointed. "Is that everything? Well, it doesn't matter then, come in." Akira and Katsuragi went into the trailer and into the break room reserved for staff. They sat face to face with a table between them. Katsuragi then said in a rather unmotivated manner, "Well now, let's take a look. Bring out the relics." Akira casually pulled out relics from inside his rucksack and lined them on the table in front of him. It was 6 transparent box cases with a spherical object inside them that looked like they were made of metal or rubber. They were old-world information terminals. Katsuragi, who seemed to be not interested at all up until now, froze up. His eyes then widened in shock before he squinted his eyes with suspicion. "TVs are. No, wait, can it be? Akira, where did you get these from?" "Where? Old World Ruin, of course." "That's not it, I mean which ruin to be more precise. That's a secret. A secret. Katsuragi was surprised by that reply and had a conflicted look on his face. Seeing that, Akira lightly frowned and looked displeased. If you say you can't buy them unless I tell you where I found them, I'll just sell them somewhere else. I did take these relics to you first as I promised, so I won't take any complaint from you. Seeing Akira start putting those relics back into his rucksack, Katsuragi stopped him in panic. Wait. Wait there, okay? Don't put them back. I'll get them checked first, so just leave them there. I'll bring you some coffee too. So just enjoy the coffee while you wait. Katsuragi went to make coffee and placed it in front of Akira. He then brought out a special device for inspecting relics and started inspecting the relics in front of him closely. Akira was trying to look calm while sipping his coffee and observing Katsuragi. Katsuragi put on a monocular magnifying glass on one of his eyes and looked closely at the relics. While doing that, he casually threw a question at Akira. Akira, what do you think these relics are? Expensive-looking relics. Expensive, huh? Just how expensive do you think these are? That was when Alpha interjected. Akira, no need to hold back. 1 billion orum. Hearing that, Katsuragi could not help but laugh. No. Although these are indeed old-world information terminals, 1 billion orum is just too big no matter how you think about it, you know? There's no way they cost that dash. Katsuragi stopped midway when he realized Akira was staring at him. There was a slight suspicion and contempt in his stare. You were planning to buy them cheaply if I had said a low price, weren't you? Katsuragi smiled as if to play ignorant, but he could not completely fool Akira. Normally, Katsuragi would never make such a mistake. The price that Akira suggested was too high that it threw him off beat. Of course not. It's just that we can't get a good deal that we both can accept unless both of us have at least some knowledge about these relics that you're trying to sell, you see. That's why I was just trying to make sure you know a few things about these relics. Really now? Geez, don't be like that. If I offer to buy these relics with a price that's way above your guess, that in itself would be suspicious for you too, right? To be honest, I have no complaint if you're going to buy them at a higher price than I expected though. So then, are you done inspecting them yet? Be patient. These might be worth more than I expected, you see. My main job is not inspecting relics, so I can't really say for sure how much they are worth without inspecting them closely. To be honest, it would be great if you would leave them here for a few days. Is that okay with you? No, that's not okay. Katsuragi slightly frowned, he then said as if to calm Akira down. Just a few days should be fine, you know. It's not like we're strangers after all, right? I can assure you that it's better if you get these relics properly inspected. I can even use my connections with a relics inspector acquaintance to have him write an inspection certificate for these relics, you know? As I said before, inspecting relics is not my main job, so it's definitely better to have a real pro check them, don't you think so too? But Akira shook his head. Still no. Sorry to say this, but I don't trust you that far yet. I want to avoid the problem in case you replace them with cheaper relics after I leave them with you just to get you to tell me later that they are actually cheap relics. Geez, what a worrywart, it will be fine, I tell you. It's your own fault for frequently doing or saying something untrustworthy, like what you did just now. Katsuragi lightly laughed and looked away. Seeing that, Akira lightly sighed. Well, personally speaking, I don't think you would do something like that though. But with that being said, I can't really tell where these relics would go once I leave them to someone else. It's just that I simply can't really trust a friend of a friend of a friend, you see. But of course, if you can promise me to take responsibility and pay me 1 billion orum in case if anything bad were to happen, I won't mind leaving them with you. Katsuragi smiled wryly. As a merchant who often traded with hunters, he could understand where Akira's attitude came from. As expected, I can't go that far, but still. Katsuragi hummed. It was true that his main job was a merchant, not a relic inspector. So of course, he lacked the knowledge and devices to do a proper relic inspection. After thinking for a while, he then came up with a suggestion. How about if I call a relic inspector whom I know to come here? If you're going to inspect these relics in front of me, you can do whatever you want. All right. Just wait for a bit here then. Katsuragi pulled out his information terminal and immediately started preparing. Not too long afterwards, multiple relic inspectors came to the trailer. All of them were the relic inspectors that Katsuragi called. They then used their inspection devices, which looked exaggeratedly huge with a huge link to each device as they immediately started their inspection. Akira was sipping his coffee with a calm face, although, to be honest, he was a bit surprised by what was going on. For some reason, it seems it's being blown out of proportion though. They seem to be taking a very close look at those relics. Well, those are mechanical relics, after all. I wonder if it got broken when it got blown off back then. Alpha replied with her usual smile. It'll be fine. Just keep calm and show some confidence that those relics are really worth that much. If you show weakness here, they might rip you off, you know? Alright. Akira sipped his coffee while trying to calm himself down. He was doing his best to show confidence there. While the other people inside that room were still inspecting the relics, Katsuragi and another guy stepped back and went to the deeper part of the trailer. They then started conversing while whispering to make sure that Akira could not eavesdrop on them. Katsuragi, is that boy the one who brought in those relics? That doesn't really matter. Just make sure to do a proper inspection of those relics. So, how is it? Are they not fake? I can't really say for sure since I can only carry relatively low accuracy inspection devices with me, but from the result up until now, I think they're not fake and they are in a pretty good condition too. If I'm being strict here, the cases are a little bit bent, but that should not affect the articles inside them. So then, where did that boy get those relics? Geez, give it up, will you? Can't you just open the case and take a closer look at them? Some of those cases will break its content when not opened with the right method, you see, and that's doubly true for articles that can only be contained inside a container. For example, those articles in the form of powder. I don't want to be held responsible if we open them and break their contents. That aside, why won't that boy tell you where he got them from? Is it because he's just a carrier from another shop or something and those relics were actually found by another hunter? Do you have any good guess where he might have got those relics? Just drop it already. I only asked you to inspect the relics that one of my customers brought in. Isn't that enough already? If you keep pestering me with unnecessary questions, I'll have you leave, you know? Katsuragi said so and glared at the other guy. So the other guy clicked his tongue and decided to stop pursuing that subject. After that, they continued talking in secret about the result of the relic inspection. Once they reached a conclusion, Katsuragi sent the people that he called in to inspect the relics out. He then sat facing Akira with the relics lying between them and smiled at Akira with a merchant's smile. Sorry for the wait, the inspection is done. So, about the price though, I know that you want me to pay you on the spot. But even if you bring relics to the hunter office, they sometimes only transfer the money the day after, or in some cases, it might even take a few weeks. So just keep that in mind and listen to me, okay? Alright, so then, how much is it? Katsuragi smiled and said. 60 million orum, what do you think? Akira's face slightly turned stern. He then frowned and stared at the relics in front of him. Don't just fall silent, tell me if you're okay with that price or not. Akira was actually trying his best not to show his surprise on his face. He did not expect those relics to be worth that much. That stern gaze on those relics was actually because he was so surprised that he inadvertently looked at them with a mix of suspicion. But for some reason, maybe because he was slightly desperate, Katsuragi who saw that thought that Akira was doing calculations if that was a good price or not. Akira suddenly extended his hand. In reality, Akira was just going to take a closer look at the relics, but Katsuragi thought that Akira was going to stuff them back into his rucksack. Whoa there! Wait, let's think carefully about this, okay? It's 60 million orum, you know. 60 million. I'll at least let you know this, even if you bring them to the hunter office, at most, they'll only pay you 50 million orum. I'm sure it won't go close to 60 million. Although in place of that your hunter rank would go up, I know that you don't really care about that, right? If you're looking for money, just sell them to me. Akira did not say anything. He only looked at the relics in his hand and Katsuragi alternately. Moreover, if you bring them to the hunter office, they'll pester you about where you got those relics and whatnot. That's the same if you try to sell them somewhere else. You don't want to tell anyone where you got these relics, right? If it's me, I'm willing to buy them from you without asking where you got them, and I can guarantee you that I won't leak anything to anyone. I know that this is a good deal for you, so just sell them to me, yeah. Akira still would not say anything. Katsuragi started to get even more desperate. Alright. I'll buy them for 70 million orum but with one condition. As expected, even I can't offer you more money than that. If this is not good enough for you, I'll drop this deal, you know. One condition. Katsuragi was slightly relieved seeing that Akira finally gave a positive reply. Although he calmed down, he still had a mix of desperation in his merchant's smile. Although I'll buy them for 70 million orum, I can only pay you 30 million orum. So for the rest, I'll give you 40 million orum store credit. After all, I know that you would just use all of them for medicines, right? So I'm sure that it's a good deal for you too. I don't mind if you want to use it for my other goods, and if you need something else, I can also put an order for you. Of course, you'll have to store some money for that order though. And also, if you ever find similar relics again, make sure to bring them to me first. That's the condition. Akira was pretending to be thinking when he was actually trying to calm himself down. Katsuragi was nervously waiting for Akira's reply. In the middle of that strangely tense mood, Akira opened his mouth and finally said, "Alright, I'll take that deal." "Nice. I'll transfer the money right away, so you should check if it properly reaches you." Katsuragi immediately finished the transfer before Akira changed his mind. Akira checked the transfer and confirmed that it indeed reached his account. "I received the money, that's it then." Katsuragi sighed with a big smile on his face. He quickly brought out a strong-looking case and carefully transferred the relics into that case before handing it over to the relic inspectors that he sent outside the trailer. When he returned, he had a wide smile on his face. It seemed that he also got a good deal with those relic inspectors. That was a good deal. Now then, it's my turn now. What do you need? Is it more medicines? Wait for a bit here, I'll bring it out. Katsuragi went to the warehouse and returned back with a box of medicines and placed it on top of the table. The box also contained not the usual 2 million orum per box medicine that Akira usually bought from Katsuragi. "This is my recommended medicine. I ordered these expensive medicines especially for you. It's 5 million orum per box." 5 million, huh? Isn't that a little too expensive? Akira frowned, but Katsuragi smiled as if it did not bother him at all. "Well, it's originally for hunters who usually work further to the east after all. So that price is pretty normal out there. But I can guarantee it, it's a high-quality medicine. Like I said, I ordered them especially for you. To be honest, as someone who's selling medicines to you, I'm a bit worried about how you spent your money only on medicines, you know? I'm sure you can understand that, right? Well, can't really say I don't." Akira occasionally used a lot of medicines to the point that some people thought he was trying to be a superhuman. Although he also had started taking drugs to clean up the nanomachine residue in his body, he still had not done that yet. He was planning to take one after his next ruin expedition. Katsuragi nodded to affirm Akira's guess. "Thought so. So that's where this medicine comes in. These are specially made for hunters and its producer put extra effort into keeping the nanomachine residue to a minimum. So even if you consume a lot of them in a short span of time, it should only leave a small amount of nanomachines in your body. Not to mention that it's highly effective. So you don't have to consume too much of it in one go, and the nanomachine from this medicine can stay active for a relatively long time. It's the perfect medicine for you. This time I only ordered 2 boxes, but you should buy them. You have 40 million store credit, so there's no need for you to be overly frugal about this kind of thing that might save your life. Alright, I'll take them. Certainly. I knew that you would buy them. By the way, what were you going to do with them if I did not buy them? It's not like anyone would buy that 5 million orum per box medicine around this place, right? But of course, there's you, no? Well, what can I say, my merchant instinct is telling me that you'll definitely grow powerful enough to be able to buy this kind of medicine just fine. I wonder about that. Katsuragi said so smugly, and Akira just sent a gaze at him with suspicion. Katsuragi was not lying. But it was not like he had no plans at all. He had already prepared Plan B to send those medicines to another city through his connection in case Akira would not buy them. This was one of the results of his talent as a merchant. In the end, Akira bought 2 boxes of 5 million per box medicine and 5 boxes of 2 million per box medicine. On top of that, he also placed an order for 2 boxes of that 5 million per box medicine. So he was left with 10 million store credits that he saved in case he was going to buy something later from Katsuragi. Once he was done with his business there, Akira returned back to his bike and drove away. Katsuragi saw him off and mumbled. To be honest, I was thinking of cutting my ties with him and Cheryl's gang if he wasn't going to bring me relics soon. But still, I didn't expect him to bring something like that. Not to mention, Cheryl seems to be turning into a rather prospective customer too. Is it that my luck as a merchant is getting better lately? I guess this is a good time to take a risky gamble, huh? Katsuragi had a big dream to join the ranks of the corporate government and issue a currency under his name for the territory he ruled. And finally, he felt like he spotted a way to make his dream come true as he smiled widely. Chapter 172, Selling Relics and Reaction from Doing So. On the next day, Akira took a small number of relics with him again as he went out to the wasteland. He took a long detour to Higuraka Residence Ruin, spent some time training there, and then went back to Kagomayama City taking another long detour. When he arrived back in Kagomayama City, he immediately went to see Katsuragi to sell his relics. But strangely enough, his trailer was not in its usual place that day. Is he taking a break today? Or did he change place? Alpha casually replied. It seems that Katsuragi is in Cheryl's base right now, that I see. Of course, Akira wondered how Alpha knew about that, but he reminded himself that it was nothing strange for her. So he just set that aside for now, got on his bike and headed to Cheryl's base. Akira was taken aback when he arrived at the front of Cheryl's base. The base was under huge renovation involving the base itself and the area around it. Inside one of the rooms in the base, Cheryl, Viola and Katsuragi were in the middle of a conversation. That was when a young boy from the gang knocked on the door. Boss, Akira-san is here. Alright, Katsuragi-san, is it okay if we stop here and take a small break? As Cheryl said so politely, Katsuragi smiled teasingly and said. Of course, we can even continue it tomorrow if you want. I'll just leave so you can take your time getting closer to Akira, both for your sake and for my business sake, yes? Cheryl gave a dry smile. Thank you for your concern. As Katsuragi saw that, he once again thought that Cheryl had really changed into someone hard to deal with. His merchant instinct was telling him that the current Cheryl was not someone he could underestimate. The young boy then awkwardly said, it seems that Akira-san is actually here for Katsuragi-san. Katsuragi raised his eyebrows. Me? When Akira came to the base, Cheryl always thought that it was for meeting her. So the moment she was proven wrong, the shock caused her smile to freeze for a sec. She then noticed Viola, who could not hold back her laughter. It was obvious that Viola had completely read her mind, so Cheryl could not help but pout a little. The young boy realized that he had just soured Cheryl's mood. He sounded rather scared as he used guiding Akira as an excuse to leave that room. Viola was still trying to hold back her laughter as she said, "If you get offended that quickly, your men will hate you, you know. As the boss of the gang, you should be more composed, yes?" Cheryl regained her calm and smiled back at Viola. Their stares at each other, clearly showing the difference in their ranks. Katsuragi looked away from Cheryl, excusing himself thinking that it was a matter between people in Cheryl's gang and he had nothing to do with it. Akira entered the room and sat across Katsuragi. Cheryl sat next to Akira, while Viola sat next to Katsuragi. Seeing how Cheryl was sitting happily next to Akira, Katsuragi was amused at how fast Cheryl's mood changed, but he did not show it on his face. He put that aside for now and said, "So then, Akira, I heard that you wanted to meet me. So, what is it? The goods that you ordered haven't arrived yet, and if you want me to bring out my trailer in case you want to buy something, I can't really do that right now. I'm taking a break today from that one, you see. How about buying relics then?" "Well, I don't mind doing that, but make sure to bring something that might fetch a lot of money, yeah? I'm not really free that I would deal with cheap relics during my holiday, you know. But, of course, if you bring something like yesterday, that would be a different story." Katsuragi said so as a joke. Finding an old world information terminal was not an easy thing, and even more so to find them in a good condition. Because of that, he could not help but question his eyes as Akira lined up similar relics like yesterday in front of him. Katsuragi inadvertently mumbled, "You got to be kidding me." Akira lightly frowned. "If you have any doubts, you can go ahead and inspect them closely." Akira said so casually that Katsuragi had a surprised look plastered on his face. Viola found it surprising and smiled amusedly. Cheryl was the only one who did not know that those were old world information terminals, so she found no reason to be surprised. But even so, she could understand from Katsuragi and Viola's reaction that those were expensive relics. Katsuragi had both of his hands on his head, both for the better and for the worse. He did not expect Akira to bring in valuable relics twice in such a short time. There was no mistaking it, this was a very golden business opportunity for him. But Katsuragi had limited capital available to use. He at least needed 1 week to find corporations looking for this kind of relics, choose where to sell those relics, negotiate a good deal with that corporation, before finally converting those relics into cash money. So the relics that he just bought yesterday had not been converted into cash money yet. Those were relics that would definitely bring in a lot of money if he bought them, but unfortunately, at the moment, he had not enough money to buy them. To be honest, he wanted to avoid having to let that opportunity slide just because he did not have enough money to buy them right now. But he needed extra resolve to work up the courage to borrow money in order to put his bet on those relics when there was no guarantee they would sell. But if the credit company judged that it was unlikely for him to pay back the debt later, they might use that to take advantage of him and set a high interest. And if Katsuragi could not come up with enough money to pay that debt when the deadline came, then he would lose the bet and everything else along with it. "That I want to call some people again to inspect those relics for now. Are you okay with that?" Katsuragi decided to set aside the matter with his money at the moment. After all, if those relics were actually not in a good condition, then there was no need for him to worry about money. While at the same time, it would also give him some time to compose himself. People called by Katsuragi were inspecting the relics that Akira brought that day in the same room. This time, they were using bigger devices compared to yesterday. After all, this time Katsuragi contacted better relics inspectors. When the relic inspectors saw the people inside that room, they had a rather conflicted look on their faces. But some of them seemed to quickly grasp what was going on. Viola was already famous for her bad reputation around the city. Akira was the rumored young boy who made a full show of his power during the huge battle the other day, and although he looked weak, he actually was a powerful hunter. Then to top it off, Cheryl, who was already rumored for having those 2 dangerously volatile people under her control. With all of those 3 people in one room, all the relic inspectors present thought that there was no surprise for them to find a way to procure those valuable old-world information terminals. Although they only saw Akira as just a young boy the other day, seeing how he was together with Viola inside that room reminded them of a certain piece of information and decided to treat Akira differently from now on. They had also heard Cheryl was investing a lot of money in order to restart selling relics in her base again. So they thought that the reason they were called there today might have something to do with it. If those relics were something that Viola procured, then it was nothing weird for them to be in such a good condition. The relic inspectors there thought so as they continued checking the relics. Akira was sitting there, watching the relic inspectors working while talking with Cheryl, who was on top of him. In the middle of talking about reopening the relic shop, Cheryl said that she was doing a huge renovation for its sake. That was when a question popped inside Akira's mind. Cheryl, now that you mention it, it seems that you're doing a large-scale renovation of this place. Where did you get the money to do that? Ah, well, about that. Cheryl smiled and was about to explain when Viola suddenly interjected. In order to help turn this gang into a profitable gang, I decided to invest 1 billion orum into this gang. Cheryl smiled at Viola, covertly telling her to stop running her mouth, but Viola ignored that and continued. Once the gang started reopening the relic shop, it would be the main income for the gang. Because of that, they needed to renovate the interior of the gang in order to provide more security for the shop. The special room for storing those expensive relics was remade into something similar to a huge safe box. They also installed some defensive equipment to help even amateurs defend certain important points. Cheryl was also planning to sell relics that were entrusted to her by the other people too. So they made sure to be prepared for that too. Viola explained all of those things to Akira. Akira looked slightly surprised but also a bit weirded out at the same time. But still, 1 billion orum huh? Didn't expect you would do something like that. Well, I did tell you before that I'm pretty rich, remember? Moreover, it's something that I have to do in order to make this gang powerful enough to be able to pay its debt to you. After all, with its current income, it won't be able to repay its debt to you even after 1,000 years. The gang needs to grow big enough so that it can use 10 billion orum to earn 11 billion orum and get 1 billion orum profit from the transaction. Well, of course, I couldn't invest 10 billion orum right from the start, so I started with only 1 billion orum. And it's not like we spent all of that 1 billion orum right away after all. Akira seemed to still have some doubts in his mind. But still, 1 billion orum is a huge amount of money. Is it really normal to invest that much money like this? Viola looked slightly surprised. Oh my, I'm doing my best here to fulfill my promise to you, you know? So like, you don't have to say it like that, yes? Well, that's true, but still. Akira awkwardly winced back. Viola smiled and continued. Please think of it as me having absolute confidence in my own skill. And also, just to get this straight, it's a loan. So it's not like I gave that money for free. Akira himself had no plans to say anything bad about someone who was trying her best to fulfill her promise to him. Moreover, if he was really able to get that 8 billion orum that he thought to be nothing more than an excuse for Viola to get involved in Cheryl's gang, that in itself was a good thing for him. Not to mention, Viola lent her own money, not his. So Akira decided to stop worrying about it. You have a point there, sorry about that. I'm glad that you can understand. Akira lightly smiled. Viola replied with a light smile too. That was when Cheryl suddenly tightened her hug. I'll give my best too. Yeah, sure, give it your best. Yes. Cheryl replied back firmly. She then sent a glare to Viola, who was smiling teasingly. After they finished inspecting the relics, Akira immediately went back home, leaving what to do with those relics to Katsuragi and Cheryl. Originally, just like before, Katsuragi offered to buy those relics for 60 million orum. But suddenly Viola interjected and made an offer to buy those relics too. Then from there, they had some debates on who to sell those relics to. Both Viola and Katsuragi pressured Akira to sell his relics to one of them. So in the end, Akira decided to auction it starting from 60 million orum in 1 million orum units. If both of them were offering the same price, Akira was planning to sell them to Katsuragi since he made the offer first. And so with that, he made Viola transfer the minimum 60 million orum first and quickly left Cheryl's base. On their way back, Alpha asked Akira a question. Akira. Though it might be too late for me to say this, are you sure you're okay with leaving them alone? After all, Katsuragi and Viola might manage to lower the price as much as possible in their negotiation with Cheryl, you know? Judging from how Katsuragi gave me store credits instead of cash money yesterday, he might not have the money to buy those relics. So from that point of view, I was at least able to get 60 million orum out of those relics. And if their negotiation leads to more profit, it'll motivate them to get along more. So I don't think it's a bad idea. Adding the money from yesterday, Akira had earned 90 million orum plus those expensive medicines. So he had nothing to complain about. After Akira left the base, Katsuragi and Cheryl were having a negotiation. During that negotiation, Cheryl had the upper hand since Katsuragi did not have much money. Katsuragi had made a plan to have his branch inside Cheryl's base and invested some money in Cheryl's gang for the sake of that plan. Moreover, Cheryl had also ordered a lot of equipment and defensive devices for the gang from Katsuragi. So Katsuragi had also spent a good portion of his money to put those orders in. Because of that, he did not have much money in hand and he had a disadvantage during the negotiation. Of course, Viola did not let it slide and pushed Katsuragi into a difficult negotiation. Don't tell me that Akira sold those relics to me yesterday for the sake of probing my current financial situation. No, it can't be. Right? Katsuragi put extra effort during that negotiation, but when he looked at how Cheryl was acting and how Viola was smiling like usual, he could not help but feel anxious. Cheryl kept coming up with demands that were cutting close to the limits that he could accept. To be honest, he was feeling anxious having to face it while thinking that Cheryl was slowly turning into another Viola as he was doing his best trying to fight back those offensive moves from her. On the next day, Akira went out to Higuraka Residence Ruin again, and just like last time, he was searching for relics there which also doubled as training for him. Akira was being careful not to encounter any monsters or other hunters during the training. He also did some training with his bike without Alpha's support, or spotting places for relics where hunters would normally miss. He was doing his best in his training by following Alpha's instructions. Akira stood in front of a dilapidated mansion and sighed. He looked slightly annoyed at Alpha. Alpha, as expected, I didn't find anything valuable, you know? That's normal. After all, if you can easily find valuable relics here, hunters would still frequent this ruin. That's why this place looks abandoned. Well, that's true, but still, I'm not here for rubble, you know? What can I say, It's not that encouraging when I can't find any good relics. This in itself is a good training for hunting relics. If you don't do this seriously, it would be pointless. So just get over it and put your back on it. You did promise me to do this training seriously, remember? So do it earnestly, okay, alright. With a light sigh, Akira changed gear and restarted the training again, but more seriously this time. His training for hunting relics continued. He closely checked all corners of the mansion. If the interior of the mansion seemed relatively okay, he would check all the furniture and move them around to check for secret rooms. He did not forget to use his information-gathering device to look for secret rooms too. In case if the mansion was mostly run down, Akira would move aside the rubble and check the interior in case if the rubble buried a secret safe or something similar. He also checked the furniture using his information terminal, and if he found any hollow space, he would break the furniture to see if there was anything inside it or not. Akira had been doing that since 2 days ago. But even after 3 days, he did not get anything valuable. Of course, it was not like he did not get anything at all, but for a hunter who had now spent 500 million orum for his equipment, it was not worth the hassle. At first, Akira was diligently and seriously doing it. But after some time, if it was not for Alpha's order, he would have started cutting corners. Akira held a cracked plate in his hand and stared at it with a stern face. He looked slightly displeased as he said, "I wonder if this thing might be an expensive relic. Like that thing, you know, that handkerchief that turned out to be an expensive article when I brought it to the hunter office. I wonder if this plate can be actually an expensive relic too. That's mostly based on its material since it's an old-world nanomaterial. If you want to check the material of that kind of tableware, you can just lightly knock it and analyze the sound using your information terminal." Akira lightly knocked the plate. Of course, he could not tell if it was made of expensive material or not. Alpha, I know that judging it by myself is also a training for me, but can you help me with this one? I can only tell a limited amount of info based on your information gathering device. But from what I can get, it's made of usual ceramic. So, you can get a small amount of profit by selling that for 100 orum in a street stand. If you still have some doubt, you can try bringing that to Katsuragi. Akira did not say anything back, he just threw that plate away. If that was good enough for him to bring back home, he would be bringing a lot of relics back home from that ruin. Not to mention that Katsuragi would definitely take it as a bad joke. Alpha smiled wryly and said, "If you learn how to quickly check for relics in this ruin, you'll be able to efficiently hunt for relics in the other ruins. So make sure to keep doing it seriously." "I know. Diligent training is the shortcut to success, right?" "Yup, exactly." Akira got back half of his spirit, so he made up the other half with bravado and returned back to training. He continued looking for relics for some time after that, but in the end, his training ended that day with almost zero results again, just like the other days. He looked slightly tired as he got on his bike and drove back to the city. After Akira left Higuraka Residence ruin, some hunters arrived at the ruin bringing few other people with them. One of them frowned and looked doubtful as he said to his friend, "Is this really the place? It has been quite a long time since all the relics from this ruin were carried out, right? Though I'm sure there are still some relics here, I feel this would be nothing short of a pointless endeavor. Like hell if I know. It's an order from the boss to inspect this Higuraka Residence ruin, especially for places where other hunters are also searching. Even if we can't find anything, we still can get some money by reporting back the result from our inspection. So just stop complaining already. You have a point there. We were paid to come here. The hunters present were paid by someone to come there, so they decided to focus on their job and started searching the ruin. When Akira returned back to the city, he went to his house and took a box full of relics to Shizuka's shop. Unbeknown to him, Elena and Sarah were hanging out in Shizuka's shop at that time. When Akira entered, they froze for a few seconds and just stared at each other without saying anything. As things started getting awkward, Elena smiled to exorcise the awkwardness and said, "Akira, long time no see." "Ah, yes, long time no see. I heard from Shizuka that you're starting your hunter job again, so how is it going?" It's going pretty well." "I see." Elena looked a bit troubled on how to continue from there as she threw a friendly smile at Akira. But behind it, she actually felt relieved that she saw no sign of contempt, or alertness, or hostility from him. Sarah, who was also smiling awkwardly until now, looked relieved seeing Akira's friendly reaction. Shizuka smiled as it seemed there was no need to worry about their friendship and welcomed Akira. "Akira, welcome. Are you here for ammo again today?" Akira's face immediately turned slightly serious. "No, I'm here to sell relics today. I remembered that you said you can buy fabric relics from me, so I'm here with those relics today. This is it." Akira placed a box filled with relics on top of the counter. Shizuka opened that box and checked the content. Elena and Sarah also peeked at the content of that box. Shizuka, Elena, and Sarah were amazed when they saw what was inside. That box was filled with ladies' underwear, and of course, all of them were old-world relics. Elena and Sarah could not help but hum in amazement. It's a common reaction for hunters when they saw a huge amount of expensive relics. There was no feeling of awkwardness although the one who brought in that huge amount of ladies' underwear was a boy. But that was exactly because Elena and Sarah were hunters. Shizuka took one of the underwear out of the box and checked it. It seemed to be in excellent condition without any damage. But something else surprised her, its design was rather daring. In her surprise, she made eye contact with Akira and ended up blushing, which was very rare of her. Seeing that, Akira, who was trying his best to make a poker face, could not help but blush too. It was not like Akira was fully indifferent to what he did there. He knew that he would be flustered if he let it bother him, that was why he was trying his best to just ignore it. He was there solely to sell relics, so he was sure that Shizuka would react accordingly and there was no need to be overly concerned about it. He kept telling himself that in order to keep his calm. But since Shizuka gave a reaction that he did not expect, Akira could not hide his surprise and started feeling embarrassed too. I think I promised to bring this kind of relic here if I find them. So, yeah, here I am. I see. Well, I too remember that we did have that kind of conversation before, yup. Akira and Shizuka smiled at each other, trying to avoid the subject. Looking at that, Elena and Sarah seemed slightly surprised. Shizuka put the underwear in her hand back into the box and closed it. She then intentionally tried to change the mood by saying, Akira. It's rather difficult to inspect this kind of relic, you see. Though I did say that I would buy them from you, it's not like I'm an expert in this. So if you're okay with it, can you leave them here? I'll have them inspected and get a good deal to sell them. But that would mean you'll receive the payment later when everything is done. Yes, I don't mind. Alright then, I'll take care of the rest. Shizuka said so as she moved the box behind the counter, out of everyone's view. The only thing left was the lingering awkwardness from what just happened. Chapter 173, Choosing Rifles. Even after Shizuka stored the relic box out of sight, there was still some awkwardness left in the air. So Akira tried to change the mood by getting into the real reason why he came there that day. Shizuka-san, I actually want to consult about buying a new rifle. Is this a good time? Sure. Akira slightly hesitated, that I actually want to look for a particular type of rifle, you see. But this might sound crazy, so if it does, please just forget about it. Shizuka frowned but immediately broke into a smile. I won't be able to tell unless you let me know first. So you can just go ahead, no need to hold back. It's also one of my jobs to cope with any requests that my customers ask me. Though I don't know whether I can find something that would satisfy you or not, I'll at least give my best effort to not betray your expectation. Akira looked relieved as he nodded, he then started to explain his wish. After listening to Akira's wish, Shizuka hummed. It was indeed an unreasonable request. A rifle that could rival the power of the CWH anti-material rifle with its special ammo, with the ability to shoot in rapid succession like a DVTS minigun, and could shoot grenades just like the A4WM automatic grenade launcher. Then to top it off, Akira also wanted that rifle to be able to do long-range precision sniping too, and all of those features to be packed in a small-sized rifle. Although he was okay as long as he could use it with his current augmented suit, he wanted it to be as light as possible too. As I thought, there's no rifle that good, huh? Akira himself understood that he was saying unreasonable things. When he saw Shizuka hum while looking slightly troubled, he decided to take back what he said. That was when Shizuka said with still a slightly troubled face. If you ask me whether such a rifle exists or not, the answer would be yes. It does. Yes. There are actually many people who are looking for such a versatile rifle. So some companies actually manufactured such rifles and are selling them in the market, although, I'm sure they only do that because there's demand for that sort of rifle. But personally speaking, I don't recommend you to get such a rifle. Is that so? I'm sure it would be really helpful to have such a rifle though. Akira looked rather confused. Seeing that, Shizuka's expression turned slightly cloudy, which was very rare for her. She then explained as if to emphasize the disadvantage of such a rifle. Because all those features are packed into one, such a rifle is usually exorbitantly expensive. Moreover, although it can do all of those things, its overall firepower is less when compared to a normal rifle of the same price tag. Of course, there are those with enough firepower to rival normal rifles. But with the better firepower, their prices also increase exponentially. How big is this price gap? In your case, for a rifle that's basically an amalgamation of CWH anti-material rifle, DVTS minigun, a 4WM automatic grenade launcher, and DSS sniper rifle, it will cost about the sum of all of those rifles with some zeros trailing. I see, it's really that expensive, huh? Yup, with that kind of awful price-to-performance ratio, I can't really recommend that kind of rifle. Shizuka started by pointing out the price disadvantage of such a rifle. Seeing that it was enough to make Akira rethink it, she then continued adding more reasons in order to discourage him from buying such a rifle. Not to mention that you'll need a special set of skills to be able to effectively use that kind of rifle compared to when you use individual rifles. So, you'll take more time mastering a single multi-type rifle compared to mastering multiple single-type rifles. Akira frowned even more. Shizuka then added one last detail as the last push. And even if you learn how to master it in a relatively short time, you'll have less freedom and firepower compared to if you're using 4 different rifles. Like I said before, compared to 4 people having one rifle each, using one multi-type rifle definitely offers less firepower. Akira nodded. Although on the surface, Shizuka's expression was saying that she felt guilty for not being able to comply with her customer's request, deep inside, she was hoping that with this, Akira would change his mind. Sarah then suddenly interjected casually. Say, Akira. If you want a rifle for sniping, you can just buy a sniper rifle, right? No, I'm already carrying around CWH anti-material rifle, DVTS minigun, and a 4WM automatic grenade launcher. So I thought that it would be hard for me to move if I carry another rifle, you see. Now that you mention it, you did bring a lot of rifles with you back in the Saranthal building. Even I limit the number of rifles that I carry to 2 at most. Sarah smiled wryly. Akira replied back with a bashful bitter smile. Well, to be honest, if it's possible, I want to use all the rifles I buy. It would be such a waste to just let them sit in my vehicle after I bought them after all. What's more, there's nothing bad with having more firepower. All of my rifles have their different uses and it's not like I can use any of them in place of another. But, it's not like I can carry one more rifle, so I just thought that it would be great if there's a gun with all functions from the other guns packed into one. That's kinda true, but still, normally you won't carry each and every type of rifle just because each of them has a different use. If you're planning to go to a ruin where you would need that kind of firepower, you can just invite us to come, you know? After all, we did ask you to come with us back in Mihazono Ruin. Although it's not like we can always come with you anytime you invite us since we have things to do too. But if you invite us to come, we might be able to fit it into our schedule. Or at least, Elena will, right, Elena? Sarah just realized that she was talking for both herself and Elena without asking Elena first. So Sarah sent a glance to Elena remembering that she was a little bit finicky about changing her schedule. So, it might really annoy her if Sarah suddenly changed their schedule without her consent first. Elena smiled. It seemed that what Sarah said did not bother her at all. It's all right. We did ask you to accompany us when we went to the Saranthal building in Mihazono Ruin after all. I don't mind shifting the schedule a bit if you invite us. Sarah sighed in relief. Elena saw that and smiled bitterly at her, and then turned to Akira and smiled at him too. So there you have it. If you need more help, you can ask us anytime. Thank you very much, I'll ask for your help when I need it. Akira lightly smiled and bowed at Sarah and Elena. Shizuka then smiled and made a suggestion to Akira. So then, Akira, what's your plan? If you're going with Elena and Sarah, as I thought, you won't need that rifle. you can just choose to bring rifles to complement Elena and Sarah's equipment. So instead of buying a multi-type rifle, you can just buy a sniper rifle, you know? Ah, thank you, but as I thought, I still want to get a multi-type rifle. I feel like I would cause Elena-san and Sarah-san trouble if I suddenly impose on their schedule, after all. What can I say? I often decide things pretty randomly, forget deciding what to do depending on my mood of that day. I sometimes even make decisions based on my mood at a given moment. I also often get involved in incidents that I didn't expect at all, so it would be great if I have a multi-type rifle that can do anything in that situation. So, as I thought, it's better for me to still get a multi-type rifle. Can you help me with that? Although it might be weird for me to say this since I'm the one who asked for help, I'm not sure that I even have enough money to buy one. That I see, I'll keep my eyes for any good deals then. Shizuka looked sad for a split second. But before Akira could notice it, she immediately replaced it with a smile. And since it was a request from her customer, it's not like she could just ignore it. So then, Akira, how much is your budget for this rifle? 1 billion orum is my upper limit. Akira said it without much thinking. But when he noticed that Shizuka raised her eyebrows and looked at him with widened eyes, he flusteredly shook his head and said, "No, it's not like I have that much money with me right now. It's just that I haven't really decided on a precise amount as the budget for that rifle. I just thought it would help me if I know the price and the quality of the rifle that I can get with such a price beforehand, even if I'm planning to only buy that rifle after saving some money." "I see. In that case, is it okay if I ask you why you come up with that number? Back then when I went to Mihazono Ruin with Elena-san and Sarah-san, I got 500 million orum from that request. So I thought that I would just double that amount for now." When Akira thought that he was able to get 500 million orum from last time, it made him think that 1 billion orum would not be out of his reach. Judging from the way he reacted, Shizuka figured that he put 1 billion orum as the upper limit to understand how good an equipment he could get with that amount of money. He did not think that he would be able to get and then use that much money anytime soon. Shizuka was slightly relieved when she understood that. "Ah, I see, so that's what you meant, huh? That did surprise me for a bit, you know. I'm sorry. But well, when I think about it, if I have 1 billion orum, I feel like I'll spend it on a new augmented suit and other extra equipment instead, so it might be weird when I put that as my budget limit. Not to mention I did spend 500 million orum to buy that bike too. Although it's not like I regret spending that much money on that bike, when I think about it, I still have to buy a vehicle too. It also surprises me for a bit. I never thought that the day would come when I have 500 million orum and I still don't have enough money to get everything I need." Akira looked slightly conflicted and smiled bitterly when he said that. Shizuka only replied with a smile. After that, he stayed there for a bit, talking about how hunters spent their money together with Shizuka, Elena, and Sarah. As their conversation continued, the subject then changed to hunters' equipment. That was when Akira remembered the fact that one of his rucksacks was damaged, so he decided to buy a new rucksack while he was there. The rucksack that he bought was a very robust rucksack designed to offer protection for its contents. Although its volume could expand greatly, it could also be folded to save spaces when it was empty. It was one of the expensive items that Shizuka had in her stock. It cost 3 million orum per bag and Akira bought several of them. But before Shizuka processed it, she asked Akira once more just to be extra sure. "Well, I know that you have enough money to buy them and I'm sure that hunters would at least spend that much when they have to carry expensive relics, but are you really okay with it? You can buy cheaper ones, you know." "Yes. There was one time when I lost all my relics inside my backpack and something also happened recently that really made me worry about the relics inside my rucksack. So I'm planning to replace some of my rucksacks with stronger ones just like these." Akira looked at his new rucksacks and smiled happily. He lost 40 million orum worth of relics back in the Saranthal building. And on his way back from Tsubakihara, he was about to lose a whole rucksack worth of relics too. So compared to losing those relics, these rucksacks were rather cheap. That was why he could not hold back his smile. Now that he had finished his business in Shizuka's shop, he immediately went back home, leaving Shizuka, Sarah, and Elena behind. Sarah waved lightly at Akira as she saw him off with a smile. But once he left, her expression turned serious as she immediately started talking about something that she could not bring up while Akira was around. But still, where did Akira get those relics? Although Sarah believed Akira might as well just tell her if she asked him, in the end, she deliberately held herself back from asking that question. A source where a hunter could find expensive relics was extremely important for hunters. If she wanted to ask that question, she needed to be pretty close to Akira first. To be honest, Sarah was sure Akira was not that much of a stranger to her that it would anger him had she asked that question. But given what happened between them recently, Sarah decided to be more careful for the time being. Sarah actually also wanted to apologize to Akira for the other day, but Shizuka stopped her. Apologizing to Akira now might backfire and remind him of what happened back then. So if she wanted to apologize, Shizuka advised her that it might be a good idea to wait for some time until he was not bothered anymore by that matter. Elena recalled what Akira had bought and made a guess. A few high-quality rucksacks and 2 anti-force field bullets, huh? Akira did not hesitate at all when he bought those. So, basically, he knows for sure they would be useful to him. Though it's only my guess, maybe he has found another undiscovered ruin. Elena then frowned. If that 1 billion orum is not based on the money that he got from Miyazono ruin but from his guess of how much money he can get from that undiscovered ruin. Then if he bought those anti-force field armor bullets because he knows that he's going to use them to fight such powerful monsters there. Although he did say that he would ask us for help if he needs it, judging from his reaction, I'm not sure that he would really ask for our help. Last time, Akira casually told Elena and Sarah about Yonezuka Station ruin back then when it still had no name yet. But this time, it did not seem that Akira would do the same thing again if he really had found a new undiscovered ruin. Leaving aside the possibility that his trust dropped after what happened last time, the location of Yonezuka ruin also quickly spread among other hunters after he told Elena and Sarah. So Elena thought there was nothing strange for him to be more cautious this time. In the worst-case scenario, even trying to ask him this time might cause him to get suspicious of us trying to probe information from him. As long as he does not bring up the subject himself, we need to be careful not to touch on it. Though to be honest, it would be great if he would invite us to go to a prospective ruin since that way we can regain back his trust by working with him again. Last time, Elena and Sarah invited Akira to go to Miyazono ruin thinking that it would be a light ruin exploration, but out of the blue, they got that sudden request to go to the Saranthal building which then turned into a fierce fight. Even now, Elena was not sure if Akira thought that it was worth the trouble or not. It was fully expected for someone to be cautious or even to decline an invitation from someone else that he or she did not trust. And it was doubly true when it came to hunter work where they put their lives at stake too. As someone who was used to handling negotiations, Elena tried to objectively evaluate herself from Akira's point of view. But with her feelings and wishes getting in her way, she could not help but make a stern face. Shizuka looked at Elena and Sarah. Both of them could not be said to be in a good mood, though she could guess why both of them looked rather troubled. Elena, Sarah, about the relics that Akira brought here today. If both of you have the time, can you girls help me out? Of course, I'll also look for potential buyers, but can you help me out if you know someone who might buy them? If they sell well, it'll be easier for me to recommend expensive equipment to Akira. Sarah lightly smiled. Of course, I might even buy some from you. After all, I always wanted to get some extra spares. Just so you know, there's no discount. I know. Don't worry, I'll buy it at a higher price than the market price. After all, it'll still be cheaper than buying them from the other traders. Elena smiled and jumped in too. In that case, I should look for a merchant who would buy them at a higher price to pull the market price up. Elena? We're friends, right? It's okay for me to expect some help from you, right? But of course. It'll still be cheaper than buying them from the other traders, right? I can use that buying price as a trump card to raise the selling value of those relics when I negotiate with the other traders. Sarah and Elena exchanged mischievous smiles. Looking at them, Shizuka also smiled as she thought. If Elena and Sarah did something to increase the value of Akira's relics, and if she let Akira know about it, it would help Elena and Sarah regain his trust. It should also help lower the hurdle for Akira to ask for their help, which in turn should change his mind about buying that multi-type rifle. Shizuka did not lie when she discouraged Akira from buying a multi-type rifle. But she also did not tell him the biggest reason why he should not buy that rifle. And that reason was, once Akira mastered how to use that rifle, it would be less likely for him to ask for others' help. Akira wanted equipment to help him face any situations. He desired multifunction equipment because the thought of having other people to cover for his weakness never crossed his mind. For Akira, other people were either enemies or not enemies, but never allies. He did not expect others to help him. That line of thinking was carved deep inside his mind, and Shizuka noticed it. Even if Akira helped someone, it was very likely that he did not expect that person to give anything back. But that was not out of kindness, or selflessness, or good virtue. It was simply because the concept of one hand washes the other had no place in his mind. So Shizuka predicted that he would be quick to abandon other people. The concept of relationship to him was completely one-sided, something that he only entertained out of his selfishness. Shizuka hoped that one day Akira would find someone who would mutually help one another. It could be herself or anyone else, she honestly did not care who it might be. On another day, just like usual, Akira went to Higuraka Residence Ruin again. And just like last time, he was there to training his skill in detecting enemies and sneaking around the ruin and effectively searching for relics in a ruin. If it was not for training, there was no real motivation for Akira to do something so tiring in that ruin. So at first, he was not that excited with the training, but it did not take long for Akira to switch gears and start taking the training seriously. But this time, there was something different. Akira looked around and slightly frowned. Alpha, don't you think there are more people than usual today? You're indeed right about that, Akira. Let's gain some distance from them before starting to look for relics again. Thought so, alright then. In the middle of the training, Akira regularly checked his information terminal to look for enemies and other hunters while avoiding them. He was also being careful so they would not be able to detect him. Although he had been doing that all this time, today, there were many occasions where he was passing close to other hunters or monsters. Because of that, today's relic hunting proceeded slower than usual. The relics in this ruin are already mostly depleted, right? So why are they coming to this ruin? I bet they are here because of some kind of rumor saying that a hunter found some expensive relics in an unlikely ruin. That's me, isn't it? Yup. Akira made a stern face and did not say anything for a few seconds. He then went back to his bike that he parked not too far from him and hopped on it. Alpha, let's head back for today. There's something I want to check. Sure. Akira then left that ruin. After he was gone from that place, other hunters who were scanning his position appeared. They then started searching carefully at the places that he had searched. When Akira arrived back at Kagomiyama City, he immediately headed to Katsuragi's trailer. Katsuragi, who was waiting in his trailer just like usual, noticed Akira parking his bike not too far from him. Akira, huh? Ah, right, the medicines that you ordered just arrived. Are you here for those medicines today? Wait, don't tell me that you're here with more old world terminals. I'll take the medicines, and also, there's something else that I want to ask you. Oh, what is it? Akira then told Katsuragi what happened that day in Higuraka Residence Ruin. About the hunters who were flooding a ruin that should have no more valuable relics anymore, how it was obvious that those hunters were watching and following him, and how he was suspecting that it was because of Katsuragi's doing. But Katsura casually replied. Yeah, no surprise at all. No surprise. Akira was surprised. He did not expect Katsuragi to say something that sounded as if he just admitted his involvement. But seeing Akira's expression, Katsuragi exasperatedly explained. Just so you know, I never told anyone else that you brought those old world information terminals to me. Just think about it, if I do something like that, other hunters would definitely steal those relics from you and it would end up bringing less profit for me. After all, that would mean you would bring fewer relics to my shop, you know. Well, you have a point there, but... Akira did not look fully convinced, so Katsuragi sighed and continued. Thought it might be weird for me to be the one saying this, but it seems that you underestimated the effect of bringing those relics to me twice. Effect? But I'm just normally selling relics though. Katsuragi sighed again, there was a mix of exasperation on his face. Good grief. Although you're already stronger than those common hunters, you're still a beginner in terms of hunter knowledge and experience, huh? Well, sorry about that. Akira looked slightly offended, to which Katsuragi gave a big smile. Very well then, it would be a huge pain in the neck to have one of my main customers doubt me. So I'll give you a long detailed explanation here. Katsuragi and Akira went into the staff room in Katsuragi's trailer, and just like last time, Katsuragi prepared some drinks and put them on the table between them before they sat face to face across the table. Katsuragi then immediately started his explanation. The information terminals that Akira brought to Katsuragi were of very good condition. Those relics were hard to find among the ruins around Kagomayama City, but even so, a low-ranking hunter like Akira was able to get his hand on those relics, twice no less. If it was only once, it could be dismissed as just luck. But since Akira brought them to Katsuragi twice, it opened up to a whole variety of possibilities. After all, it opened up the possibility of a narrative that it did not matter whether Akira found them at first out of pure luck or because he worked super hard to find those relics. But Akira, who did not know their worth, did not expect them to be that valuable the first time he brought them to Katsuragi, and so he decided to go look for those relics again for the second time. It might hint at the existence of another undiscovered ruin. After all, it was a normal thing to find similar relics from around the same ruin. Those relics inspectors that I called saw you sell those relics twice themselves. Although it would still be a guess, it was enough for some people to make their moves. Those relics are just simply that valuable, you see. But to be honest, I find it strange for them to react this quickly just from that. I bet you sold your relics in another place, right? Those were just old world clothing. It should not have anything to do with this. Too naive. Expensive relics are still expensive regardless even if they are only just old world clothing. Though I'm sure they're nowhere as expensive as old world terminals, it does not change the fact that you brought expensive relics 3 times in a row, but it's still strange for them to follow me just because of that. They should not know where I sold my relics and what kind of relics that I sold. Again, too naive. I don't know where you sold your relics, but if that shop has some connections with the hunter office, it would be nothing strange for that information to quickly spread around. Or more like, those shops which partnered with the hunter office could use your hunter code to track the type of relics you sell. As a matter of fact, those people who want to avoid that sell their relics to shops that have no connections with the hunter office. I thought that you're only bringing relics to Cheryl's place or to me because you want to avoid that too, but that doesn't seem to be the case, huh? So that's why, huh? Akira regretted his own blunder, but he was also relieved at the same time. After all, it meant that it was unlikely for Shizuka to leak that information herself. Shizuka's shop was most likely partnered with the hunter office, so he bet his deals with Shizuka were registered into the hunter office since she was obliged to do so. And someone must have sniffed on that information afterwards. With his suspicion now gone, Akira cheered back up. But if that kind of information is always registered in the hunter office, won't that make those hunters wanting to avoid it stop selling relics to those shops? High-ranking hunters can ask the hunter office to put an extra lid on that information. Of course, it's only available for those high-ranking hunters with special privileges. By the way, what is your hunter ranking? If I'm not mistaken, 29. Katsuragi looked a bit surprised as well as exasperated. Those powerful equipment with such a low hunter rank, it won't be strange for people to call you a fraud, huh? Akira smiled wryly. Most of his strength was fully relying on Alpha. So he thought that low hunter rank was suitable for his real strength without Alpha's support. Katsuragi then continued his explanation. The reason why those hunters stopped backtracking Akira's activities only up to Higuraka Residence Ruin was simply because that was the result of them putting up a net based on how far a low-ranking hunter of ranking 29 could normally go. That way, they could narrow down their guesses without having to keep their eyes on Akira. Although it took some money, it was nothing compared to the money that they could get from those old-world information terminals. As Katsuragi explained to him, Akira started to understand the effect of him selling those relics. Well, I guess that's the gist of it, huh? If I have to add something, there's also a good chance those relics inspectors that I called also leaked that information. But even so, that would not be my fault. I did ask for your permission first before I called them and you gave me your approval after all. I know, I will not blame you about that at all. Katsuragi gave a big nod, he then casually said, So then, are you here to buy anything today? Akira opened his new rucksack, pulled out his relics, and lined them on the table. This time, it was 6 old world information terminals. When Akira was done, Katsuragi could not hold back his joy and laughed heartily, including the old world clothing, this would make it 4 times in a row, right? If it wasn't you, I would have gotten suspicious at this point, you know. It's not like I'm forcing you to buy them. Geez, don't say that. So then, did you get these in Higuraka Residence Ruin? Do you think you still can find some more of these relics there? Akira replied instantly in such a casual manner. I have no obligation to tell you anything. Katsuragi tried his best to hold back his laughter. My bad, I'll at least ask you this again, is it okay if I call some relics inspectors to check these relics? No need to ask me that again, you can go ahead and just do that. Katsuragi could not hold back his laughter as he proceeded to make a call. After that, he bought those relics from Akira for 70 million orum. Thanks to the small adjustment to his capital that he did beforehand, he had no problem paying that amount of money this time. Katsuragi did not lie there. Although he did not leak the information that it was Akira who sold those old-world information terminals, he was actually spreading information that he had some connections with a hunter who could get such a valuable relic. For a merchant like Katsuragi, having a connection to a competent hunter brought him a lot of benefits. After all, having a mere rumor of such a thing out in the public was enough to pull up his revenue. Though Akira did not give a straight answer to Katsuragi's questions, he also did not lie there. Even if Katsuragi misunderstood him thinking that Akira actually got those relics from Higuraka Residence Ruin and there were still similar relics that he could find there, it would not cause any trouble for him. Not to mention, Akira was not that close to Katsuragi that he would go out of his own way to fix that misunderstanding. Chapter 174, The Gang's Children and Their Side Job. The next day, Akira went to Higuraka Residence Ruins yet again. He was sitting on top of his bike as he looked over the surprising current situation of the ruin. To be more precise, he did expect that to happen, but he did not expect it to be this big. Yup, there are so many of them today. Alpha had her usual smile plastered on her face. It was unclear whether she fully expected that to happen or if she simply did not care. That's true. There are quite a lot of them today. That day, many hunters gathered in that ruin. Some of them brought their vehicles and even huge trucks too. There was even some heavy machinery on site. I bet they're here because of that rumor. But still, didn't expect them to be this many. Of course, at that point, Akira understood why Alpha made him train in that ruin for these past few days. It was to make sure that those hunters would think those relics that Akira gathered from the inner part of Kusashara Ruin's Tsubaki building were originally from Higuraka Residence Ruin. The reason why he kept taking a long detour to and from the ruin as well as why he had been doing training to look for relics in that ruin and why he was only selling relics little by little, all of them were for the sake of twisting the rumor in case if the rumor of where Akira got his relics came up. I guess these guys will be looking for relics that don't even exist in this place until they decide to give up, huh? Akira thought about those guys that kept looking around the place meaninglessly and felt a bit sorry for them. But with that being said, he had no plans to correct that wrong rumor at all. So instead, he mumbled something else as if to make excuses. Getting correct information is really important. Alpha did not seem to be bothered by that at all as she smiled amusedly and said, "It's nothing for you to worry about. The ability to gain the correct information is a very important skill for a hunter and they don't have that, that's all there is to it. Moreover, with this many people looking around, maybe one or two of them will really find some valuable relics." "Is that so? But this ruin is already exhausted of any valuable relics, right? So is that even possible? There might be places that no one has checked yet." When they say that this place is already depleted, it does not mean that there are no longer any valuable relics in this place, it only means that looking for relics in this place isn't worth the trouble. And with this many people here, they might really find something. Also, those guys are carrying high-quality information-gathering devices, so that will also increase the chance for them to actually find valuable relics. But with that being said, of course, even if some of them find valuable relics, I'm pretty sure that they'll still end up in the red. Then how about you, Alpha? Can you easily find that kind of relic in this ruin? I'm sure I've said this before, my detection ability is greatly reduced when I'm outside Kozusuhara ruin. If you still want to give it a try, you should buy a very expensive information-gathering device first. Though I'm sure you still can't expect too much even if you do so. You're right. I'll think about getting a better information-gathering device. After he said so, Akira started thinking about something else. Now that I think about it, I met Alpha back in Kozusuhara ruin, and back then she said that I was able to gather those relics from the Tsubaki building because she made a deal with the AI manager of that building. As I thought, there must be some kind of connection between Alpha and Kozusuhara ruin. Now that he realized it, he also noticed that it should have been obvious from the get-go. But he knew nothing more than that and he felt like Alpha would scold him if he tried to ask her. So Akira decided to push that curiosity to the back of his mind and just shook it off from his mind for now as not to drag him down. "So then, are we still going to do relic hunting training for today?" Looking at this situation, I don't think this is a good time to train here though. "You're right, let's just head back home for today." Akira made a U-turn with his bike and headed back to the city. Although some of the hunters there saw that, it did not stop them from searching the ruin. As a matter of fact, some of them even started looking more diligently since they thought that the rumored person decided to head back home because he could not afford to get close to the location where he found those expensive relics with this many hunters around. As the rumors spread further, more and more hunters came to that ruin and it did not seem that it would slow down anytime soon. When Akira arrived back at Kagamayama City, he went straight to Cheryl's base. He received a text message from Colbert on his way back saying that Colbert was looking to meet him in case he was free and was around. Though judging from that message, it did not seem that Colbert was expecting Akira to really come. Though he could just ignore it, since he decided to cancel his training in Higuraka Residence Ruin, Akira had some free time now and by coincidence, he was also somewhere close to Cheryl's base. So Akira decided to visit the base. In his mind, he had no reason to go to meet Cheryl unless she had business with him and he would not go as far as to readjust his schedule just to go to meet her. He went to Cheryl's base only when he had some free time. For Akira, Cheryl only mattered that much. But lately, that line of thinking had been slightly affected by Cheryl pleading with him. Though he had not realized it yet, there was no mistaking that he would be shocked if he noticed this change. Akira was guided to a room inside Cheryl's base. Colbert, Ravin, Ario, and some of the other children from the gang were already inside that room. Colbert was so surprised when he saw Akira enter the room. "Akira, didn't expect you to actually come, you know?" Akira looked slightly offended. "What are you even talking about? You're the one who asked me to come, didn't you?" "I did. But you didn't even reply at all, so I thought that you wouldn't come, you know." "Well, just calm down for now. It's my loss, you see. Your loss. Colbert smiled wryly there as he pushed the money on top of the table to Ario's side. Those were the money that Colbert and Ravin bet, and since Akira actually came, Ario and the other children won the bet. To be honest, Ario also wanted to put his bet on Akira not coming. But when Ravin brought up Akira's relation with Cheryl, people would get suspicious of him and it would damage his position if he also put his bet on Akira not coming. After all, the quality and the amount of loots left inside that base is on a different level compared to outside the base. Izan family was a huge gang. So of course, they left a lot of valuable items in their warehouses. Not to mention, there were destroyed vehicles, tanks, and powered suits scattered inside the base too. Many were killed in that base from that battle and the equipment that they left were mostly high-quality equipment. All of them could fetch a lot of money from the point of view of slum residents. So, in short, it was as if an old-world ruin suddenly appeared right next to the slum, and to top it off, that ruin was relatively safer since it was not guarded by monsters. All the equipment that was left scattered inside that base were like relics that were free for the taking. There was no surprise that some hunters and ex-hunters immediately made their moves to secure those loot. The air in that place is completely different, including the skill set and knowledge needed to avoid fighting there. I would say that place was much closer to an old-world ruin rather than a part of the slum city. We're mostly done with checking the dead bodies outside Izan family's base. That's why we're planning to go inside the base next, but it's not safe for Ravin and me to bring Ario and the other children into that base. That's why I'm wondering if you might give us a hand. You can just leave the children behind and go there by yourself, no? Well, that's the plan if you won't come. But of course, if we can't bring Ario and the other children, then I can't pay any reward to Cheryl's gang. I'm sure you know that you can't let them keep relying on your money. It's better to get as much money as they could when they have the chance to make sure that they'll be able to be independent of you, don't you think so too? Isn't that why you're training them too, no? Akira looked unsure. If I help you, then how about my reward? Sorry, but I can only pay you the same amount of money. I'm actually doing this because I'm getting paid by someone else, you see. If you want more, you should discuss it with Cheryl's gang and see if they would share some of the money that they get with you. Basically, you, Ravin and Cheryl's gang will get the same amount of money for taking the job. You can keep anything that you pick, but just remember not to forget your real job. Akira hummed again. Colbert looked slightly surprised there. For a hunter like Akira, the money that he could get from that job was nothing more than spare money. If Colbert told Akira in detail how much he would earn from taking that job, there was a good chance Akira would refuse to take that job. But contrary to his expectation, Akira seemed to be seriously considering taking on the job. Though Colbert did not understand what was going on, it seemed that there was a chance Akira would take that job. So he decided to give a little more push. Although he was not expecting much when he called Akira to come, it would be helpful if Akira would actually come with them. Since you came here, it means that you're free right now, right? You should come with us. If we don't get real hunters among us, the other people might look down on Ario and the other children, you know. Real hunters? Akira looked confused, it seemed that he did not understand what Colbert was talking about. Seeing that, Colbert pointed at Ario. Akira also looked at Ario but he still could not understand. Alpha then jumped in to explain. Akira, look closely at them. Although they don't look exactly like you, don't you think they look similar? Ario and the other children were wearing black attire along with a black coat. Now that you mention, that's kinda true. So, what about it? Akira still did not get it. Alpha smiled bitterly as she exasperatedly said, So in short, they're trying to disguise themselves as you so that other people won't mess with them. Ario and the other children were disguising themselves to be Akira since Akira could not come often ever since he restarted his hunter job. Fortunately, not many people knew Akira's face, so from afar, people could easily mistake those children as Akira, and that was enough to keep them safe. Akira finally understood what Colbert was talking about. But even so, he still found it weird. So he then made a serious look as he said, "Ario, I don't mind going with you, but I won't be protecting you. I'll do my job properly, but I won't do anything more than that. Since I have nothing else to do, if you're okay with that, then I don't mind going." "That's more than enough, thank you very much." Although from their conversations it seemed like they asked Akira to come without asking for Cheryl's permission first, it did not seem that Akira was angry about it. So Ario sighed in relief. Back in Yatsubayashi Clinic, Yatsubayashi was making a troubled face in his clinic room. "Another failure, huh?" "Wait, not really, it's not a complete failure." The display device in front of him showed the video of Tayal escaping his experiment room. Tayal ate his restraints to free himself, walked slowly towards the door, and tried pushing the wall with his left hand. After that, suddenly, something exploded, leaving a big hole in that wall. Though his left arm was blown off too, Tayal did not seem to be bothered at all as he left the room through that hole. Yatsubayashi watched that video multiple times, zooming and replaying some parts of the video to check it closely. If my guess is correct, it seems that his gunpowder-producing organ is working fine. Did he produce the gunpowder from the restraint that he ate? I used robust restraints that is used to restrain people with enhanced body. It's not the same as eating a fork, so how exactly did he do that? Yatsubayashi took some time making various guesses while looking at that video. After he gathered his thoughts, he finally stopped the video and changed into a map of the lower district. There were red dots displayed on that map. The trackers are working as they should. But the bomb that I planted in his head would not explode. Did the nanomachine that reached his brain also dismantle the bomb? Or is it that he dismantled the trigger? I have no idea at all. I do want to check it, but it doesn't seem that he'll return back anytime soon. He even tried to escape. I'm not sure if he still has any shred of reasoning left, but it did not seem like he's going back to Cheryl's base either. It seems that he's just roaming around the same place. Yatsubayashi mumbled. Tayal-kun, what are you exactly doing there? Tayal's tracking device was showing that he was roaming around the same area that was not too far from the slum since yesterday. Akira finished his preparation and headed to Izan family's base. The garden of the base was still laden with the leftover of the battles from the other day, except for a small change. Akira looked slightly surprised as he saw the scene in front of him. Colbert noticed that Akira had a sharp stern look as if he was looking at his enemies. "Akira, what's wrong?" "No, it's just that I don't see the tanks and the powered suits from that battle." During the battle, the Izan family and Horia sent out their powered suits. When Akira escaped that place, it was still filled with destroyed powered suits and tanks. But they were nowhere to be seen now. Colbert sighed in relief. "Don't scare me like that." Of course, people took them away first since they can be exchanged for money. People who? Maybe one of those hunters. I bet they took them away even if they had to rent some heavy machinery. I heard that they even fought against each other over the loot, you know. Well, it only took a few days for them to carry everything away, so I'm sure things have calmed down by now. That's also the reason why I can bring myself here. After all, I would hate to get involved fighting over the loot. Akira nodded, he was amazed at how people actually did carry all of those big and heavy wreckages out from that place. Colbert looked at the nervous Ario and the other children and warned them. "We'll be searching this place now, but let me remind you this. Don't shoot without our permission and refrain from even grabbing your rifles. It might cause a fight. Got it?" "Why yes." "Alright then, let's go." They then entered the base and started checking the dead bodies. They continued their work. Akira, Colbert, and Ravin searched for the dead bodies using their information-gathering device. Ario and the other children then checked those dead bodies. If any of them had any outstanding debts, they were put in a body bag and carried outside to the people from the credit companies who were waiting not too far outside the base. Ario and the other children were already used to seeing dead bodies, but couldn't hold well when they looked at the badly dismembered corpses. Every time they saw a mutilated corpse, they could not help but wince. Say, Ario. Akira-san was here, right? Yeah, I heard that he came here to rescue boss. Though I don't know the details, I heard that he fought pretty fiercely. So in short, some of these corpses might be the ones that Akira-san killed, right? Probably, yes. What's wrong with that? No, it's just that, we're borrowing these rifles from that Akira-san right now, right? When I think that these rifles are powerful enough to create these dead bodies, it's just that, you know, carrying them around like this is pretty scary. Akira lent his CWH anti-material rifle, DVTS minigun, and a 4WM automatic grenade launcher to Ario and the other children. If Akira was carrying all of those alone, it would definitely make him stick out from the rest and render the other children who were disguising as him useless. Although those rifles were pretty heavy, Ario and the other children at least figured how to carry them thanks to the exoskeletons that they were wearing. Naturally, they wore those because they thought that it would be hard for them to carry the cyborg corpses. So they had decided to get some exoskeletons from Katsuragi beforehand. Hunters regarded exoskeletons as something inferior to augmented suits. After all, it was not designed for high-speed maneuver during combat. At most, it was only used for carrying heavy goods. Because of that, they were sold at a relatively cheap price and Cheryl's gang was able to buy multiple of them. Ario made a face saying that he could understand the other boys' feelings. Those are anti-monster rifles for hunters. I guess this is what would happen when they're used against normal humans. To be honest, I always thought that we could explore the old world ruins one day if we keep taking that training from Akira-san. But it's filled with monsters that we can't defeat unless we have these kinds of rifles, right? So I can't be so sure anymore now. The young boy sighed and looked discouraged. Ario tried to cheer him up with a light smile. Shouldn't it be fine if we just go to the ruins with less danger? You might be right, but where exactly? Like Higuraka Residence Ruin, for example. It's already pretty deserted and there are not that many monsters there. Ario suddenly stopped there, the young boy frowned and found it weird. Ario remembered the last time they accompanied Akira to Higuraka Residence Ruin, they were attacked by a swarm of monsters. Ario then said as if to convince himself, no, that was a special case. Normally, something like that would not happen. Not to mention, there are those general-purpose requests for new hunters too. It should be alright if we start from those relatively easy hunter jobs, and then we can gather better equipment from there. That Ravin guy did say that it's much easier to explore dangerous ruins when we have new and better equipment after all. Wait, isn't that guy in big trouble from the debt that he's racking from his equipment and ammo? Ah, but Akira-san and Kalbear-san are not having trouble with debt, right? If I'm not mistaken, Kalbear-san had both of his hands eaten by monsters and Akira-san once got sent to the hospital after almost getting killed though. Something like he had to pay 60 million orum for the treatment. They went silent. Although they had big dreams of becoming hunters, when they thought about the hunters around them, it reminded them of things that they did not want to go through as they sighed almost simultaneously. Although the other children looked discouraged, Ario then said in a good mood as if it did not affect him at all. I won't give up though. I'll get stronger, earn a lot of money, rent a house, and live with Alicia. The other boys smiled wryly and looked at him with a slight mockery. So this is the power of a guy with a girlfriend, huh? I want one too. Ario and the other children tried to shoo the dark mood there with silly talks as they continued their job. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.